All right, going live.
Hey guys, Steve here from Ponics. Today we're going to talk about
growing with fishes. Growing with fishes.
Hey everybody, welcome to Growing with Fishes podcast, episode 268. It's been quite a long, crazy year. We thought we'd do a little bit of a year in review. We did have a couple of guests booked tonight, but various circumstances led to them not being able to make it. So we're going to get them back on in a different week. Thanks everybody for joining us. We also have Fumidor.
How's it going, everybody? Cheers. It's been a fun year. How you doing?
We have Marty.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up? And
Ian is first in chat.
Thanks everybody for watching. We originally were going to have Spring Creek Farms on the show, and he had some connection issues. We couldn't get it to work, so we're going to get him on again here in the future. So I figured we would kind of touch on some different things that we kind of hit this year with the channel, and maybe some topics, take some topics from chat, maybe a more open episode, maybe a little bit shorter episode this week than normal, depending on I guess what questions y'all ask. But if you guys have a good question you want to ask the panelists or myself tonight, please ask us in chat. I am Steve, your host. I realized the other night I was editing, I think the vast majority of the episodes I never introduced myself, and I think it's kind of funny. I've done hundreds of these and I always forget to introduce myself. But we used to fuck up the intro. I think
that was a big joke.
The first 100 episodes or whatever, I think I would immensely botch the audio. I would think about it, spend time trying to prevent it, and we'd botch it anyway in a whole new way that we hadn't botched it before. So that was always fun.
Right, or a guest would do it, or something. I mean, I think there has to be at least 20 different ways that we messed up the intro. Between me taking bong hits, not realize that I am off mute, or yelling at someone to be quiet because we're about to start and we've already started. There's so many of them. It's hilarious.
Yeah, and then Fumi's got his fun intros to his show too.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, no idea. But yeah, basically because Zoom goes live a little bit before you think it does, I figured let's just do a fucking bullshit improv or whatever. So people sometimes are like, can someone explain to me what you guys are doing before the show? I never explain it. I don't know. It's a fun thing.
You got to be there.
That's it.
You got to be there.
We hit some cool metrics for the YouTube channel. So we broke over 1 million views on the YouTube channel alone this year. So that was super freaking awesome across the channel. We also hit almost 200,000 views just in the podcast alone this year on YouTube. So that was super freaking awesome. We also hit, for the last calendar year, on SoundCloud, we had over 120,000 plays. On Spotify, we had over 30,000 plays. I don't have the ability to pull up the iTunes metrics easily, or I'd pull that up, but we're averaging well over 500,000 listens now per year across all platforms, which is freaking awesome. Thanks everybody. It's helped us grow this from the tiny little show that it started off as a long time ago. So that was super cool.
It's been 5 years now.
Yeah, we had I should go back and look and see what the first episode was. Hold on, I'll pull it up.
Something like that.
Actually, I could probably pull it up pretty quickly here. The top episodes for the last year. Yeah, I can pull that up too. The number one played one on the channel again this has kind of been running now, is how to and when to top your seedlings, followed by how to proper decarboxylation in mason jars. And then Kevin Jodry's talk on the science of regenerative organic cannabis cultivation conference in 2019. And then one of my tours from Jamaica. The next up was the tour of Vertica Aquaponics. And then my other decarb video Then the episode 227 with Clackamas, Coot, and Chris Trump. Then the conference videos. And then lastly, what is the easiest plant to grow, which is watercress and aquaponics. So that was kind of the top 10 videos, at least on the video. And then on the audio, we were looking at, again, Clackamas, Coot, and Chris Trump, 227. Dr. Efron episode was extremely popular. Next up, which was a recent episode, actually. Then the year in review from last year, and then Chris Trump and Clackamas Coot, again in 244. Rhizo Rich on 230. Landrace Preservation Society, which also, man, that was such a good episode. Having him back on with all the different great info on breeding, especially, that was a good one. And then 238 with Tad Hussey, our 420 episode. And then Brandon Strath from Spectrum King on 241. And then episode 224 was the next top one for the past year for audio. So thought we'd kind of go over that. And then also wanted to kind of mention some people that have since passed away. I know we lost Frenchie this year. That really sucked, and certainly was super unexpected. We also lost Stony Scholar, which I believe you can still go to his relief fund over on GoFundMe if you do want to donate to his family. Thank you everyone that did donate. I know we raised, I believe it was over $1,300 for his widow. So thank you everybody who donated to that. And then Eddie Lepp also passed away this year. He was another cannabis activist that had spent quite a few years in jail. So we lost a lot of good people this year. So kind of a rough, long year. And then we also did the virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference. I feel like the second one really, oh wait, my video is still off. My bad. I'm sorry about that, guys. I didn't realize my video was off this whole time. I was trying to make the video a little cleaner. I got the audio set right, but I screwed up the camera.
I was just laughing because like
We're gonna complain.
for like half that time, like the video and the live stream was just Fumi staring at the screen while you were talking. Cracked me up. All right. Anyway.
Yeah, so I feel like the virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference really kind of took off this year. We had quite a bit of people there last year, but I feel like this year we had kind of a whole different level on the science and side by sides, and having a lot more academic people as well as commercial producers on it this year, I think made it a really, really cool event. And I definitely think we're gonna maybe try to do 3 days next year and maybe have a couple of longer format talks as well, maybe some shorter formats and some longer formats. And we have some different ideas from this past year, and we're really excited about next year. And then I don't know, we're just kind of doing all kinds of fun stuff. Added a lot more to the class this year. If you guys aren't familiar, check out apmjclass.com or Aquaponic Cannabis on Teachable, and you can check out the class that Marty and I teach over there. Yeah, it's been a good year. Let me realize my mic is right where the chat is with the new format with my new mic boom, so I gotta probably maybe move it to the other side or something.
You did have
Fancy
one
mic
question from chat up here a little bit ago. Let's see, it was somebody. How do you fix purple stems? Simon says, how do you fix purple stems?
You mean besides prayer? That always works for me.
I always thought it was human sacrifice personally.
I mean, that'll work. Yeah, it's another form of prayer. I mean, it depends on which gods, like you have to pray to the effective gods.
You
I like
gotta
to pray
be
to Inca
specific.
gods. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Specific.
Yep, that's it.
Can be general. About
Not like Olmec gods or Toltec gods. It has to be Inca gods. That's it. Little known secret.
First Nation or not at all.
Otherwise, I mean, there's so many different things. I mean, is it a synthetic grow or an organic grow? What is it? Organic grows typically get it, and people say, "Oh, it's calcium," or it used to be LED growers basically would get it, and they would say, "Oh, it's calcium." So they would basically put, of course, they were using a bottle calcium because that's always fancier. I'm joking, but they would basically just pour more of it, and it would go away. But I think it was masking the problem. I think it was largely the canopy was too cold, basically with LEDs, and so when people would raise it, the plants would somehow transpire more effectively. I honestly don't remember what the mechanism is, but I don't think it was directly calcium.
So
But you
I've heard
can cover it over
magnesium.
with calcium. Pardon?
I've heard magnesium a lot. Is
Have you?
the other.
Oh,
Yeah, and I'm not sure where exactly that stems, but I agree. Temperature is probably like one of the main factors, and not even necessarily like just temperature, but being outside of your VPD range, or having a wide variation of can definitely do that. But again, it could be a nutrient imbalance. Also, it's not like there's only
Can
one
be,
thing that
sure.
causes purple stems.
Yeah, like if it's in a synthetic or a bottle fed kind of scenario, then I think it would probably be more likely to be like a nutritional.
Steve, you have any experience with that? I've never done full on hydro, so.
Yeah, so I've seen it with stuff that had really high sulfur, either in the soil or in aquaponics, or stuff that was high in sodium. I've seen high sodium kind of give that higher expression. The other thing that I've seen that's weird in high sodium environments, and this is observations of lettuce, so caveats asterisk on that, but in lettuce, if I have a DWC system and I'm growing lots of lettuce, like Bib lettuce or red lettuce or red salus lettuce or something like that, and my sodium levels is high, but everything else is in the right range, it causes a lot more phenotypic variation. So I'll get a lot more of the reds being like different levels of red versus uniformity if that sodium level is lower. How and why that works, I have no idea. All I can tell you is that I very quickly see a lack of uniformity in phenotypic expression in many different aquaponic lettuce farms that I visited that are high in sodium. It seems like it screws with that stability. And again, why and how the mechanism works, I couldn't tell you, but I can tell you that it certainly does that in lettuce. And I would certainly imagine that it could be an issue as well in cannabis.
Strong Style Organics wants to know if high sodium could be from excessive kelp use.
Yeah, that or seabird guano use. Sometimes people use that.
And
But
watch
yeah.
out for sulfur if you're doing langbonites, especially if you haven't used it very often. It is relatively strong, and you can definitely overdose both sulfur and potassium with that as well. So it just kind of depends on what you're using, I would say. That would be, kind of what you'd want to track down if you're using any of those things in abundance. Or obviously there's always the, getting a soil sample tested and know what you're working with, because it's a lot easier to identify things that are out of range on when you translate them to actual numbers. You can say, oh, look at how high your potassium is or how high your sulfur is, then you'll just know. So that would be the other thing. If you don't want to just maybe go the shotgun approach or guess a couple of times, if you don't have time to go through all that, then a soil sample doesn't take very long to get back, and then you'll know exactly what you're dealing with.
I heard an interesting argument the other day about seabird guano and how, because seabirds are eating multitrophic level foods as far as fish, so they're eating fish that eat a lot of plankton that can have a lot of high metals in them. They actually can bioaccumulate in that seabird guano significantly higher heavy metals. But again, I've never seen that as far as a test, but I thought that was an interesting point chemistry wise. It's also high in sodium, because remember the birds have no ability to sweat, so they excrete sodium through their nostrils or through their shit. But either way, their snot ends up with their shit, and on the rock, just the same that they harvest. So
right, and just remember to take a look at like the guaranteed analysis of a product if you're using something off the shelf, and you'll be able to see those different levels. The stuff that they don't necessarily list on the front of the bottle. A lot of times anything outside of an NPK is not even really listed. And you kind of have to dig a little bit. But if you look for the guaranteed analysis, most places post them online, even if you can't see them on the bottle itself. So
you guys have there in chat. Obviously more is high in sodium too, no? I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure how it would be high in sodium unless they're like artificially fed or something.
We have a whole, Sarah wants to know if there's any thoughts on bat shit. And yeah, we have a whole episode of, who is that? Steve?
Kevin McKernan did an episode in April of 2020. Kind of like right at the beginning of when we started to connect the bats to that. And he had done a study where they took bat guano off the hydro store shelves and tested it for viruses. And he said it scared the shit out of him. But he talks all about that in that episode.
Yeah, and basically, yeah, the vectoring viruses from bats, obviously with the Voldemort virus, the one that shall not be named, while streaming live, obviously had origins like that.
Does it demonetize you? You guys keep saying that. Like, I don't know. You keep saying
Yeah,
it.
it puts a little
does it demonetize you?
at the bottom of your video, and then it fucks up your indexing. Yeah.
Does it really?
Yeah.
So it is.
Yeah, so we don't talk about it. So, but yeah, I mean, just that ability alone is kind of like, what's the point? So for me, I've never used it anyway, so it's just a matter of not starting, which is kind of easier. And kind of the same thing with the seabird guano. Also, it's got a relative amount of nitrogen content, so doesn't have a great use for aquaponics, in my opinion. Obviously, I try to get all of my nitrogen out of my aquaponic system as opposed through other inputs. So I try to avoid anything that has nitrogen. So I don't really mess around with either one of those two very much. But if you want more information about the bat guano stuff, check out that episode, because there were some pretty concerning things they were able to identify with. I'm pretty sure he said it was just bat guano he bought off the shelf, right? Like stuff that was just been in stores, right, Steve? If I remember right?
Yeah, I missed. You cut out just for a little bit there.
I was saying that that he was saying that they were testing bat guano that they just bought off the shelf, correct?
Yeah, it was just stuff that they purchased.
Right. So don't eat it.
I mean, those caves aren't sterilized. I was just trying to look at, because people were talking about, salt and whatever. So I was like, oh, I'm curious about some of the brands that, I normally see. I was just at the grocery store briefly tonight, and they have Down to Earth. They have, people mentioned Dem. They have Green Grow. They had a couple other ones. All of them, I want to say, have some form of seabird guano. So I looked up the Down to Earth. It didn't really say shit. It basically said it has soluble potassium and calcium. That was about it. And it said it was made in Indonesia. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. As you guys could continue to talk, I was just kind of thinking to myself, like, first of all, here in the U.S., there is no process that I can imagine that they would sit there and sterilize the seabird guano. Like, nobody's just going to do that. Second of all, if it comes from some foreign country, like, they just don't give a shit. They're going to pull it out, basically, and hopefully Down to Earth is somewhat conscientious about who they contract with, so they're not just destroying seabird caves, but they probably are, let's be honest. But if even they are being careful about that, they're definitely not sterilizing for whatever's there. Any number of bacteria, viruses, freaking, who the fuck knows what's going to be on those goddamn rocks. And how do I say this? Most of the human viruses that are actually significant actually do come from things like bats and pig shit and so forth. So I don't know. It's not a super. I guess I'm babbling a little bit, but this is the kind of babbling show. It's not a super eco-friendly thing, first of all, to use, and it's also not a super human-friendly thing to use. I feel like it's only a matter of time before someone inhales some, freaking bat guano or seabird guano and gets like some massive, I don't even know.
Yeah, and I guess there's no like, for me, there's like no like giant payoff. You know what I mean? Like, right. What's
yeah, it doesn't really.
Why don't I just get my potassium from another source that doesn't have viruses?
Okay, that's not true. It is very, very useful. Like the bat guano and the seabird guano, it dissolves so fast that it's like a bottle nutrient for your organics. Like basically, you put in here's Coot. How do I say this? You put it in, and it basically sucks up into the plant almost the next day. It seems to be that available. Sure. The next day, day after that. So that's why people use it, because they're lazy and they got to fix the problem fast. But You know, and I
Right.
swear by this, Coot's going to
Right.
disagree again because he didn't agree with it the first couple of times I've said this, but I swear that using especially bat guano gives a kind of a sweet, cakey flavor to the weed, which is not always a good thing. Here he's saying like, oh fuck that shit. To each their own, right? But even then, I don't see a huge reason to use the freaking bat guanos and stuff. What's up, Coot?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, man?
Good. Comedy, huh? Comedy
Right.
hour. Let's see. Calcium can be liquefied because we can grind it down to the ionic level, and that changes the fact that it's a metallic element. I just love this stuff. You know, I guess if I put a nail, if I got the iron or steel down to an ionic level, it would melt or solubilize, whatever term we're using, right? Within water. I mean, this is great. I don't know. Sorry, not buying it.
Who's selling it? Where are you hearing that?
Oh my God. You ever listen to a group of stoners talking about CalMag lockout and liquid calcium and just on and on and on? I don't understand. I mean, this is a relatively new thing. I mean, I've gone through, let's see, in my, what do you call it? Originally it was phosphorus, and then we shifted over to potassium, and now putting as many of both calcium carbonate and elemental calcium sources in a potting soil to build up the label seems to be the tour du jour, you know, kind of thing. So I don't get it. So it doesn't comply with my understanding of cation exchange capacity and how it works in the soil. But hey, you know, whatever. I don't get it.
Floats your boat.
Yeah, you know, it's great. One thing I am going to have is a new strain that I haven't, the first one I've done in 39 years.
You finally found a name for it, didn't you?
Yeah. So, anyway,
Cookies,
I
right?
give it. Yes,
It's definitely cookies.
Yes, actually,
gelato. It's called Gelato
wait a minute.
41.
No. It's
I can miss cookies.
chocolate macadamia chocolate chip cookies. Okay, I want to get a little pizzazz. You know, don't want just
Thin
cookies.
mint
What kind of
fuck off.
cookies?
That's what it's called.
Yeah,
It's called
yeah.
thin mint fuck off.
Yeah. Actually, I like thin mints. That'd be a good idea. But then I'd have to have mint flavor in my weed. Excuse me, cannabis. And so I'm not sure. But anyway, we're going to do an online grow with my new seeds. With, I wouldn't say he's got unlimited funds, but he certainly isn't like the rest of us. I mean, he's got any kind of equipment you want, including 10 by 10 foot tents. But anyway, so we're going to do a online, and I'm going to monitor the grow and answer the questions to the viewers or whatever. So yeah, we got two old landrace, a 1974 Hawaiian, and then my much maligned and abused TO from 1984. So
I don't think anyone maligns it, but they do kind of abuse it. I'll go with that. They've hit it in 6 ways to Sunday with 15. They probably have hit it to Gelato 41, but I don't think anyone maligns it. I don't think anyone talks shit about it.
Yeah, well, talk's cheap. It's a hallmark of this industry, isn't it? I mean, come on. But without the stories, what are you going to do? Like, tell the truth? I don't mean you. When I say you, I'm talking about the universal you, not the person I'm talking with. So
Not me. It's all Fumi. I'm blaming Fumi.
It usually is my fault. Yeah.
Yeah, I blame him. So
There's a question in chat, and I've heard this from somebody else in the past 2 weeks as well, and I have no idea where this is coming from. Someone asked if aloe is okay to use in flour. I've had a couple of people say that, you can't use aloe in flour. I can't think of a single reason why
think of
not.
any reason why. Yeah. He's actually following up. Could it possibly cause herms? That would be maybe your biggest concern.
No.
I can't imagine it could. I mean, in theory, Coot, if there's so much hormonal, because it is a salicylic acid and so on, it has basically hormonal behavior or hormonal interaction with the plant.
Right.
Could you overuse it in some way?
probably, but again, let's do what the little deal we've done a couple times. Look up the molecular formula and structure of salicylic acid, and we'll start there, and then we can move forward, because it will make more sense than me trying to recall. I used to know all this stuff in heart, but then I got sober, so I decided it wasn't important. There you go. Look at that. Oxygen and hydrogen. How does that look to you? Isn't it amazing?
Yeah,
All these
interesting.
fears that run rampant around the cannabis scene of anything that this has the longest history of any medicinal plant on this earth. It was the first plant that was domesticated as a medicinal plant by the Egyptians close to 4,000 years ago. Isn't it amazing that in 2021, anything that didn't come out of a factory in China in a bottle is heavy metals? It's going to affect your flowers. I mean, it's just these horrible nightmares. Here's another one to look up. Chitinase.
Coot, this is gold. Honestly, we were talking about this on my show. For anyone listening in, Potent and Coot like to hang out there. Hang out on my show all the time. APMeds, you're freaking welcome, man, to hang out with us. We talk about all kinds of stuff for freaking hours, and sometimes gems of goddamn gold come out. I want to say right at the end of the show, Coot was talking about, hey, you know what? Instead of BSing about whatever mineral we were basically wondering, take a look at the atomic weight over on Wikipedia. I mean, I don't think he said Wikipedia, but take a look at the molecular structure. So I did. I popped it up, and we were analyzing. I don't even remember what it was, but as we were looking at it, it was 95% carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen. Chlorophyll. That was what it was. And we were talking about feeding plants, right? And that's exactly right. Yeah, we were talking about feeding plants and how many things people try to add. They try to add the silica and the this and the that and the blah, blah, blah. And 99.999% of the plant that isn't water is chlorophyll. And we looked up the molecular structure of chlorophyll here on Wikipedia, and there wasn't hardly anything other than carbon, water, nitrogen, a little bit of phosphorus, blah blah blah. There weren't all these.
Oh no phosphorus. No. The chlorophyll 2, which is the one that dominates. That form dominates the plants on this planet Earth, the big ball here thing. Okay, you have one magnesium ion. One. You have 4 nitrogen. The rest is carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. There you go. Now, if you looked at a human blood cell, red blood, you see where it says magnesium there in the anchor? Replace that with iron. It's almost identical. Look it up, red blood cell. It's almost identical to chlorophyll. Almost to the point it's like science fiction close. Even in terms of every bend and twist of that molecule. And as you pointed out accurately a number of times, it makes sense because first was a fungi kingdom, then came the plant kingdom, and then came the animal kingdom. And as a matter of fact, when talking about the animal kingdom, we were one of the last ones on the scene. But we all came from the same original code. And I'm not trying to bring religion or anything like that. I'm just talking about, cold, hard facts. It would make sense that we should be related to plants, which it gives credence to my position. Not quite universal, because nothing's universal. But if it's good for a plant, it's probably good for you. And if it's good for you, it's probably good for your plant.
When the humans lost the war against 0-1, and the Matrix created all of us, that's why it all.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
I'm trying to find the pictures. There we go. Still not.
But when you look
some really
up
good pictures
chlorophyll,
that I could find. I'm looking for pictures where basically you can see this blood cell versus the chlorophyll right back to back. I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah, it's usually the red is background is red for blood, and then obviously, but just humor me, and until you find it, just let's say it's almost identical, which it's like 95% identical. at every angle, like where's the oxygen
Oh, that I can't.
ions?
Yeah, the
No, I
ionic
just
structure
meant
and
it
stuff I can't.
within that molecule. I'm sorry, it wasn't clear. I've been
I'm
smoking
just
my
trying to
own.
find the picture so people can visualize it if they haven't seen it before. But the
Oh, there
structure,
it is.
yeah,
There it
it
is.
shows the structure is almost identical. Yeah, here's a better
So
picture.
do the one that has the color background. Down one lower level or one row,
Down
and
one
that one
row.
right there on the right. No,
Oh.
let's see. Down one more row.
One more still.
Yeah, it's right. I'm seeing. I'm looking at it on an iPad. That's not. That
Yeah,
was
it's like
stupid.
lagged out now.
Yeah, I'm
10
sorry.
seconds ago.
Yeah.
All right,
But
I've scrolled
anyway,
back up.
yeah. There you go. Now I'm seeing it on the second row,
Oh, okay. That one.
and the
or
first one
that
on the
one there.
left.
Perhaps that
Okay,
one.
that's
There we
close
go.
enough. I mean, there you go. That's the one I'm thinking of that I've seen for several years. But look at that.
Hmm.
Is that science fiction or what?
Right.
So now on the red blood cell, you probably not. Maybe they canceled this shit, but back in the '60s or whatever, they had a product called something, but it was for iron poor blood. Once again, there's a single iron ion in a molecule, in a blood molecule, but you never hear about. Well, what about? Is it maybe carbon hungry, or could it be oxygen hungry? Gee. Hydrogen hungry?
Yeah, good
No.
point. Definitely not molybdenum hungry or boron or something else.
Oh
Those are
yeah,
not,
yeah.
It's
Anyway,
not to
there
say
you
those
go.
things aren't useful in the plants, but I mean, like the overwhelming bulk of the plant is these other
Let
things
me.
we're talking
I've
about.
never really discussed this on your program, but I'll do it here real briefly. The craziness that was invented in the late '80s, as far as growing cannabis, still the residues are still alive and strong. The focus is always on macronutrients. Just because an element is a micronutrient does not diminish its importance. And even Elaine Ingham had some classes out at the old ground up in SIO about boric acid being necessary for the plant to accumulate calcium, which is, never mind. But okay, so now boric acid, if you looked up the requirements for boric acid in a soil, you'd find out that you'd start laughing and say, you're kidding. Or molybdenum, there's the best one. Look at what the requirements are for molybdenum in a soil.
Yeah, but
I mean,
I would push back and say that molybdenum and manganese are typically taught as being way too low, at least in higher nitrogen environments or nitrate heavy environments specifically.
Right.
It certainly needs to be double what I think Dr. Resch and other people put out, especially after growing lettuce and other things.
I apologize. Okay, I should have clarified. I'm talking about in organic, sustainable agriculture, not by choice. I know little or nothing about hydroponics other than I don't want to do it again across the board. But I'm talking about in an organic, where you have a real soil, and I'm not talking about the one the kids send in for $30 and get some kind of silly lab report. I mean a comprehensive agricultural analysis of the soil. The amount of molybdenum in particular is minuscule, as is the boric acid, but that doesn't diminish its importance. But that also, say that you come back and you are low, that doesn't mean you got to start high dosing. See the difference? That's why, and I know you're not real hot on the kelp meal, but here's my argument about kelp meal is that this is a plant that accumulates all 83 elements required by a plant, not the law of minimums, the 16 macros that were fostered on this deal several decades ago.
I think the issue with kelp is more that it gets overused and heavily relied on. So it's a lot of times it's, people doing aquaponics, it will be their only source of potassium or supplement and get an accumulation of heavy metals.
Yeah, that's really what it is.
I can't speak to that. I can't speak to that because I'm not and I've never, Steve will tell you, I've never professed to know anything about aquaponics. I understand basic plant nutrition, but I'm talking about in a soil and in a legitimate, no bullshit soil where you're not high dosing anything, kelp meal. And unfortunately, I kind of get the idea from Steve that in the aquaponics paradigm, where you're talking about seaweed extract that's black. It's a manufactured product. It's made in factories using potassium or sodium hydroxide. And that's by law. That's the law of USDA, that seaweed extracts have to be made with either sodium or potassium hydroxide. And I can see where high dosing with that would cause all kinds of problems.
Yeah, I think as far as I know, that's your only main issue is that we've said before is that that you can overdose with it. People rely on
absolutely.
And that
absolutely right. And in an organic soil, you don't rely on anything. You're seeking a balance. And what if you took kelp and had it completely analyzed, and it's already been done because we do that for livestock feed. We don't do it for humans. Don't ask. I don't get it either. But if you were to look at a complete breakdown of the elements, the macro and micronutrients, all 83, you would find that, wow, these are in the right balance. Well, it should be, because kelp is a plant. And so that also allows for the bioavailability of those elements in kelp because they've already been chelated. Follow that? Or wouldn't be in the frond. I'll use layman's term. It wouldn't be in the leaves of the kelp. See what I'm saying?
Right. It has to be bioavailable in order to be accumulated. That's kind of what
that's correct. Right. And so if you add this as a supplement, okay, here, I'll give you the numbers. For this discussion, a cubic foot is 7.25 gallons. All right. I think we can all agree with that. So therefore, a cubic foot is 120 cups, more or less. Okay, I recommend using a 1/4 cup in a cubic foot. That's 2 ounces. And for those who want to, sell something, usually, their hair's on fire, running around. They've got a solution and looking for a problem. I cannot believe for a minute that somehow a 1/4 cup out of 120 cups could possibly be problematic. Now, if it was a 1/4 cup of black seaweed extract, like a maxi crop or any of them, they're all done the same way. And there aren't that many processors in the world because, again, it's all handled under not contract, but it's all handled by international treaty that goes back 64 years. So it's just more of the misinformation that comes out. It started with the guys in Holland in 88, 87, and it just, throw in a few weird books by writers here in the States, and you have stupid shit like put your soil in the oven and bake it so you can kill the germs. I mean, really? Yeah, you have to wonder sometimes, have these people ever been on a farm?
I don't wonder. The answer is no. I don't wonder at all. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. The point is selling a product. I think you already hit it. Like, if you can't put it in the bottle and sell it for a profit, then it's clearly not going to work for you.
Unfortunately, for them, with people like me, the first 100 answers start with no. I'm not interested. I don't believe in magic bullets. I don't believe in magic beans and magic strains. I don't believe in magic fertilizers. What I do believe in is hardcore science and how plants accumulate elements and how they're used by the plant and what elements are present. And if you were to take a leaf from an indica plant, we'll say, and a leaf from a sativa plant and set it to a legitimate lab who didn't have an agenda and had it analyzed, what you'd find is that they're exactly the same chlorophyll. Now, does that mean that that's the only thing to look at, that genetics aren't important? Of course it doesn't. I'm just saying that the building blocks are the same, whether it's a tomato plant or a cannabis plant. We can't get around the fact that chlorophyll is chlorophyll is chlorophyll. There's no magic chlorophyll because it's cannabis or because Joe the breeder says, well, no, I've got, blah, 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 blah. That's all. So that's why I don't go to the Emerald Cup. Not without an entourage.
For me, and again, for you people that listen to the show regularly, you probably already heard me say this before too, but I feel like most of the people that end up parroting a lot of this misinformation are, doesn't seem like they have experience in actual growing methods, more selling growing products
right
than anything else.
Yep. Yeah, but anyway, I don't sell products. I've promoted less than 5. I always promote materials, not, Carolyn's magical seaweed powder or something. You know what I'm saying? You can check with Fume. I always give sources. Here's who manufactures it. Now go find a distributor. I don't say, well, you got to go Amazon and buy, this guy's whatever. Now, one of the guests that Steve had on, a man that I've respected and have known and on a professional level for almost 20 years, Dr. Robert Foss, the humic and fulvic acid expert. That's a product that I do recommend by name. I wouldn't just say, oh yeah, just go get some fulvic acid. I mean, my God, that's like saying.
Right, because it's such a specific thing, right? And there's even if you Google it right now, you could find 10 different articles that define what humic acid is differently, depending on who you're eating it from, all the different sources you can get it from, whether or not it's been already processed and, the fulvic and humic acid separated. I mean, we have hours worth of podcasts with the Dr. Faust on just those 2 products alone.
Yes. So when I met Dr. Faust about, 2000, I guess it was 3. So we're going on, what is that, 18 years, I guess. And he didn't have a distribution system. So you ordered directly from his office down in Independence, Oregon, just south of, well, not just, but a few miles south of Albany, in the heartland or the heart of the Willamette Valley. And then somebody wisely showed him the lay of the land and how to, here's how you need to distribute this, sir. And so then everything changed, and which is a good thing. I mean, because it was in many circles, a mainstream universal product. Does that make sense? Like, for example, Leonardite. Okay, that goes back to a period when the discoverer, they would take their last name and add ITE to it, and that would be the name of the mineral, or what, like a Langbionite, Dr. Langbion. So you add IT on it, now you get Langbionite. All right. So when you look at an ad, and this is especially true, remember Ali Baba, the export company out of China and India? Okay, you have to be really careful because lowercase Leonardite isn't the same thing as uppercase Leonardite. Does that make sense?
So they're different products, is what you're saying?
Well, yes, they come from different sources, but they can also be done. The extraction is different. I mean, all those things factor in. And I would just, because he doesn't talk about it, but I will talk or tell this about him, now because it shows what a remarkable scientist he is. So Dr. Foss graduated with a PhD in '68. Fair enough. About 4 or 5 years later, he was working with a Dr. Sen, SCNN, who studied seaweed for 55 years. 55. They worked together and they were extracting fulvic acid and humic acid out of kelp leaves, fresh, not dried. Can you imagine? You know how few botanists would even have understood fulvic and humic acids in 1972? Certainly not any gardeners. Or it'd have to be like the smallest club, in the whole world of gardening and horticulture. And even today, the misinformation on those two agents is profound. A lot of it's just unprocessed coal. If you were to look at some of the stuff that comes out of China, it's brown. It's not even black. You want to burn your plants and cause all kinds of root problems. So then what happens now becomes you got to be careful of humic acid because it has heavy metals. That seems to be the rallying flag. Anything that you don't understand, attach the word heavy metals, and then you promoted your own product. That's my read on it anyway. Or is there bad humic acid out there? Hell yes.
Well, and
Is
Dr. Faust talked about that quite at length the first time he came on the show about how places like Russia and other countries have a very distinct and specific grading system for humic and fulvic acid so that they can delineate agricultural use ones versus ones that should be used for, other industrial purposes.
Right. Yeah, he's as he mentioned on your program, we've had a lot of conversations over. I was really instrumental in getting him promoted in the cannabis scene because I believe that strongly. And because he gave me all the data to look at. He didn't say, well, here's how the boar runs through the buckwheat. He gave me the universities in Poland with the Dr. Jerzy Weber, who spent almost 35 years studying humic and fulvic acid in agriculture. But that's the kind of person he is. He'd rather give you the links, I guess is the only thing I can come up with, to this information, and then you evaluate it and see, does it make sense? Because if it doesn't make sense, then you're not going to buy. It's not about buy. You're not going to accept the results. That's human nature. So that's why I've always had a lot of respect for him because his teaching methods are very inclusive and say, here's some,
I feel like he's also like a lot of other researchers, or not even researchers, people in chat were talking, bro scientists. A lot of them are after like confirmation bias. They're trying to prove something that they already think. And I find that most of the time, the shorter the story is, the less true it is. So if they say, well, we thought this was going to be the best way that would ever work, and we did it that way, and it's clearly the best. That's probably not accurate. And that's one of the things I really appreciate about Dr. Faust, like you were talking about, was that, he went through a whole process to find out all of this different information about all these different inputs that he didn't even really know exist when he started testing all of these different inputs. And he went into great length and talking about that and really sort of followed the data and the information that he was getting instead of just trying to confirm something that he already thought. So that I really enjoyed that whole episode. I think he's been on 2 or 3 times now, Steve? You're muted.
He's been on our show 3 times, and then he also did the conference as well, so 4 times technically.
Right. All good stuff. Highly recommend him.
He's the real deal. I would be embarrassed, not for him, but for the way he would be received at an event like the Emerald Cup. This is just not set up for science. Some of the horror stories I've been related to me. I mean, I would advise them, don't go. You're just setting yourself up.
Yeah. Speaking
I
of
mean, why? Yeah.
Speaking of Emerald Cup, we have Sungrown Mids will be our guest next week, and I'm sure he has much to talk about with Department of Cannabis Enforcement in California and all the fun shit that they pulled at Emerald Cup. So that'll be fun.
Or they were grabbing product from people, trying to get
They're
into
not
the
only
show.
that, they were harassing paid vendors with medical licenses.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
No
yeah.
authority at all to do that. They are completely legally within the rights to have that possession limit and everything else. These are people that were chosen by the cannabis authority and along with the people from Emerald Cup to be allowed to display there, and had their stuff for sale at the proper dispensary thing, all regulated properly, and they were still trying to confiscate shit from people. It's just asinine. And then they put out a bullshit ass statement on Twitter about how they want to work together and build inroads. And it's like, well, maybe you can start by not harassing people at fucking Emerald Cup. Like, this shit doesn't happen in Oklahoma. We went to Cowboy Cup. I walked around all day handing out edible powder to people that wanted to dose some that was just medical to medical. You know, there was no problem. Nobody gave a shit. You know what I mean? And plenty of people were handing out buds. And I know one of the guys at DGC brought in like a 2-pound bag, and they didn't give him a problem at all. That was hanging out at the booth, and the guy was just walking around fucking rolling joints for people. Like, they don't care, you know, but California does. What the fuck is going on? Like, who would have thought that Oklahoma was going to be more liberal than California as far as live cannabis events? Like, what the fuck happened? Like, what the fuck happened to California's weed scene? Like, shit's got
money,
out of control.
Money.
Exactly.
Yeah,
big money.
corporate.
That's exactly it.
It's money. It's corporate. It's horse shit. You know,
Which I think is an important distinction. Like, it's had money. Like, the cannabis industry has never been short on cash. So that's not even like, I really feel like it's specifically corporate money and corporate business. Like,
well,
there's been millions of dollars flowing in and out of the Emerald Triangle for as long as I can ever remember growing up.
Right. I know that. And I had more than a couple of friends that did grow and maybe still do. I don't want to get into all that, but let's discuss what happened in the last 5 years. The money shifted from the producer to the dispensary and people in between. That's the big change. Is this, we're not, you know, this isn't legalization. This is just another form of decriminalization. And somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose.
Right.
And the people that are winning are the people that are the retail that are selling it. And Fume and I disagree on this one, but that's fine. I say it's the brokers, but I know that it's not the growers. Their profit margin has been whittled down hard. And how did that happen? Well, because the political action committees put together the laws that if you write the law and you pay for the big donation to the legislature, you're probably going to get what you want. And the growers were never organized to have the savvy to do that. Maybe some big ones. I'm not saying there weren't a few, but by and large, this was a huge money shift.
There was a coalition out of Southern Oregon down here. I can't remember the name. It was like, oh man, it was so long ago now, probably like 3 or 4 years ago. I'm sure you can, if you really care, you can dig it up and episodes of the podcast of me complaining about it when we got shut down with regulations before. But there was a coalition that we formed down here, and they gathered up a bunch of money and they hired a lobbyist and all this other stuff, and it just wasn't enough compared to what they were competing against. So which sucks, because then everybody, all of these small growers that tried to band together and put up a little bit of money really just wasted it. Like, it sucks. That's what happened.
Don't internalize it. This is how agriculture works. farmers are getting by the skin of their teeth, but the processors, the distributors, they make the money, not the I mean the serious money like ADM or
Right.
I mean I don't need to go there, but you know what I'm talking about. But it's not, you know, Bob and Sherry McLaughlin and their 3,000 acres in Montana. That's what I'm trying to say. So we've reduced cannabis down to just another agriculture commodity. That may be good, it may be bad. That part I don't care one way or the other, but that's the way it is. It is an agricultural commodity now.
But I can grow other agricultural products without regulation in
right, because
so it's kind of
it's completely legal. So
right.
we don't have, when people use the word you know, it's been legalized. No, it hasn't. It's been decriminalized with a shift of the money.
Right.
That's my point.
and they're still busting anybody they can and trying to get cash. You know, we had a huge operation.
Oh yeah.
In Southern Oregon, where they were going through, they had a whole task force dedicated to going around and busting, you know, quote unquote illegal grows. And I'm sure there were a number of illegal grows. I'm not saying that there weren't any, but there were at least some of them that were, you know, maybe out of compliance with regulations that got labeled as illegal, as opposed to fined. You know, they were busted, all their cash was taken, and then the case dismissed later on, but the cash is already gone. And that's I feel like another racket that has been going over and over again. When you only have decriminalization and not full on legalization, where it's treated like any other agricultural product. And that's what they don't want to lose. They don't want to lose the ability to swoop in and grab all your cash, which they force you to keep on hand because you can't get a bank account because it's not legalization.
I guess where I would politely part company with you on who's responsible, and is law enforcement a part of the problem? Absolutely, always have been. Nothing's changed in 50 years. Nothing. Okay. But let's not forget who's paying the money to the legislatures up there in Salem.
Right.
And that's the owners. I mean, the people that are making the money. We're back to the regular commodity. Let's say corn. You and your family grow, let's say, a big farm, 6,000 acres of corn. Now you'll make a profit. Of course, you'll make a profit, but not as much as ADM. And by the time it gets turned into the food you see what I'm saying? The food manufacturers. Right. And so you, the farmer, the producer, the one who, you know, really had to put the foot pedal to the metal kind of thing to make this whole thing happen, they're the ones that get the short shift. And the same thing is happening in cannabis. And how do you fix it? I don't know. But there's no easy answers now. There's this much money slopping around. That's my opinion.
Not only that, but it's murdering the entire economies of multiple cities in California and Oregon. Like, not all other parts of the country too. But I mean, go to Redway or any of those, or Happy Camp or any of the others. There's nothing there anymore between the fires and the lack of available licensing. There's no income for these cities anymore. They just have no tax base. There's nothing there to support the towns anymore. There's no money coming in and out of those towns.
I know it's
anyway, it's like the Rust Belt problem, except
it is.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think big money is going to do anything about it until they reduce farmers down to the point where they feel the pinch of it, where they and maybe that is coming up. You know, we've had issues with it, this year where, people going into dispensaries are pretty unhappy with the quality of cannabis that they're used to seeing, at least in herbs. I think that they get away with a lot more when they process everything into extracts and put it in pre-made pins and all this other stuff. You have no idea what you're actually smoking. So I do think that the consumer at some point may get tired of it, and it starts affecting their bottom line, and maybe they start giving more accommodations to the actual people producing the actual medicine out of the actual ground, that you really can't do it without them. Otherwise, it's going to get worse.
Let's take cannabis out of your statement just for a minute. Replace it with any other agricultural crop. Let's say apples.
Sure.
In the late 70s, there was an alarmist campaign against ALAR, ALAR, which was a compound sprayed on red delicious apples, and you can look that. It doesn't matter. So there was the ALAR scare. So, in the way that apples are grown, and you grow it on a rootstock, so you just graft. You not just, but you have to graft whatever new apple you want onto that rootstock, just like you do with wine grapes. Okay. So the shift went away from the industry responded because at the end of the day, it's about selling a crop and extracting a profit from that. And if the consumer doesn't want Red Delicious anymore for good or bad reasons, that part doesn't matter. And you can now hand them Granny Smiths, you're going to grow Granny Smiths, right? And so until the consumer says, hey, enough is enough, $2 pre-rolls, really? Is that what we'll call it legalization just for shits and grins. Is that what legalization brought us? $2 pre-rolls at a dispensary?
Yeah, $1
or $40 ounces? Really? Jesus.
Yeah, but at the cost of 8,000 small grows that aren't registered in Oregon anymore.
I know, yeah.
A huge impact.
Yeah.
So
I know.
Even if you do get $2, even if it was passable $2 pre-rolls, is it still worth it? Like that, I feel like that's still
no.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's what the dispensary is getting.
Right. I agree with you. I'm echoing your question in different words. I understand.
Okay, yeah. And the poor small producer, say for whatever reason the crop wasn't optimum. So they can, I don't know the industry, so you guys correct me here. So there's probably a market to buy, we'll call it level 2 or B, class B, right? And so there's probably a market for that to do something with it, I would imagine. And so the small producer can't compete, just like in real world of agriculture. Some people get the front, to buy their fertilizers, or however they're growing their amendments, whatever, the water system, all that. They get a front on it. Walmart's big on that. Oh yeah, they'll finance you, and then they own your crop. And that's what I see could possibly happen here with cannabis. I mean, it's become so typical because that's my background. I know this industry. I don't know cannabis industry by choice, but I do know how agriculture works and how the distribution, the brokers, the shipping, because there's all these are different levels. You have brokers, you have shippers, you have packers, you have freight forwarders. All those are completely different, separate revenue streams, sometimes for one or two companies. You might have 10, just on one load, 10 different revenue streams. As a shipper, these are all, classifications under USDA. And I see that coming with the cannabis thing. And the growers and producers are going to get pinched even harder.
Well, I think my biggest worry on the cultivation side would be them to push like EU GMP for all production or something like that. That would push a hell of a lot of people out of the market. But you're going to see, I fully expect the feds to move to ISO certification. I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head specifically, but they're certainly going to require ISO certification for all edibles and extraction. That's coming. And if that's not part of your current business model, like it needs to be immediately, because you better set aside a budget for that or you're going to be out of a place to operate.
And I would say this, if I were, and I'm not, and again by choice, if I were in the cannabis sector, it's easy to point to enforcement agencies. Okay, so let's agree they're all assholes. I get that. But what about the Canadian hedge funds that have been grabbing up dispensaries from the Canadian border in Washington down to California? Why is that never discussed?
Or
I
how
mean,
a US company can dual list on the TSX and then list into the US.
Yeah. Okay, there's one here in Portland that I know Fume has to be familiar with, called Chalice Farms. And Williams sold that, what, I don't know,
They used to,
5,
before
6.
they sold, they called themselves, literally, they called themselves the Nordstrom of weed. And I know that
Right.
because when I went there, they said, we call ourselves the Nordstroms of weed. And if you guys are unfamiliar with Nordstrom's, it's a somewhat local chain of basically high-end clothing. So, for example, you go and
Extremely.
get your designer stuff, whatever. Yeah, you don't go there to get like
Yeah.
discount shit. Yeah.
And so anyway, they paid him money that I fell on the floor almost in a faint. Even if some of it was exaggerated, it was just an insane amount of money. Now, that was bought by Gold Leaf out of Vancouver. And they are the big ones. They own farms, they own dispensaries, they own brokerage. I mean, they got it down. Why aren't they, because people are afraid of retribution. I mean, this is worse than Chicago in the 30s. I mean, how did Phylos all of a sudden get foisted on us? And those connections. I don't know. That's why I don't want to be involved in it, in that end of it. I just want to do soil, and then you guys are the ones that are involved in the sector, the industry. I just hope it goes well, but I'm very pessimistic. So you can color me pessimistic that it's going to get resolved. It's going to benefit the producer. I'm not interested in the brokers. I'm not interested in the dispensary. They'll come and go.
Well, yeah, I mean,
But-
if you talk to producers right now, all the producers I know are not super happy. Let's just put it
Yes.
that way. I don't.
Same with me. Everybody I've known from, and some of them go back way before, even the medical scene here in Oregon.
Mhm.
And they're pissed. They're back to the old days of running shit to the East Coast.
Right. And not registering or re-upping anything. And
Right.
I know people that I mean, allegedly, are just selling off, chunks of property or licenses and going back underground completely because
Yep.
it's such a shit show.
Yep. And that's really sad because from the 70s forward, almost 50 years, Oregon had a reputation of producing very high quality cannabis flowers. But anyway, what was doesn't matter. What is does. And, down is up is down. Again, that's none of my, and as I've been told with, fingers shaking in my face that you don't understand. You can't do a big operation with organics. Okay, you're right. So don't do it,
Yeah, have a lot of small ones. It's actually better and more diverse, and you get higher quality
Right.
products. And there's
Yeah.
And the only thing I would say about pushing back on the history part of it is that we can look back and say, like, if you take a sample size of like the 8 years of medical in Oregon, where you had a relatively low amount of regulation, you could grow a certain number of plants for a certain number of patients. There was, but for the most part, you got your test done, you took it down to the dispensary and they could buy it or sell it. There was no amount. There was no,
Right.
you posted everything. Patients knew everything that was in their medicine.
Yeah.
There was, you could literally, and small shops had the ability to do that. And there was tons of quality weed in the dispensaries, the tourists.
That's right.
You
That's
still got
right.
a fair price for your cannabis. There is a workable model for this to have
I
Even if
agree.
you want to stick with decriminalization, there are ways to do it that still
Yes.
won't completely screw over the two people that I feel like are most important in this entire process, which are the producer and the consumer. And both of them are
Right.
taking it in the shorts right now in both Oregon, California, Washington, and even Colorado to a certain extent, in my opinion.
Well, let's stick with agriculture for a minute, and a business model that would work for cannabis, I believe. Portland has, before the pandemics, like I may be off on this, but before, back when things were, somewhat ordered or whatever, in the spring and summer had a farmer's market every day of the week. And some on the weekend, of course, you might have 4 or 5, but I mean around the Portland metro area. And so now consumers, if they chose, could go and interact with the producer one-on-one. No middleman, no distribution system, just you and Farmer Joe. And that's a pretty good business model. If you could have a farmer's market of cannabis where instead of this, I go there, but anyway, where farmers, producers could discuss the genetics with the consumer, explain their why they feel this would be, whatever the deal is. That would go a long way for the consumer to have a better understanding of what it takes to produce good medicine. It would give the producers a touch of humanity by dealing with people who are in need of medicine. I think it would be a wonderful thing if we went more to a farmer's market and get rid of this. If I see another sandwich sign in front of a dispensary that says $2 pre-rolls, I'm going to stop and go postal. So, if you see something on your TV at 11 o'clock about some crazy guy in Portland,
Oregon
going
man
nuts.
arrested.
Perfect segue,
Instagram.
Coot. Actually, perfect segue. I live in Portland. I'm a crazy guy, so this is a perfect opportunity. Welcome, Charlie's Farm. I actually have to duck out here in a moment, but Potent was kind enough to say, "Hey, why don't you shout out your website?" What a perfect time, ladies and gentlemen. I've been starting to tell people because it's true, frankly. So what better way to freaking tell things than to tell the truth? What's the truth? People are asking. They're saying, Fumidor, get to the freaking point. All right, I'm getting to the point. I'm a little bit high. Ladies and gentlemen, long story short, I built everything on this website. I grew the seeds, I planted the seeds, I tested in many cases the seeds for breeders and basically found winning things. And then, unfortunately, a couple of those breeders are no longer with us. Speaking of what Potent mentioned, I don't know, we live on and kind of, remember their work and whatever else. So anyway, long story short, Bog and Subcool basically are the people I'm thinking about most. But I guess there have been others, honestly, in the whole genetics when I think about it. Tom Hill's in there and a few other people. Anyway, long story short, if you guys like artisanal products, basically, that are meant for artisanal producers, you could get, in my opinion, no better than on my website. I know that's a little bit cocky to say, but hey, if it's the truth, might as well tell it, right? Ladies and gentlemen, like I say, I selected the plants, I grow the plants, I talk to the testers, I send out the testers, I send out the packages, I took the photographs, I built the website. So basically, if you see it, pretty much I did it. I think that's as close to artisanal as you could possibly get. One of folks' favorite strains to try and to grow has been Morgana. She's been tested now for just about a year, honestly, with between my grows and a bunch of other customers and testers. Folks have found some beautiful, this is a tester nug right here. Lots and lots of hard nug, beautiful hash, rosin. Folks have really squished it quite a bunch. They've grown it indoors, outdoors, gotten lots and lots of cherry, sour cherry, wine, dark wine, spiced wine terps. There's going to be quite a bit more work on this in the future, so we're going to have a little bit less of that variety, but I've been enjoying hearing all of that variety. Same thing with the Lime River Rose. There's going to be a little bit tighter variety in the future, but up to now, folks have been telling me pretty much nothing but sweet, sour, pungent lime, candy lime, dessert lime, you name it, but always, always, always lime. Surprisingly hard hitter compared to, let's say, Morgana, which is a little bit more of a uplifting, giggly, goofy weed. Let's see here, another one. Two that I really love. These are basically in crosses. Some of you guys might be tuning into Potent for the first time. I'd be honored if you guys would come and go listen to my show. Honestly, Fumidor and the Flavors, all of these guys basically hang out on my show. You're going to talk to Charlie's Farm here in a second. Coot comes on. We were just talking yesterday on my show. You guys could hear me talk about my strains, my genetics, a little bit more on my show. I don't want to monopolize, but Black Prince Ruby comes from my friend Stevie's Ruby Jack strain. This is basically an F2 of the Ruby Jack. I picked, I thought, lovely strawberry candy mom. The strawberry candies like that your grandma had basically when you were a kid that had the squishy center. That's what it tasted like. Had a beautiful high with this summer shower down your back, tingling down to your hands and fingers and toes. I distilled that basically into the F2. And then, of course, there is technically, I guess you could call it, I don't call them that, I call them something else. But this is technically basically a BX of the Ruby Jack. This is the Scheherazade and the 1001 Nights. And this one, the thing that I definitely did distill was that shower down your back and the sense of confusion and everything else. One thing that I really loved about that. Go ahead.
You have that cool purple trichome picture.
Right. I have a few. Thank you very much. I don't know which one you're talking about.
One in particular with the stalks and the heads. Yeah, that one.
Is it this one?
Yeah. Like, look at that. You don't see that too often.
Sick.
So
That's beautiful.
Cheers.
Nice.
I took the picture, so nobody else had to. I don't know. Nobody else gets the credit or whatever. I don't even know. No, basically, I save money by doing it. I don't have to hire a photographer. What's that?
Did you pH the soil?
I did not actually.
And
No.
did you flush the soil?
I did not.
My God.
No. Oh my God.
Dear.
No.
Oh, goodness
And what's more is I
gracious me.
reuse the soil. Can you imagine that, Coot? Oh my God, horror of horrors.
You mean
Coot
like
and I were
that
talking about
no-till
that.
stuff? That
Right,
no-till
exactly.
stuff? Yeah,
Exactly that
okay.
hippie shit, man. I was doing that hippie
Oh,
shit.
man.
That's exactly what I was doing.
Peace, love, marijuana. Peace,
That's
love. Woodstock
That's it.
lives.
That's
Anyway,
it.
yeah. I
Ladies
kind
and
of
gentlemen.
understand it.
You know it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want something that basically has no pesticides in the process, has no chemicals in the well, there's obviously chemicals because I mean, fuck, dirt is a chemical. It's made of chemicals, but you know what I mean. Like no artificial chemicals, no artificial sweeteners, no HFCE or whatever, no fillers, nothing but living soil and love. I guess you'd say that's actually kind of hippie shit, but you know what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen. Come take a look at my website. I'll stop BSing in your ears and infomercializing, but take a look, folks. Use the coupon code BRAINS. You guys are like, why BRAINS? Come watch our show. You'll know why we use the coupon code BRAINS with a Z. BRAINZ for 14% off. Cheers very much. Thanks, Potent, for having me on the show. Thanks, Coot, for coming on. Always a pleasure to talk to you. And Charlie's Farm, go for it, buddy. Welcome. Cheers, my friend. I gotta follow. Cheers, everybody.
Have a good evening, Hugh.
Cheers, Coot.
And we're gonna do a little Christmas guide here in a little bit. So we were gonna have seeds as part of that and then roll that into that, but he had to go out a little early. So yeah. Anyways, back to our regular scheduled program. Thanks for joining us, Charlie's Farm.
Yeah, thanks, Bowden. Thanks for having me, man. I'm honored. I'm always honored when people ask me to come on. What a great conversation too, you know, about it's decriminalized. It's not necessarily, so many regulations.
It isn't legal. It is so not legal. I mean, it's hysterical.
Yeah,
I mean, it isn't hysterical. It's words have meaning.
Right. They absolutely do. You're right.
Jesus.
That's why I call it. It's almost absurd to the point of what they try to do with the regulations. And then I say, I think this one of my predictions.
But it's not
the
just
federal government.
Go ahead. It's not just the regulatory agency. This is a true. I'm not relaying something. It happened to me. I was invited to attend something. They were having it at a dispensary that was served, not just sold, but where you could, smoke and buy buds and sit down, and some horrible stuff that looked like electric Gatorade called CBD beer. No thanks. But anyway, at one point I said, I'm just here to attend this function, not get a coloscopy. I mean, they were asking questions about, this and this and this. I mean, it was worse than police interrogation. You want my, my email address and your home address and your phone number. And I'm like, no, no, I'm an adult, believe it or not. I'm not just out of high school, and I'm not breaking the law. Why am I subjected to this insanity? Well, it's our policy. I don't give a shit about your policy. Policies are made to be broken, or at least challenged.
Right.
Anyway, I wasn't allowed in, so there you go.
No kidding, huh?
Yep.
They wanted all that information from you just to be able to enter the premises.
Yes, we have.
Wow.
We have to to make sure that make sure what.
I can understand
Even if
an
I was
ID.
I
can understand an
yeah,
ID.
well, that I kind of, but yeah, still.
Almost like they want
I
a
don't look
passport,
like
and your social security number.
Yeah, right. What
First thing-
countries have you
first thing.
visited in the last 5 years?
Yeah. What's your PIN number? What's your PIN
Yeah,
number?
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ATM, please.
Anyway,
Can you swipe this so we can get your codes? That's crazy.
back to.
They don't have any places around here like that yet, unless it's private. They don't. If it's private, then they know yet. Kind of, like some of the.
You couldn't
outrageous
swing a dead cat
fishing
in
stuff.
Portland area and not hit
Yeah.
a
Boston hasn't opened anything
dispensary.
yet.
Oh,
They've opened
geez.
dispensaries, but just no consuming yet. You're not allowed to consume out.
Oh, yeah.
You can't have any storefronts, any brick and mortar that's consuming yet. They just opened up delivery over the summertime, so deliveries has just come to fruition. But
Think about that for a minute.
but I got friends that
Think
have
about
gun
that.
clubs and stuff, and you can smoke. They allow it. They're a private club, so.
Okay, I'm going back to the era that you and I came out of, basically. So you call how you go online, how you get it, and you order some product, a cannabis product, and you want it delivered. So you have it delivered. So let's review this. Somebody took your order off the machine, the computer, right? So that person knows your address. The delivery driver knows your address because he obviously picks it up at the distribution center and then delivers it to you. Is there anything in this picture? Oh, and then of course you paid for it with however you paid for some kind of credit, even if whatever it is, right? Doesn't matter. Do you see anything wrong with this picture?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
me too.
That's why I don't go on Facebook, and I really have a thing about Facebook and Instagram. I haven't been on Instagram
Right.
in 2 years. Yeah, I got a real big thing about that. And at first I wasn't so much, but over the last few years I've become a lot more conservative of, my info and all that as much as I can. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously there's only so much control these days that you have. I mean,
Yeah,
I agree.
They say.
I worried about
Yeah.
that until I did my first High Times article, and then I was like, "Well, I'm on the list now. No point in fucking
Right.
caring anymore."
Yeah.
Sure. I've had my bank card swiped and on a fake thing, and because I stay up on obviously all my accounts, I caught it within 12 hours, and I know exactly where they did it, and I know the area. My wife went to the zoo and in Boston, the Franklin Park Zoo, and got snacks at one of the snack bars or whatever there, maybe even just a little Richie's slush card or something. Then they had a fake machine and they got all the info. They went down the street to they spent a little under $100, and then but I caught it and I got it refunded pretty much right away. And then a second time, actually just the last few months, that Walmart, that Jet app that they use, that's their app for online shopping. My wife used it. And 4 o'clock in the morning, we had a $98 grocery bill somewhere in freaking Arkansas or Kansas or something. I don't know. And I caught that like that morning. So like 6 hours later, because I was still up from working. So I was just checking the account. Like I always do first thing. And good thing I keep up on it because, so, they always do that under $100 thing. So it doesn't get get flagged. So they just keep it right under $100.
I didn't know
And
that. I didn't know that.
That used to be rule of thumb. I remember years and years ago, at least like 20, 30 years ago, it used to be rule of thumb. So I just assumed it's still rule of thumb because it was $98 exactly. But when you're buying groceries, who has exactly it rounds off perfect to the dollar. So that kind of got me going too, because my wife does a lot of online stuff. So
Sure.
but I stay up on that just to make sure even her stuff, because we have joint accounts. So everything she does, I get a notification for, and everything I do, she gets a notification for.
Right. Right.
So we can kind of at least check each other. Thank God. So
The only
yeah.
one I hide, is my account with Apple Computer.
Right.
No, I mean I hide it from my wife.
Oh, right.
Where's this? What's this new iPad? What's this new laptop?
Sure.
As they say, I'm in the Apple ecosystem or some silliness, but yeah. So, but back to the cannabis thing. All right, so I did what I did, good, better, and different. I tried to help people take a different view or approach to what a soil means or can be. Trying to bring some. And then, but this whole thing in the last 5 years in Oregon, it's really sad. I mean, we really regressed.
I remember 5 years ago hearing how eighths were going for like some ridiculous amount, and it was just everything was junk. There was a billboard, they said, on every corner, and I saw, I don't know if it was a news report or it was just on one of the cannabis channels or whatever it was, showing Oregon, and literally like 10 billboards within a mile parameter for all these dispensaries, and how cheap it was, and like prices right on the billboard or something. I can't believe it was.
I drove up Interstate 5, which runs from Canada to Mexico, and that's what you take to get into Oregon. I was in Southern Oregon visiting friends, and we drove north, to Portland, and I'm not exaggerating. At least 20% of the billboards were cannabis related. Get off, exit 15 and go, and one of them, it was called Red Barn. I swear to God, they must have had at least 10 dispensaries over 50, whatever it was, maybe even 100 miles, whatever. But there was no mistaking it because they had a very distinctive logo. And it's crazy. I don't know how anybody's making any money because the prices they charge.
Right.
A typical price for just, unless you go to the good one, I guess, that I keep hearing about this good one, but I haven't seen it yet. So $40 to $50 an ounce is kind of like the deal on flowers. I mean, that's 1977 prices.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 4-finger ounces, $40. The old 4 fingers, that's what we used to do.
Yeah, well, right. That's before they even started weighing it.
Yeah.
Weighing it didn't happen until tie sticks came in.
Right.
And then the wholesalers were charging $3,200, which in today's money is about $11,000.
Yeah. But when you're a kid, where are you going to get a scale anyway when you're a kid, 13 years old,
The one
in
the middle, and you put the weight on the one side, and then you clip the bag on the other.
Yeah.
And
remember, a nickel weighs 5 grams. So there's your
nickel dime.
$30 weighs a gram.
Those elbows. We had caps and lids. We used to call them caps and lids. Get a cap, get a lid, get the elbow.
The lid was the original name, circa 66, 67. It was lids, or a can, and I have no idea where that. These were handed down from like the 50s from the beats.
Oh yeah.
Or the beat mix, as the media called them. Kerouac and that whole crowd.
Yeah, exactly. The whole
Burroughs and
good old Bill Burroughs.
But
killed his wife.
Too much amphetamines and cheap wine was a big downfall of the beats.
Yeah. I was addicted to Kerouac and all those guys, and Huxley and all those guys. Literally, that's all I read growing up because I was reading what my older brother was reading. Obviously, he was handing it down, whatever he wanted, I wanted. So I absolutely some crazy times, man.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but Huxley met Jiddu Krishnamurti in 1938, and they remained very fast friends. until Huxley passed away on the same day that John Kennedy was assassinated.
No kidding.
He was in England. I mean, they were no
Oh, yeah.
connection. I'm not
I
a
think you mentioned
conspiracy.
that. Yeah, I know what you
Yeah.
mean. Yeah, I remember you
But
mentioned it the
anyway,
other night. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyway,
Right.
Krishnamurti was part of the Rudolf Steiner group, the Theosophist, and that's the father of supposedly biodynamic farming. You know, the yarrow and the steer horn, and bury it at midnight and dig it up the next month
Right,
at
right.
midnight. Blah blah blah. I ain't buying it. I'm sorry. Show me. I love stories, but show me some science here.
Right.
What, do you take a chicken and a live
On a
chicken,
farmer's
hold
album.
the neck, and and
Yeah.
swing it around your head at 10 times at midnight? I mean,
Yeah.
you got to
Farming
come
by
up
the
with something better
Farmer's
than that.
Almanac. Just going by the Farmer's Almanac. Forget anything else.
Yeah.
Just all the
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
old superstitions and old wives' tales of how the weather and the seasons are supposed to go, and the moon and the sun. That's why weather
Okay,
patterns.
Steve, I got a good one for you.
How
I
about
did
that?
a 3-hour interview the other day with the owner of Build a Soil, Jeremy Silva, and they're editing the video now, so it'll be posted, I'm sure, sometime in the next couple of days. But he's going to take some of my seeds that we bred, the TO with a really old school, like circa 74 Hawaiian plant. And I mean, the plant it's a seed group. They renewed it several times. Does that make sense? Like every 3 or 4 year, do a open pollination to keep the genetic group alive. No selection at all, just open pollination. Anyway, so that's what we did. And I had some plants, pictures outdoor this summer, and at the second week in August, they were already over 10 feet tall and massive branching and heavy, end up with really some nice heavy flowers. So anyway, they're going to run it in one of Jeremy's tent setups. He runs some 10 by 10 gorilla tents or something. Anyway, so we're going to follow it from seed to finish. If you're interested.
Cool. Yeah, it would be super neat to follow along with that.
You just perked my eyes up with saying the Hawaiian cross. True Hawaiian. I had that.
Well, that was
once
the
when I was a
era
kid.
when GIs would go to Hawaii for R&R and meet their girlfriends and wives, and they took weed with them. So
Yeah.
that's my speculation. How?
That's how we got it. Friends.
Well, yeah,
Friends.
I'm just
Friends,
saying
brothers.
that would, So
They bring it up. We were lucky to get it, like maybe twice a year sometimes when they were on leave.
Right.
They come back up from Hawaii and we'd end up getting it. But I only
Right.
got it once myself personally. Stuff was amazing.
well, because
Yeah.
we were closer to it. I wouldn't say a lot, but there was, if you had the right connections and blah 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 blah. Hawaiian would come up on a fairly regular basis into the Southern California. Yeah, that's where the money's at. I mean, come
Right.
on.
Right.
My
Absolutely.
God, attorneys were
man.
your best customers.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I
They-
always look at George Young, the Johnny Depp played him and all that in the movie Blow.
Yeah.
Mainly his main thing was he grew up down the Cape. I remember as a kid, he bought a house. My father used to be pissed right there on First Encounter Beach, it's called. And it was literally right in the corner of the parking lot of the beach they used to have wild parties back then. But his main thing was weed. It wasn't coke like they had made it out to be so much.
Right.
Yeah, he dabbled in it, but even in the end, it was weed they got him on. It wasn't all that much blow. But anyway, my point is that look at the demand back then, and just imagine what it is now. And that's why all those hands are in the pot trying to get their little
Yes.
piece.
Hey,
You know what I mean? Because
I know I'm going to keep.
I think This is what I think the federal government's going to do. It's just a prediction. It's nothing based in fact. But my feeling is they're going to wait for all the states to get all their infrastructure in place. And then, because then the feds don't have to do it and they don't have to spend money doing it. And then they're going to come over and take over the regulation at a federal level.
Just like
That's
alcohol.
what I think. Right. Exactly.
I believe,
Yeah.
I agree with you 100% that not business, but the future, all you need to do is look at the regulations on distilled, not beer and wine, but on distilled.
Yes.
And that's going to be the model
Spirits.
for cannabis.
Yeah.
That's my,
Yeah. And they
that's
might
my,
not wait for
strong
all the
belief.
states, because once they get to a certain point, I think, you know, they get so many states that are doing it, they'll just rubber stamp the other ones as they become legal. That's
Right,
all. Just
right.
with the same system they already have set up in the other ones.
Yep.
So, but, you know, I remember getting Panama Red once. That's once I got it with my cousin up in the North Shore. I was really, this right when I first started smoking. You know,
He'll rob your
about-
woman, then he'll steal your head.
Oh,
Panama
yeah.
Red.
Red, Panama Red, Panama Red. Yeah,
Comes riding in on his white horse Mescalito.
that's right. God, I haven't thought of that in a while.
But you
That's
know what's
great song.
if you look at all the big strain names from the 60s and 70s and early 80s, all of them, Panama Red, Colombian, Thai Sticks, the Michoacan, all of it, were all sativas.
Yeah, all of them.
And never mind. But anyway, there's a truth there. Isn't it amazing? You know, because, well, it's just the way it was. And it still is. I mean, plants that I see online and stuff, yeah, obviously there's some indica influences, but this, you know, you don't because I find it very unpleasant. The hardcore, like stuff from Mazar Sharif and Kandahar.
With the real heavy,
Yeah.
heavy stuff.
Oh,
love that.
fuck,
Yeah, me too.
Like almost
I don't like a heavy hitter like that.
tasting. Yeah, I love that.
Okay. Well, I'm in
I
the
like that.
minority, so
I like that clean. I like that clear-headed, energetic.
yes. Yes.
You know, because usually on the way my metabolism works anyway with cannabis, I believe is it just it doesn't matter what I smoke, I'll get if it's a good sativa, I'll definitely get that energy. But at the tail end of it, I'll get a nice little mellow crash. You know what I mean? So it won't put me to sleep, but if I wanted to, I could sleep. But I don't have to. It doesn't make me want to just close my eyes. Just can't function.
The
Yeah,
first real
That was my
weed
sativa.
that I ever smoked was the one you mentioned. It was 72, 73, was Panama Red. And it was like, wow. So then 4 years later, the Thai sticks rolled in and then it was over.
Yeah.
I mean,
High sticks
everything
was so
was
hard to get in Boston. They were so.
Oh, I'm
I mean,
sure.
I was young though, so you can remember I was young. So it's not as though I had any kind of people in their 30s that was more
No.
I had my high school.
You had-
connection. Yeah,
you had to know somebody
Neighborhood.
that knew somebody. It's
Yeah.
like the usual, hey,
Yeah.
you can always go out on the street and get a bag of weed.
Mhm.
To get a bag
Yeah.
of really quality flowers, well, no, there's this guy over in, how it works. The guy is always
Yeah.
the guy.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
the guy.
You call your guy?
And what I wanted to be is I wanted to supply the guy. I didn't
Yeah.
want people walking in my house and wearing out the carpet trying to, get $40
I know what
worth
you
of
mean.
weed.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
So be
We're
a
out.
distributor.
Few carpets. Few carpets. Yeah, I've done it. Yeah, sure. Get those phone calls. Hey, a lot of
Oh,
traffic.
yeah.
A lot of traffic. 24/7. Yeah.
The
You got to tell people, don't call me in the middle of the night. I mean, we all,
Yeah.
most of us know what that's like. It's like,
And then there's the cocaine crowd. They're always a lot of
oh
fun.
yeah, yeah.
Hey, can we
Right,
come by
horrible
and get
stories.
can we come by and get a half ounce of weed?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. I know we
Yeah.
just left the bar, we're coked up and
of course.
drunk. Oh
yeah. Gotta go drink a case of beer and smoke an ounce of weed just to come down,
Yeah.
just to stop
Jesus.
that brain from racing.
Yeah.
There was some questions from chat. Someone says, Potent, how long would it take to grow that goatee? I haven't really trimmed my beard in about 13 years. I did
Oh,
have a
cool.
chainsaw
Cool.
accident in Jamaica where I got my beard. My beard actually used to be down past my waistline. Those of you
Wow.
know when I used to braid it, but not braiding it, it tends to break off right about where it is now. Yeah, I got it caught in a
I didn't-
chainsaw in Jamaica, and after that, decided I was going to kind of keep it at nipple length to keep it from getting into power tools.
Smart.
So
No kidding.
Yeah, there you go.
we
That's
had
like wearing a tie. It's like wearing a tie. It's just like,
Right.
yeah, you're waiting for an accident to happen.
Yeah.
another question.
Hope you're okay. Did it hurt you did you actually get it caught in a chainsaw? Were you okay?
Oh no, I did get it caught in a chainsaw, but I got caught in the motor in the back, not where the blades were.
Oh.
I shut it off. I let go of the
Oh yeah, sure.
gas when it
Yeah,
happened. So didn't cut
Yeah.
my face off, but it could have been a lot worse. So
yeah.
it was all braided up and stuff too. So it was like rope, right? Like
Oh,
Yeah.
geez.
so we had another question from Chad is Coot, what is your favorite edibles preparation method? So how do you like to make your edibles from flower?
I don't. I mean, excuse me. I never have. I'm as old school as it gets. I like smoking flowers. I don't like. I've had people, even some that use my strain and made. I don't know what you guys call it. So it was something that you smoked. It was kind of like gummy, or I don't know. I don't want to use the wrong whatever it was. And I just yeah. Hey, look, it's do you drink wine? Do you enjoy wine?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's say you got that was worth it, $100 bottle of wine, and you enjoyed it with a friend or a lady, whatever, And so if you took the amount of alcohol in that bottle of wine and we put it over here in a shot glass, my point is, if I had one, is that I want to drink the wine and enjoy it. I want to taste the effort that went into it. If all I wanted to do was to get the effects, yeah, let's do shooters at tequila and we'll wash them down with Kool-Aid or something. It's just two different approaches. I'm just really old school, and I enjoy the aroma, the flavor, the whole experience of smoking, flowers. So, and I had to learn that I use the right word, flowers. I'm progressing here. I'm coming into the 2020s or something. Instead of calling it just. I know this really drives people nuts, but I just call it weed. I mean, I can't even wrap my brain around. We got to call it cannabis. Fuck that. It's weed.
I think most people just don't want to use the word marijuana. I think that's
No,
the
I
biggest.
can't stand marijuana. That's the one word
Yeah.
I can't stand.
Pot always bothered me, but so another person asks, what exactly is bagged humus?
Oh, okay. Compost. So if you go, humus is the component of your soil that is hopefully biologically alive with protozoa, bacteria, fungi, the whole thing. What some of us are wary about bagged products is that these are aerobic living ecosystems, the soil, or excuse me, the compost or the vermicompost, and you're putting it in plastic. And now it's going to go into a warehouse, and eventually it's going to end up at a nursery on a pallet out in the sun, right? And I'm just not sure. There's better ways to buy that material without necessarily getting it in a bag. And don't get fooled on this name bullshit. I mean, some of the biggest names make some of the worst, absolute worst compost. And on vermicompost, forget it. If you're not making your own vermicompost, or you're not dealing with the person who is creating it, the chances that you're actually getting like worm castings is really low on the list. Remember, there's no standards. There's no regulations. You can on either product, compost or vermicompost or worm castings. It's like saying natural. You can use
Yeah,
that
why
word
did-
any way you want.
Coot, do you know why they even potent? Do you guys know why they stopped they were forced to stop selling the Alaskan, what was it, ancient forest, the Alaskan, hummus they were calling it in the bags. What was it, hydrofarm, General Hydroponics, excuse me. It was a General Hydro product. And they used to
I know.
ancient forest.
I know.
It was about a year ago, and it got wiped off the market. You couldn't get it anywhere.
It got bought out, but thank you for the question. You're going to love this. So if you look at the title, or excuse me, the cover of the book, Teeming with Microbes, everybody talks about Jeff. He's got the big name there. There's also another name on that book, co-author. And that's the guy that owned, you ready for this? These are all the names that it was marketed under. Alaska Humus, Ancient Forest, Denali Gold. There's about 2 or 3 others. It was all the same shit. Okay. And so Alaska is, as we know, a big icebox, right? So you can imagine you live in an area of the country where they do a lot of sand on the highways, on ice. Imagine what they have to do in Alaska.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, when the freeze sink is over, you got to remove it. So if you take that material and wash it,
that's all
we
they
can
were doing?
now we can call it in this business whatever you want. Now, if you add some peat moss fines, which means dust,
Right,
the shit,
Of course.
you throw
Peat
that
moss
in, and now guess what you got? Alaska Humus, Denali Gold. See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
So when
Those
Scott
contaminants.
Miracle-Gro bought, and Steve knows more about this, and I don't know the tech, but I know that was the front company. Scott Miracle-Gro, SMG.
Yeah.
They bought Sunlight
Sunlight Supply.
Distributors.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, or Waste Supply, whatever you know what I'm talking about. They even bought. I just found out from Steve a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. Botanicare was the house brand. A lot of people don't know that. That was the house brand of Sunlight. That's why it was always on the end caps.
Always.
Because
always.
they dictated the position.
And they catalog right up front. Yeah, they catalog right up front.
Yeah.
We all know how it works.
Not only that, but Sunlight used to strong arm people. So like if we carried from Hydro Farm or other things, Hydro Farm that they knew we had for sale on our website, they would like go to our website and then harass us about it and then threaten to like stop supplying us unless they could, like they literally would threaten customers.
Yeah.
And I've dealt with this multiple times, working at different.
When I ran the stores, they didn't do that to us, but I was hearing from other people, in the area that they were doing the same thing.
They do it to pet shops too, because they used to also supply the grow lights for pet shops because there's especially back in the day before legalization, pet stores were just as good as hydro stores for getting most of your grow supplies.
Right.
Absolutely. That's why I got my air pumps, all my air pumps, like, water conditioner if I needed it.
Yeah, people coming in buying 8,000 watt lights for their reef tank.
Yeah. Right.
And carbon filters for
like serious. Yeah, serious.
Metal halide.
We used to have to buy the electrical supply stores when I was back in the 70s, and it actually was my first indoor was in 85. So we had to go to the, just the electrical company, the local lighting store, but it was, like an electrician's supply warehouse that we had to go to. There was a few in the area, that the contractors would go to, but that's where we got our old tin can ballasts and our 1,000 waters, they made. But God. Hydrofarm was all right. Hydrofarm always yesed you to death. That's the one thing.
They're still in business.
They just want to kiss your ass. They don't care if they're lying to you. Everything's on back order. Everything is on back order with Hydrofarm. It doesn't matter what it is.
Hydrofarm is now owned by Hawthorne as well.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Hawthorne.
Okay. I should have known that. I mean, didn't they buy Gravita
a couple of years ago now?
Even?
They own Gravita, they own CanFan, they own a lot of people.
But But Charlie,
can't-
to answer
yeah.
your question about ancient forests, the reason that it disappeared is because this Hawthorne operation bought it, and all the names. So what they've done with it since, I don't know. I don't follow that. I only use
Yeah,
basalt,
yeah. Yep.
but basically what that is glacial rock dust, and because that's kind of a catch-all phrase, it doesn't really have a definitive meaning. Like,
Right, and with no regulation, so they can basically
yeah,
give their own
yeah.
definition to it.
yeah.
Like seriously, no regulation, like you said. I
Yeah.
mean, they literally
Yeah.
can put horse shit in a bag and call it fucking soil,
Well, you'd probably be better off.
which is what they do. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I knew you were gonna
so-
say that. Better than the sterile shit they're selling in a bag. I understand. Yeah, people
Yeah.
don't realize they got to sterilize it, but then most places store it outside, so of course they're gonna get bugs along the way. Gonna get who knows what other kind of contaminants when they're left out in parking lots. I work for a store where we used to have pellets of soil sometimes out there in the summertime. Right in the tree line of the parking lot. I mean, don't tell me. They was out there for a week, shrink wrap. There wasn't catching something.
You have
Somebody's bringing something home besides a bag of soil.
another question from chat. I had some PM issues last harvest. Not a huge outbreak. I took peroxide 3% and diluted it 50-50 with water. Soaked the entire room with a fine mist and let it dry 3x. Will that work to eliminate it? No, that won't. I mean, it'll kill a lot of it, but it's not going to eliminate it. Also, if your plants are pretty late into flower, it's going to just oxidize the shit out of your trichomes and burn your pestils. Yeah. You got to use a microbial Bacillus subtilis, Bacillus pumilus, something that's going to really actually stay there and wipe it out. Unless you're within like a week of flower, or a week of harvest rather, then you're pretty much just fucked.
Yeah, that's one thing that no matter what, there's nothing you can do. It's all about preventative when it comes to, especially when it comes to PM. Listen, you can have a little bit of a bug outbreak during a flowering cycle, and it may not be so bad, like a thrip or something like that. They're slow movers, so they won't too fast across your garden. But when it comes to PM, you got to keep your temps up, and keep your humidities down. Your nighttime cycles. I mean, we all know that. I'm not trying to say anything that people know already, but it's always about preventative, because you got PM. You got to scrap the whole thing as far as I'm concerned, because that's not the only patch you have. There are always those pockets, especially if you have tight plants. There's going to be pockets that you're not even seeing, but it's there. It's just there. You got to wipe it out. I don't believe in spraying anything in flower anyway. I do not believe in spraying anything in flower, period. After transition, forget it. Even before that, I don't like doing it at all. Once they're in there, they're in there. They're just, and if there is a PM breakout, and thank God for years I haven't, but if there is, I'm scrapping it and I'm wiping everything.
I tend to also just trash strain, if a certain strain's getting PM over and over and everything else isn't, just trash that strain and get something else. Like, I think that I watch people spend thousands, especially commercial grows, thousands of dollars on stuff that just hates their climate, and they're trying to grow it for whatever stupid fuck reason, and either pheno hunt another one out of that same seed batch or just grow a different strain. There's no reason to sit there and struggle with one or two strains in your thing. People piss away so much money trying to have that specific hype cut when they could make 10 times more money if they just threw that away and grew something that would yield well. It's something that
I can imagine. I can see them being so stubborn. They just fight it, try to fight it, just being stubborn.
I went to Emerald Cup and so gave me this, while we were smoking a joint outside the porta potty or whatever the fuck, and thought you'd like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's just people get like emotionally attached to a lot of these cuts.
I know.
Read it personally for a long time. Like, let it go. You'll be happy you did.
The main reason that I've continued to grow this thing for 38 years isn't that I think it's the best. It isn't that I think it's the biggest yielder. It isn't. It's consistent. It still has genetic integrity. It has the ability to ward off powdery mildew. But I also give it the tools necessary. You know, the disease suppression properties in vermicompost can't be overstated. It's not hyperbole. And about 5 years ago, another researcher, Dr. Yasmin Cardoza, proved conclusively of the pesticide properties in vermicompost, especially with regard to eggs that are laid in the soil. Anyway, I won't get into all that, but still, so, but I think genetic integrity has to be at the top of the list. If you want, it depends. I mean, are you trying to grow something because that's what the dispensary wants? And I guess that's really a big issue, or a reality, not an issue, but a reality. Or are you just a private person like me that wants to grow some plants for themselves and maybe that in Oregon, because we've had relaxed cannabis laws going back. Well, when they decriminalized it, you didn't get arrested if it was under an ounce. Excuse me, an ounce or less. So it wasn't like you had to have 27 grams. Anyway, you get the idea. And so it was a ticket, like a parking ticket, more expensive than a parking ticket, but anyway, you get the idea. And this was at the height of the Vietnam War. So you could get a student deferment if you went to college. And if you went to college in Oregon, you could smoke weed. What a deal. I mean, it filled up the college. It was the best recruitment campaign for the University of Oregon that anyone could have possibly thought of. And so from that time forward.
Yeah, in the parking lot, right?
What's that?
That and the azurensis and the mulch beds outside in the parking lot.
Yeah. So there's always been a relaxed, hey, look, you get drunk and go outside with a pistol and start shooting in the air, and the cops have to come out there because you're an idiot, right? And they find some plants. Yeah, they're probably going to fuck with you. Or then, I mean, now it's, you know, whatever. But I mean, were they driving around looking for plants? No. They just had other things to do, because you couldn't possibly, even before the days of the medical license, card, whatever thing. So this would have been like from the late 80s through 98 that's the era I'm talking about. How could a city of this size support 15 grow stores? There was just a lot of like independent growers, not trying to make house payments or buy their Maserati or whatever, whatever pipe dream they had, get on that, the highway of broken dreams. But George Cervantes, that's how he got started. He had a grow store here, when he wrote his book. So who would want to go buy their stuff from George Cervantes? He wrote a cannabis book, right? So anyway, you can see how things kind of grew.
He's a regular in High Times.
Oh yeah. What's the other guy's name? Ed Rosenthal.
Danny Danko.
Yeah.
Gang.
Danny Danko.
Yeah, Danko went to BU. He went to BU here in Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got fired.
I forget if he's originally from.
Well, High Times has been a shit show for quite a while.
Yeah, it is.
Well, yeah.
As good as a teenager, and then after that, it was a joke.
We've had 6 different owners in the last 7 or 8 years.
Is that right?
Something ridiculous.
Yeah, because it's funny.
It came out in '76.
By that huge conglomerate. Who's the huge publishing company that bought them? I forget.
IDG. They had
10 years ago.
They had one guy that owned it for a little while, and we had gone to a fundraising event for one of the companies I was working with that was like jointly put on by High Times, and it was like, what the fuck, like as far as organizing. And then anyone that's been to any of the High Times events, the cups in the last couple of years, like Alma one, they had people in wheelchairs stuck in the mud and stuff, like really like stuff you just cannot do if you're having a lot of people in one place, like not enough bathrooms and just a bunch of like really basic shit. Like I've allegedly helped throw on raves that were better, thought out in terms of like basic logistics than this. Like, well, this isn't a hard thing. This isn't something that there isn't a lot of. It's not like there's not a lot of data on like when you have this many people, you need this many bathrooms. Like this is not, it's not anything
simple. It's just a basic SOP for having a friggin' event.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I don't understand. Like,
It's not.
I've
never been to one. They haven't had one in the East Coast yet. They haven't had a High Times Cup or anything like that around there. They tried a couple of times over the last 5 years, but it never went through.
Anyway,
We've only had one in Portland.
I heard I haven't missed too much. I heard what you're saying too.
Well, this one is okay. The big national, I don't know about national, but at least through the Midwest, is the CannaCon, and I always I emphasize the con part. Like a consultant, kind of thing. And but there's another one.
In March. They're going to be here in March.
Oh,
okay. Heinz Auditorium will be here.
If you get free tickets,
it's two times a year now. They're really trying to squeeze it. So they come in twice.
So the other one we've never had CannaCon in Portland that I know of, and I don't really try to keep up on it. But we did have another one that's smaller in size called Indo Expo. Okay, and I went to one. I was invited to
Colorado too, by the way.
Are they okay?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I mean, there was like seed guys from Michigan in Portland, and I asked them, "Did you guys do any like background study on this? Can you imagine how many seed sources there are in the state of Oregon, and you're from Michigan who no one's heard of you? I mean, you guys have a lot of time to burn or money to burn to drag this." It was like a whole setup for a trade show, like a professional booth. And
booth, yeah, right.
I just kept thinking, what are you guys thinking? I mean,
they were unknown. They were not unknown. Did they have a booth?
No, they did. But I'm just saying, with all the seed people in Oregon,
right?
And I don't want to go through the whole list, but there's
It's insane. I mean, look at Southern Oregon. Yeah, Southern Oregon Elite Seed Bank. I mean, you can go on there. I have a few photo credits on there from South Seed Company, but they have so many. It's endless. I mean, I was just,
it'd be like me going to Boston to a big bean contest and see if I could compete.
Yeah.
The fuck? Probably not, right?
Right.
My favorite though with the cons, with the different convention stuff is, so BizCon, you have like 8,000 or 10,000 different booths or some ridiculous number of booths, right? So it's like most of the Vegas Convention Center, you have all the big US players for lights and everyone that has studies and all this other stuff that's there. And then you have, all of those, and I'm sure Coot gets them, I'm sure Charlie gets them, anybody that works in the cannabis industry gets these. You'll get a light from a Chinese company that tries to email you, trying to get you to use it or do this other at least 3 times a day. So those companies show up and they have a booth and they have like 10 people ready to talk to all these clients that they're going to get. And everyone just ignores them, like they're like they're ghosts, or like they don't exist at all. And they have this little group of people they're desperately trying to get, and no one will even give them 3 seconds. It's the funniest shit ever. But there's like 100 of them. That's the funny thing. So you have
like ants.
Every like 10th booth is one of these like completely abandoned, like socially abandoned booths of people from China that were hired specifically for this event. that are from the factory or whatever, that just have no chance in hell of anyone giving them even 3 seconds. It's the funny, I don't know if you're like, just enjoy like watching someone, it's like watching a car accident or something. You feel bad for them, but like it's still like you can't look away,
Yeah. Like my father would
there's a show
and finger up their ass.
There's a show in Portland. It's one of 3 around the world. It's connected to a trade show in Tokyo and another one in Frankfurt. and it's for the horticulture sector. It's not like a home and garden show where you have spas and, jacuzzis and that shit. This is hardcore equipment for the people that create the plants that get sold at nurseries. And some of the products that they have would be perfect for the cannabis. For example, what do you use when you do cuts? By that, I mean, once they're rooted, what do they go in? What do you plant them in?
Do we have
Right
room?
now,
I usually
right now, I've used everything over the years, but right now I use Easy Clonic. Set it, forget it.
Of
I
what?
use an aeroponic clonic, Easy Clonic right now.
Okay, but you put it in some kind of soil, right?
No, not at first, no.
No, I mean after it roots.
Oh, of course, yes, absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Put it in a
All
medium.
right, so try to picture this. Imagine a tray that held 50, maybe not, but a bunch of holes, and a sleeve drops in that's vented on all sides, and you put your medium in there, and you put your cut in there, and they fit in this really concise area. See where I'm going with this? So when it roots, it's about the size of a nickel, the tube of
Plug.
material with the root.
Like a plug,
So
right?
imagine, so imagine how easy it is to transplant that plug once it's rooted.
Yeah.
Now, wouldn't that be a great thing for a commercial cannabis grower?
Oh my
What do you
God,
think?
Yeah. Go, dude. If you want to see that's
just one example.
Yeah, it doesn't do plugs, but if you go on Instagram, if you wanted, the guy that I used to work at his stores, run his stores for, Derek Ross, he has a page on Instagram called Southie Adams, but he's the one who owns Nova Farms. It's one of the biggest producers here in Massachusetts now, but he has an indoor facility, 50,000 square foot indoor facility in Fall River. And when they were building it, when they were getting everything ready for, well, this may have been a 700-acre hemp farm up in Maine, but either way, they had one of these basically a seed planter, and I'm sure that Steve's seen these before in factory farming. But this machine would it would throw, I forget how many seeds in each little rapid rooter on a tray of maybe 100, and it would just flip over or something. But he has it posted on his thing if anybody ever wanted to see it. But yeah, and he's got this huge, it's got to be at least a 10,000 square foot room that he's filling with all these trays. It's insane, pretty insane.
Okay.
But yeah, I know what you mean by the plugs though. Yeah, it would be to have something like that. I've seen them in big ag. They've got the machines that will put those plugs in the row farming. I've seen those things, but I haven't seen anything like what you're talking. Yeah, with cannabis, that would be amazing. I mean, especially for hemp farming.
One of the biggest nursery operations in the United States is a company called Monrovia Nursery, and they started out in Monrovia, California back in the 20s. Yes. Right, because if probably plants that you go buy from your local nursery are
tagged.
Yeah, tags on it. Okay. So around the United States, and that includes Hawaii, they have about, I believe it's 10 nurseries. And the one in Oregon, you ready for this one? Is 1,000 acres. Now that's just production. There's more acreage for the outbuildings, the sheds for the equipment, whatever.
Right.
And now
all the bells and whistles, I always say. All the bells and whistles that go along with it.
So 1,000 acres minus some pathways to get equipment and personnel in, because that's a lot of plants. You're talking at least 1,000 acres would be at least a couple of million in number one containers. But I wanted to point that they have what they call the cutting shed, and there'll be 4 or 5, mostly ladies, working in there, and the guys bring in these burlap sacks of cuts. They process 10,000 cuts a week, and I promise you they're not going in easy cloners. I mean, you'd have to have a what, 100,000 square foot building.
Oh my
You know,
God,
you get, yeah.
The problem with
And
the
you talk about tough love. I mean, this is tough love to the nth degree. And the one that is most widely used, the rooting agent, is dip and grow, because
grow. Yeah.
it is an alcohol base. And so when you use it, it acts to as a
Sterilizer.
sterilizer. Thank you. So you're getting that benefit from it. Plus, there's 3 major rooting compounds, and IAA and IBA.
Right. Right.
I
have a bottle of
so
it right
this-
here. I have a bottle of
that's-
dip and grow. Yeah.
So it is IBA, and that's the one that's used in the Christmas tree industry, and
Right,
they
right.
do 8 million cuts a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway,
There's a reason why they
got-
use it. There's a good reason why
There
they
you
use dip
go.
and grow.
Right.
There's a good reason.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fact.
So anyway, I just was pointing out that the one area in the cannabis growing discussion that the guys in Amsterdam fucked up the most was this cloning deal. I mean, the human race has been doing this for 3,500 years, starting in China.
Right.
And they were able to run like huge farms 3,500 years ago with less fanfare than most medium-sized growers go through. I mean, it's crazy.
The other problem with the easy cloners is that you have a power outage for any length
Yeah,
of time. you're fucked.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's
that's
the question.
why I always push people away from it at commercial
Yeah.
growth. Look, this
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
harder to take care for.
I agree. Yeah.
It's way more of a liability.
Yeah.
No
And
question.
the guys that build their own, so on occasion, sometimes they don't put in a large enough pump, so the one they do put in overheats, and now they got hot water,
Yeah. Yeah,
which
yeah.
is really counter.
Yeah, I know what
Now
you
you
mean.
want mold? You want mold? Oh yeah, let's run this thing at 110.
Yeah, some
or,
serious
you know,
pythium's gonna start setting in.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
rot, that stem rot, you're just gonna get stem rot. You won't even get a shoot. You'll just get stem rot.
Pythium.
I've
to
had it
me-
happen. I've had it happen.
Pythium to me is a result, and this is always where I see it in aquaponics. It means that your system is dead. It means that you have a lot of dead or decaying matter. You're way overfeeding your fish,
Yeah.
or you're growing in NFTs in a very hot environment, and those things are cooking off, and that water is getting very hot
Right.
and low in oxygen. And it's not so much the heat of the water; it's that hot water pushes the oxygen out. So now I
Yeah.
have a very low oxygen environment with a lot of leftover
water.
material
Yeah,
that they
just
can
dead
feed
water.
on. But lactobacillus is really good for eliminating that. Trichoderma can eliminate it. Any of your broad spectrum Bacillus products will eliminate it. Or even just good compost tea. Just taking a sample of a good, healthy composted Coots mix or something like that. Even just simply inoculating it with those microbes that will feed upon and outcompete that Pythium is really all you have to do. It's something that like almost baffles me when people struggle with it, because it's like, okay, well, you just don't have a biodiverse system. You just need to add a little diversity to it and you'll be fine. Like, don't stress on it. You can usually peroxide rinse it off unless it's too late. If you catch it really late in a rot, you're fucked. But if it's just the beginning, you can usually peroxide rinse it once and then treat it with some good microbes and just bring the plants right back.
There you go.
One of the things that I like to do once the worm, I usually work in what they call a Oscar reactor, and that stands for Oregon Soil Corporation Reactor, OSCR. In fact, if you look it up online and go to images, the one that I had built is on there because I did a big article about it. But it's a vertical flow through where you feed from the top and then you're harvesting from the bottom. So as you're feeding from the top, the worm colonies move up. And so when they get away, you have a couple of different, I don't get in all that, but anyway, you harvest this. And so you don't have to put the worm castings through the process where you're separating the worms from the material, because that's the bitch of trying to do vermicompost is you got to separate at least the worms, if not the cocoons, from the material, because that's your livestock. That's that's your operating livestock. So anyway, where was I going to go? Oh, so when I go out in the forest for a hike or something, I'll take in a baggie and get like maybe half a handful of some forest floor compost. And just that little amount, put it in the worm bin, you're inoculating it. The microbes will spread. So you're adding another set of a colony of microbes as opposed to the ones that you created from the compost and the other materials that you've added to get it up and running. Does that make sense?
Yeah, expanding that diversity. The whole point is diversity.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So
the more the merrier, as they say, right?
And then that's why I also add barley, because it's adding over 400 colonies of bacteria and fungi and shit, can't think of the other one. Starts with a P. Anyway, whatever. So just from adding the barley, besides the enzymes, you're getting a massive amount of colonies. It's like 150 bacteria and 160 fungi, and I'm sorry, I can't think of the other one, the big one. But it has a lot of diversity. Plus, your whatever plant materials you started with, you're going to have the compounds because it's cold composting. See, we're not doing a thermophilic, so we're not going to destroy these simple hydrocarbons. They're just simple carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen molecules. And that's an advantage, I think a clear advantage of doing cold composting versus, which worm castings or vermiculture falls under that category, versus the traditional thermophilic, run it up to kill pathogens and then down to the mesophilic and what we call curing, or you let it cure for several months, right? After you've made the compost, you need to let it sit and regenerate, because you wiped out the colonies when you took it up to 140 degrees. So it takes several months of
if you're going to do a cold, what temperature, how low would you go?
Well, with worm casting, you want around 70, 75. That's the, but outside, okay, so you live in an area where you get a lot of fallen leaves. I don't. We have conifers, not so much where the beautiful New England winters and all that.
Absolutely.
So when it accumulates, when you go out, you can find a pile and it's turning black.
Yeah.
That's called black leaf mold.
Yes.
And that takes 3 or 4 years minimum to do. But if you've got a honey pot somewhere that you can go out and grab it, you don't need worm castings. You need some aeration material, whatever you like using, doesn't matter. I won't get into all that, but even if it's perlite, it doesn't matter.
I'm surrounded by lakes. My house is surrounded by lakes. So I have I got beautiful waterfront, clean lake, swans, everything's been, over the years, it's been cleaned up. So,
So just you want something, because you don't want it too dense.
Old growth is what I meant to say. It's old growth.
Yeah. And get, you live in you wouldn't have basalt, you'd have granite.
Yeah, in the Blackstone Valley.
Right,
area.
so granite dust. Add that as your rock, because that's your rock dust, literally, granite. And then, do your normal kelp. And you could cut it with some of our good friends at Coast of Maine, some of their materials. But anyway, that's something you can go harvest out of the wild.
Right.
Be respectful of.
Throw some barley in there, get some castings.
Oh God, yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. That's an easy mix right there. It really is. I know, and it's not hard. I mean, people don't realize it's not hard. It's not
I'm lazy.
Science. Like
I'm
you
the
said,
laziest grower, man.
Listen, I told this story the other day, I think, but I worked for this guy when I was, I don't know, a bowling alley dude, right? So anyway, I'm just a schlepper. I'm really young, right? A teenager. But anyway, he brings me out back to do something with some of the, resetting machines for the pins. And he goes, He goes, what are you doing standing up over there? Go grab that chair. And I'm like, I'm a young buck thinking, oh yeah. And he goes, and he was older too at the time, probably. So anyway, he goes, hey, he goes, Bill, give the hardest job to the laziest man. And he goes, I'll find the easiest way to do it. And he goes, I'm that lazy man. And that's been my mantra, literally my mantra since then. Give the hardest job, laziest man, I'll find the easiest way. Because all the little tricks of the trade, man, that's what you learn from people. Like, that's what I learned from you. Little tricks of the trade, man, like the little nuances that make things just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Like what techniques are you using? What do you like to keep your environment at? What do you,
my neighbors,
what, stuff like that,
my neighbors, as they move in, because anyway, when they see the garden and the branches are breaking on the tomatoes because there's such a heavy fruit set. So what kind of fertilizer are you using? Nothing really, some compost and kelp. Kelp? No, not this again. So
anyway. Become a broken record, right?
Yeah. We're gonna do this again. Rock does. What do you mean, rock?
Yeah.
Oh God, let's not do liming agents. If there's anything I refuse to discuss with anybody, is liming agents. Because I was telling Steve the other night.
pH off so much, or why? Because
no. I'm just okay. It's. Well, first of all, it would help if people would look up, figure out why the H is capitalized and the P isn't. In the world of chemistry, all elements begin with uppercase letter. Calcium is an uppercase C and a lowercase a.
Right.
Hydrogen is H. So now we got to figure out what role does hydrogen play in the soil. And it comes down to this, that it's like currency. Plants exude hydrogen, which is from the air, the atmosphere. And okay, if you were to ask a chemist, what's the symbol for calcium? They would say uppercase C, lowercase a, right? Easy enough. But if you were to ask a soil biologist, what's the symbol for calcium, they would say same thing, but then they would say add 2 plus signs because it has 2 exchange sites. So in other words, when the plant takes up this element, this ion,
right,
it pays for it with 2 hydrogen. So controlling, that's cation exchange.
Right.
And with the phrase CEC, cation exchange capacity, has to do with the ability of that substrate to hold those ions in place so the plants, because the plant calls up what it needs. It's not like I dumped a bunch of calcium on it and so it's going to really, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't work that way, at least in an organic soil.
Right.
All right. So calcium carbonate is calcium carbonate. I don't give a shit if it came from limestone. I don't care if you got oyster shell powder. There's no difference. It's calcium carbonate.
Carbonate, right.
Period.
Right.
A calcium, a calcium ion, a carbon ion, and 3 oxygen, CCO3. I mean, or CA, you get the idea.
I get it.
And for purposes of hoodwinking people, selling, a ball of bullshit, these deep discussions online about the benefit of using oyster shell powder over limestone over any other calcium carbonate material.
Right.
Eggshells. If you're dumb enough to sit there and grind up eggshells because, this is calcium carbonate. Yeah, I know, but a bag of limestone's what, $8 at the feed store?
Right.
This is all you got to do, 50 pounds for $8. I mean, come on. Well, that's 12 cents a pound.
Yeah.
So anyway, you get the idea.
I know what you mean. Right. It's almost like they're arguing over nothing.
So yeah, always,
like literally,
always. it's
You
just a
know.
silliness,
Yeah. A shit is a shit is a shit is a shit.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, we did have a question. Someone asked, does soaking eggshells in vinegar help make them more available for plants? I remember reading about that, but don't remember where. Yeah, it's actually part of KNF is the eggshells or bones, taking bones, but it's baking them first to help break those bonds up a lot. But just like Coot is saying, if you're taking that and grinding it up and putting it into your soil, that still has to be processed by a fungi or some other acidic property. If you take that and put it in something like vinegar or lactobacillus or some other or a compost tea that's a low pH, you have to have that acidic environment to unlock that before it's available. Otherwise, it's not available hardly at all. People talk about crushing it and stuff like that. It's mainly just to increase surface area so that when you do soak it in an acidic solution, it can dissolve better. That's the whole purpose of that. But just like Coot's saying, it's not very available if you're just taking ground up, rock aragonite and throwing it in the soil. That doesn't add much calcium. You have to have it in an acidic solution and dissolve it out, or have a really good fungal base for it to actually be available for the plant.
And I would add this, I'm not familiar with KNF. I'm talking about materials in general. Please follow directions from people like Steve that know what they're talking about, which would not include me. But vinegar is acetic acid, and acetic acid can bring on havoc like you haven't seen. In fact, the strong concentrates of it are sold as what's called horticulture vinegar. It destroys plants with impunity. So follow Steve's instructions on what kind of vinegar, what strength. Don't just go willy-nilly. You can do a lot of damage with acetic acid.
Yeah, it's a great point. You want to use rice vinegar or
there you go.
Make yourself not the white petroleum vinegar.
Okay. Yeah.
Great.
See, I don't know any of those things. I just know that because I buy it and you spray it on a plant, and the next day all the calcium has been not negated but neutralized, and you just have brown. That's how you get rid of weeds, but you don't want to get it in the soil. You don't add enough to impact the soil zone. So I'm just saying, follow Steve's directions. Don't just. Vinegar has a wide range of meanings. That's all.
Yeah. Chris Trump says hi, by the way. He was going to try and join us tonight, but he had something come up last minute.
Howdy. Yeah,
we'll have to get you back on the show again. Your two's episode was together. You did, I think, 224 was one of our highest viewed ones for the year. So
cool.
I bet.
Yeah, I've enjoyed talking because I was always confused by some of the terminology that I knew from other sources, and then he validated, that that's the Japanese guy and author of the One Straw Revolution, which is like true no-till, not this silliness. Yeah, I got a bag of blah, 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 and I used it twice. Great, super. Not exactly the same idea, you know what I mean? Yeah, so he's the one that came up with the balls that had the seeds in them. And you let them dry, and then you would throw them for in the plant season, then hydrate them. And so in India, they do the same thing with dung and neem neem meal to fertilize the fields and get rid of pests and what have you.
There's an Indian natural farming thing now too that's much more dung or pro dung use. How about that?
Yes.
Compared to the rest of the world.
Well, considering the number of vegetarian, because you have not just Hindus, but you Jains, Buddhists, there's you can call India the meeting place of religions, and it has been for centuries, millennia. Everybody wanted to go hang out in India. So anyway, we have a lot of animals that aren't getting slaughtered for food, is what I'm saying. So yeah, you probably do have some really copious amounts of. Oh, did you want green lizard manure? Oh yeah, we got that over here in the aisle too, kind of thing. So I can imagine it's pretty diverse when you go to get the farming supply. But it's amazing. You're familiar with biodynamics. that whole thing, Rudolph Steiner and all that. One of the biggest collections, excuse me, one of the biggest number of farmers under their system of, you know, how they do things. India by far is the biggest. And so the basic tenet of biodynamics is that the farm is an ecosystem. And so everything, so the manure that your animals, your livestock produce, you compost that with the straw from the grain that you grew. And so that you incorporate that. But that's the oversimplification, but that's a big component of biodynamics. All right. Then there's some other stuff about when to plant and, you know, do you hokey pokey? Do you start with your left foot in, your right foot out? But anyway, I'm sorry. Some of this stuff is just like over the top.
Either of you guys been to India?
Yes.
You guys had the pleasure?
Yeah, 3 times. So.
Where'd you go?
73.
Bangladesh, Delhi? What about South?
Well, yeah, it was Bangladesh then, you know, so, I mean, excuse me, it was, I'm sorry, East Pakistan.
I see.
At the first time, yeah, and then the second time it was Bangladesh. And
yeah, because it is a real melting pot. You have everything, you know, like you were saying, Hindu, Buddhist, Catholic, Muslim, you have it all.
Yeah.
It's a melting pot of rules.
Jews.
Yep, everything.
Jews are a big population. And, you know, the Brits are the one that built the new Delhi.
Yes, absolutely.
And the old Delhi is like the
Black
really
hole,
cool. And,
you know, just think of, you know, the way they treated those people, Black Hole of Calcutta. I always think of that. Nice.
Yeah.
On a different and sillier note, I found this week looking up for something else. Cornell University actually has a how-to guide on how to grow mushrooms.
Oh yeah,
mushrooms
that's
on
great,
toilet.
man. That's great.
Which I thought was freaking awesome.
Now that's interesting.
Well, there's a guy that
that's very interesting.
He has a mushroom business on the East Coast, and he was involved in this where they did tennis shoes, running shoes, and socks, old, you know, dirty. Like I didn't take them home all year, you know, from gym kind of thing. And so they turned them into soil using oyster mushrooms. That's the power of mycelium. So it's really amazing what mycelium, the role that it actually plays in our everyday life, that most of it you don't see. But it's certainly in the soil. It's more than just something in a bottle. I mean, that's just craziness. Soil biology is a very complex topic with a lot of components. And it isn't this, okay, 2 tablespoons of that twice a week, you know, 3 tablespoons of that once a month, you know. If somebody has to make up a spreadsheet to tell you how to apply their materials, sorry. I'm not
mycelium
interested.
in the you know, not just the soil, but it's in the air too. It's like literally it's all around us. Am I correct?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't live without it ourselves. I mean,
No.
We have to have a certain percentage
And
of
also,
oxygen.
Wanted to also welcome the American one, man. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening, everybody. You know what? I was just paying attention, and I got a question because I constantly finding contradictory information on things. But I was really wondering Coot's and Ponics and Charlie's 2 cents too on this Mulder's chart and the ratio of CalMag and the effects on plant growth, because and it's contradictory information from I would believe reliable sources. You know what I'm saying? Like a university. I'll put one in chat about CalMag ratio. It's saying it's bullocks.
But part of it has to do with, and I'm trying to remember who was it. Dr. Faust? No, it wasn't Dr. Faust. It was Harvey Smith. Harvey Smith, when he was on the show, he talked a lot about the chelation of calcium and how calcium, we have to kind of think of it more the way that we kind of think of iron in aquatic solutions or even in soil solutions, on how if it's
because it's a metallic element.
Yeah,
that's exactly the reason. It is a metallic element at the beginning and end of the day.
So it has to be released somehow by a microorganism to be available to the plant one way or
Well,
another.
that and that too, and then also you have the fact that like, so Mulder's chart isn't just so where it's not just exclusive to plants, right? That's also used in animal nutrition and other things.
Oh, I did
But-
not know that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
there's actually Mulder's charts for horses, dogs, cats, humans. Most livestock has its own version of that. But basically, the idea is to get you to think of it like, let me find something I can use to kind of demonstrate what I'm talking about here. We'll talk this folded up piece of rosin paper. All right. So you want to keep it balanced. So you want this to be like a spinning plate on like a chopstick. All right. You're going to see a girl on a unicycle do the thing. So you're trying to keep that plate spinning, right? And your plants are all reliant upon those nutrients being in balance. But if I take that and I tilt it too much to one side, it's going to wobble and fall off, right? So it's not even so much like it's to get you thinking that you need to raise everything or lower everything and bring everything up in ratios, and that if you have a slam way too much of dosing, like people often want to dose things like bloom booster, right? If you dose a ton of potassium and phosphorus, well, you have to dose some of the other stuff like magnesium to make it more available, and other stuff. Otherwise, that plant simply can't uptake it. If you have no zinc or you have no molybdenum or no sulfur or copper, the plants can't finish making all the compounds they need to fully utilize that. So it's going to run into some toxicity issues beforehand. We see a great way to reproduce this, if you want, is put a UV sterilizer on a small closed loop hydroponic system. It'll lock out the iron, the boron, the zinc, and the manganese. And what'll happen is what happens is when you lock those out specifically, it'll actually cause a phosphorus deficiency in the plant. The plant will turn purple and act as if you've never dosed phosphorus in it and have long node spacing, even though the phosphorus might be at 60 or 70 parts per million, way beyond what it needs to be, almost into a toxicity range. But because it doesn't have those secondary compounds, it can't absorb any of it. So you can sit there and look at the picture online, post it on Reddit, and they'll be like, oh, well, you need to dose more phosphorus. And they're not necessarily wrong in that, because the tissue is devoid of phosphorus. So you go and you add your bloom booster and it did nothing. Not only that, it might have even made it worse, because now you push it further out of ratio.
Let me answer it from a soil perspective. The components that we use determines its tilth 100% in the discussion. So when we use vermicompost, worm castings, whatever term you're comfortable with, consider this, that in the digestive tract of the worm, the castings, as they're being developed, are coated with a liquid, a slime of calcium carbonate. So when they come out of the, or castings, I don't want to get too graphic here, you now have a material that is literally covered with a coating of calcium carbonate, which is why people that use viable worm castings, and there aren't many of us because there aren't that many to go around, unfortunately, you'll never hear the word pH or lockout even ever discussed. That's why it's a perfect, and it's also the other ions that Steve mentioned, the boron, the manganese, molybdenum, that have been through this digestive tract. They don't have a stomach, so it's not like an animal or us, where your acids and other things are breaking it down. This is strictly, and it's all done with enzymes. The worms actually exude enzymes out of their skins to trigger specific microbial response. And inside their digestive tract, it's enzymes and taking elements and putting them together. And so now you have a compost that's covered with calcium carbonate. See how that plays out.
I just want to give you another example. So this is an aquaponic system with the UV sterilizer on it, locking out those micronutrients. And then this is without a UV sterilizer. clones off the same plant started at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's, easy as shit to see the difference.
And that's sterilizing the water with UV. Is that right?
Yep, that's UV sterilizers affecting the nutrients.
Hmm.
That was a
Sounds
test.
complicated.
Right? So hard.
Sounds complicated.
Dr. Resch mapped out how much it damaged UV back in the day, and people still want to argue about it. And it's like, this was documented in the 60s and 70s. Like, why are we still having this argument? Come on.
Is that the author of hydroponic food production?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure. All right. Yeah, I put that one down about page 20 and went, okay, I won't be doing this. So,
Hey, 20 years ago, I took just a small little thing class at this pool place, just about water, just to kind of bring us up to speed on, the compounds found in water, et cetera, et cetera. The one thing we learned was if there isn't enough calcium in the water, it will go looking for it. So it'll look for, if it's not enough in the water that you're feeding your plants, it can potentially start taking it out of the soil that you're actually trying to, help the plant along with the calcium.
but
Is that true? Is that
wait a
true?
minute.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just asking.
right.
I don't know. This
I
was
mean,
20 years ago.
get a step away from the cannabis scene, and do an investigation about the level of calcium in soil around the world. And then we'll talk about all these deficiencies. Okay. I mean, it's like, I want to say it's the number one by volume component in soil. And another thing is unless something happened in the last, I don't know, 20 years, did they find a deposit of a mineral compound that's magnesium and calcium?
Right.
I mean, what is this mysterious CalMag?
Yeah. I say this when it comes to just an example of how much calcium it can be in soil is when I was installing, I was refurbishing, in-ground pools. But the people for years just had water in their pool and it was not, conditioned correctly, obviously, and filtered in pH and all that. If it had metal framing to it, the water would actually start sucking the calcium out of the soil through the sheet metal. And you would have huge white calcium deposits on the sheet metal.
Wow.
So that water would go looking for it. But
Yeah.
obviously, like you were saying, there's plenty of calcium out there in nature,
Yeah,
in the soil. I mean, because it was drawing these huge slabs sometimes, it would chip off like it was scale.
Okay, one about 10 years ago was CalMag lockout. Okay, I don't want to get into all that horseshit. But the solution was Epsom salts, magnesium sulfate. Excuse me?
No.
I mean, never mind.
No, I know what you're saying.
They need better terms that make sense. I got a CalMag lockout. What's locked out? Well, it's CalMag. Oh, okay. Well, how am I going to fix it? I'm going to use magnesium and sulfur. Good deal, man. This ought to work out well. So,
Good luck.
Whatever.
Most of it was calcium nitrate and magnesium sulfate. Was most of the traditional hydro-store blends for that.
Yeah. Epsom salts that I pay if I were to buy it. I don't. But
The CalMag Plus has a little iron in it. A little extra nitrogen in it.
It's like $10 for 50 pounds for a 50-pound bag. Oh, did you want it in granule instead of powder? They got that too. I mean, it's not like this is some mysterious, material. I mean, it's just Epsom salts, which has nothing to do with salt, by the way.
My favorite was going into a hardware store in Harare, and they had like 8 pallets of ammonium nitrate, and then like a couple of other regular 50-50-50s, and then some barrels of peroxide for cleaning your tools, all within about 20 feet of each other. And it was like, well, I hope no one crashes the car into this place.
Yeah, right.
No shit.
Oh my god.
Because there wouldn't be
a spark or
left. It was just crazy. People, it's funny how much like people in other parts of the world have no idea how dangerous some of the stuff is if you put it next to each other. Like, it's safe if you keep it apart, but like, anyways, it's just funny. That I always amused me to no end. Someone else.
huge
ahead.
blast in Dubai was, right? Was it Dubai?
Yep, that was
Yeah,
fertilizer.
yeah, that's
That was
crazy.
it's fertilizer put next to fireworks because
Brilliant.
good ideas. There was someone asked in chat, I want to make FPJ out of knotweed. Coot, they said that you mentioned something about knotweed or bamboo shoots. Do you want to touch on that again?
Oh yeah, this is the term used in Darjeeling area of India. It's mesu, MESU, and it's the fermented shoots. But every Asian culture that has bamboo has made a food out of it. So you'll find it under, you'll have to do some research on Wikipedia. But so if you went to a Vietnamese store, you would find whatever it's called there, Chinese, you get the idea. But it has over 320 or more, whatever, some insane amount of lactose strains. So I just thought it would be interesting for someone, and that wouldn't be me. I'm not disinterested, but I'm not set up to do that. But to test it, I mean, that would be a wonderful solution maybe for the small producer, trying to do a medical garden or something like that. It was just but I'm familiar with knotweed not as an FPJ, but it's used by some of us in our compost piles for its nutrient accumulation properties.
Isn't regalia,
Isn't
regalia made from it too, I think, or one of the antifungal products?
Right. So there's a lot of, to answer your question, yes, sir. There's always a but.
What do you think of regalia? The whole lineup. What do you think of regalia in the lineup?
I'm not the one to ask. So.
I don't
familiar
use
with
it.
this,
It's not very effective, at least against the strains that the stuff that I fight. Maybe it is a good vegetable application that I'm unaware of, but I don't think it works very good for weed personally.
Yeah.
He also asked, you talked about enzyme containing bamboo shoot product. Is that the mizu?
Yes, it's enzymes and lactobacillus strains. So, think about it. These are all grasses, sugarcane, bamboo. We had another one we were talking about the other night, but I don't recall it right now. But you can imagine all the uses that bamboo serves in a lot of different cultures in Asia, from building material, food for livestock. It also makes water delivery systems for farms and gardens and what have you. So it's a really integral part of that culture. And they've really extracted every use possible over the centuries. And this mesu is a really powerful concentrated food for humans and livestock, or animals. And so, I don't know. It sounds like something that'd be worth a try. That would be easily sourced, even if you had to buy it online, say Amazon or something like that.
It also says you suggested overwintering soil remediation using mycelium. Do you have any kind of a little more explanation on that, or maybe a guide?
Oh, sure. So when people or companies grow, for example, what we call wood mushrooms that are generally found in the wild on trees, like lion's mane and maitake, also known as hen of the woods. When they're grown commercially in a fruiting chamber, they grow them on a mixture of wood pellets, usually oak, and soybean husk that's basically 82% cellulose. And it's called the master mix. And then you inoculate it, sterilize it, inoculate it with spores. And after the mushrooms are harvested, you now have this block of mycelium. And we can take that and bust it up into pieces and distribute it on our compost piles. and let the mycelium accelerate that process by at least 400%. And anyway, you're going to establish huge fungal colonies in your compost, which is generally almost strictly bacteria-driven process, the mesophilic cycle of composting. So now, if you don't want to go through all that, then what you want to do is find a mushroom producer in your area. And this is an agricultural waste that they have to pay someone to haul it away, and tell them that you want the spent fruiting blocks. And then same thing, you just bring them home and bust them up. You don't have to, go crazy, but anyway, and then distribute it on the top of your compost, and then turn it with a pitchfork every couple, 3 days. And pretty soon it looked like it snowed on it. And that's a good sign. That means the mycelium, you inoculated it, now it's colonized your compost, and it's going to do its magic. So there you go. Speed up your composting big time. Get it ready faster.
What nutrients do mushrooms use to grow? All of them, or like plants? Do you know?
Yeah, I do, but it's like the mushroom is the fruiting body of mycelium. The mycelium is actually the deal.
Right.
All right. And when the food material, the substrate, if you will, is what people call it, they don't call it soil. It's really minimalism, because the more ingredients that you use, the more you increase the potential of contamination. That's your big stumbling block in growing fungi. And so
Right.
I go with the recipes that are put up by people that know what they're doing, and that wouldn't include me, that are running commercial mushroom operations. And like that one I mentioned, Master's Mix, that came from a gentleman that owns a mushroom farm somewhere in the Southeast. But anyway, he just gave back to the community and said, here's what I do. And other people tried it. And now it's kind of like a standard in the commercial mushroom thing. So that's what I'm saying. Probably the easiest way, if for the home garden or whatever, and you have a small compost pile, is find a mushroom producer. They'll gladly give it to you. I mean, it's not like a big deal. I wouldn't tell them what I was doing with it. You might, next time you go there, you might find that there's none available. That's how these things work. So be careful who you help. I don't know about careful, but just be aware that if it's really powerful, other people are gonna, how it works. Word of mouth.
Yep.
That's like the barley. My God, the home brew stores around the country. This is long before the pandemic, so it had nothing to do with that. But out of organic 2-row barley. See, barley comes in two forms: 2-row and 6-row. And there's actually like more differences than there is, say, between an indica and a cannabis and this discussion. But anyway, a 6-row, it has a higher level of amylase, which is the dominating enzyme that allows for fermentation. Okay, fair enough. And but it's pretty much a North American thing. So 2-row is what the home brewers and the real hardcore artisan or microbrewers, whatever you want to call them, use. And that's the gold standard. And because we have the land, the United States is a major supplier to the rest of the world of number 2 malted barley. And we grow a lot of it here in the Northwest. So anyway, I didn't realize, finally, like the organic farm store, I mean the legit nut grow stores, they started carrying 25-kilo bags of barley, which is like 55 pounds, I guess, something like that. All the gardeners and farmers, imagine that.
So, what are kind of your favorite gift ideas for Christmas for cannabis growers?
Chock
Well-
full of good shit.
Okay, you remember the movie we discussed, Fantastic Fungi by Paul Stamets, the documentary. Okay, it's also a website. It's also a mailing list. Anyway, they've just released a book, and it's a cookbook on mushrooms. And it's one of the most beautiful books I've seen in many years. It's at Amazon, $35. But you buy it from these folks and it's going to be $35 too. So that part doesn't matter. But anyway, if you want to learn how to really cook mushrooms, and or you know somebody who does, this is the book. It's pretty wonderful.
Yeah, that would be
These are the,
right there.
yeah, that's an amazing. A friend shared a copy with me and I immediately ordered it. There's good stuff out there. That's the exciting thing is since Oregon legalized psilocybin research, the people wanting to grow their own medicine has really exploded. And it hasn't been monetized yet. I hope it doesn't, but we'll see.
Yeah, let's hope they don't. Right.
I mean, I think it's almost certain that it will be, unfortunately, as much as we don't want it to. Kind of sucks.
Yeah, there's two
But-
publicly traded companies that tout psychedelic use for medical use. They're publicly traded on New York Stock Exchange right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot more than two.
Okay, yeah. Well, two that I know of that are like actually made it into the the talk of the stock market, but they're not taking off yet because obviously it's still federal stuff.
I found some other cool gift ideas I thought I'd share with you guys. So
That's a cool one.
This one is great, especially if you're an organic farmer. The armed frog definitely is a little bit better for the general thing.
That's
You
cool.
also have Curiosity Stream. Want something cool?
Oh, yeah.
And you can get this if you got someone that's got kids or something. It's $3 a month, or $12 for the year for the standard, or $42 for the 4K. They also have 360 and VR content, which is super cool, and it's all like nature and science and interesting
History.
educational stuff. History,
Yep. Good stuff. I mean, like PBS level of quality.
Yeah, great stuff. So definitely something else to check out. I'm a big fan of that. There's all kinds of cool fancy rolling tables and stuff like that too.
Wow, that's nice. If
for
I
the-
knew how to roll, that'd really be cool. So,
You can get all different kinds of those, and not necessarily the raw one, but different ideas. I thought this was super cool. So it's a rechargeable USB lighter that's
oh yeah,
uses
All
a little laser or something to light your stuff. So I thought that was pretty cool. Something neato.
are
we talked
cigarette
about-
lighters still around? Like the
Oh, yeah.
Zippos? Oh, okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, and then we talked a little bit about this on Fumi's show, but Dino lights make great gifts for people. They're really the better end ones that are out there. You have high magnification,
Oh wow, yeah,
all the
that's
working
nice.
distance, polarization. I mean, all different light spectrums, Wi-Fi enabled ones. different megapixels and stuff. So they're really good if you're walking around in the grow and you need to be able to scan plants.
Yeah. Wow.
It's a great way to do that. And they have all different types of fancy versions that you can get, of different.
What do those run on average?
These, that's a good question. So let's look at I don't know, we'll just pull like this is
just pull one.
But most of these are anywhere from $150 to $2,000.
Okay. So it's a real tool. It's not a toy.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Well, these are definitely not a screw around ones.
You're right. Gotcha.
They're not like crazy expensive either.
Right.
But something else I was kind of looking at different ones. And then also I was hoping Fumi was here, but maybe Coot, you have some advice on the camera lenses for cell phones. Have you played with any of those?
Yes, I have. And Moment, and they have a YouTube channel. It's pretty hard to beat their, well, just go look at it and you'll see. Highly regarded products for sure. Moment. Start with the YouTube channel, and they'll have a lot of things, but they also have their store, and there you go. And so you can see the quality of their lenses, but the way that it attaches to your phone is that you put a overcoat on your phone. Does that make sense? And then it has built onto that the ability to use their mounting system. That's all. I'm just trying to say it's very well done, and it's not. These are not toys. These are
holy shit,
legitimate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, real lenses.
Yeah, you get proper lenses for your phone.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's super dope.
But I would start there, and then iPhonographers is a great website. It doesn't, even if you don't have an iPhone, but they're always showing equipment and reviewing it. Legitimate reviews. Not, oh, it's really nice. Watch me open the box. Oh, goody. That's what I want to watch, is an unboxing on a lens for a cell phone. Jesus.
You know what though? Every cultivator should have a microscope or a magnification of some sort. And you know what else is good? An IR thermometer. If someone doesn't have that, that's like standard. Everybody, I think, should have one of those IR thermometers in their hands for temperature.
Well, I'm gonna buy a pH meter one of these days, just so I can take a picture of it.
Now you're getting crazy, dudes.
My God.
Yeah, these are really good. If you don't, you should
those are really good,
especially if you're making extracts and in your grow. You want to laser your leaves, and you want to know how, keep them in that 80 to 86 degrees at that leaf surface.
Also, if you're using like you're trying to achieve 800 degrees on your pizza stone outdoors on a big green egg, you can use that to check the temperature of your stone as you're ramping up.
There you go.
Pretty cool.
Ones with thermal sights.
Yeah. So
there you go. When you really
you probably think I'm kidding, but in New York City, the old grandfathered, the pizza places that are grandfathered in, that still run coal, they cook it at like 950 to 1,000 degrees. So that's why you see the pizzas come out with the charred edges, and it only takes like a minute or 70 seconds to cook a goddamn pizza. Well, you can do the same thing at home if you have one of the Komoda style Japanese. Big Green Egg is a brand, but there's certainly others. Yeah, you can ramp that mother up to 950 degrees, no problem. And better have a good peel with a long handle. I can tell you that. When you pop the lid open, slide the pizza onto the stone. You don't want to be hovered over it. Yeah.
The other question we get a lot is lights. This is who I like a lot.
You answer that, because I learned many years ago lights are too personal. People get really emotional,
Oh yeah.
and I'll pass. So best wishes. Have a good day. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm a big fan of these. I've been using them a long time. Yeah, they have all kinds of good lights, but everything's on sale right now. So, anyways, check them out if you're looking for good lights. I know they have some newer ones coming out soon, so I know their stuff's a little bit cheaper than normal. So, definitely check that out if you're looking for cheaper lights right now that are beefy. Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying
Those
to.
are good ideas. Those are great
Another
ideas,
good
actually.
Christmas gift would be bong cleaner for your bong hitting friends.
Yeah.
They
There you go.
never seem to have it clean enough, right? You got to constantly clean your pieces if you want them clean, the way we smoke.
So you got to give people like a 55-gallon drum of ethanol, right? Get them the
That's
rubbing
it,
alcohol.
just drop it right in there for a couple days.
That's
I got
why
a money
I
I got
always
a
love
money saver for you.
the purple power or whatever, and it's like you can just use rock salt and or table salt and a little bit of ethanol. You know, you don't
Yeah.
need to buy some product.
Okay, so if you go to Amazon and search for 7-inch airstone, and you want the one that's for farms, they use it to aerate ponds. All right, so it has a 1/2-inch nipple, and it's like 1.75 inches thick, 7 inches in diameter. Then you want to hook it up to like a 200 liter per minute eco grow. You know, don't spend a lot of money. You're just going to use this to bubble water. Anyway, so that's over 50 gallons a minute of air. Now you've got God, I hate using this term, a compost tea brewer. Don't forget the molasses. But anyway, I mean, all that, okay, all that, and you haven't even spent $120. So, and that, like, say you wanted to dechlorinate a 5-gallon or 50-gallon barrel of water, trash can size. Fill it up with water, drop this thing in there. I mean, it's heavy because it's made to go in ponds. So it's weighted. And so it sinks to the bottom. It's not going to be floating around, you know. And then you crank on this pump and maybe 10, 15 minutes and it's dechlorinated. You're done. Ready to use. You didn't pay some idiot, you know, $600 for an airlift. Oh, an airlift. Good. All right. Cute. Are we going to have a vortex too? We're going to do it clockwise or counterclockwise, you know?
I've
You need to
seen
get them
some-
both. Alternating Coots with a magnet in there too.
Ah,
Wait, before you
geez
say
Louise.
something potent, Dr. Faust actually says he uses magnets when he's germinating seeds. Did you catch that on the one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Do you, what? Yeah.
Hey, listen, I have more confidence in Dr. Faust than I do any of the writers of the Bible.
I know.
Right,
That's why
yeah,
I brought
so,
it up. So there's
yeah.
got to be something to it, right?
Yeah, there's another point that we many years ago agreed to disagree, and it comes to use. It doesn't matter. I don't want to get into it, but anyway, it has to do with it comes out of the ocean. And I'll leave it at that. So, but it's not even important enough to bring up. So, but yeah, Dr. Frost says, hey, this guy helped me germinate seeds that were 22 years old.
So there you have it,
Now,
right? That's
right. I mean, the guy's
he's on point.
his
Proof is in
science
the
is
pudding.
gold. Yeah,
That's what I
he's
always
been-
say. Yeah. Yep.
He got his degree 54 years ago, and he graduated in '68 with a PhD. So this isn't like his first rodeo. And he's worked on every continent, I think. Steve probably talked to him more about that, but I know he's worked in Asia and Africa, South America, North America, Australia. I can't think of a place. Oh, Europe. I mean, hardcore research, the real stuff. He knows more about humic and fulvic acids than anybody I've ever talked with, bar none.
For sure. There was a question from Chad about asking if the fact that barley, sometimes they use glyphosate as part of the defoliating process, is that a concern when doing malted barley?
First of all, in food manufacturing, almost no other food material is as guarded as barley malt. Why? You probably ask, well, why is that? Because it makes beer. And people want their beer to taste exactly the same every time. You don't want to get a 6-pack of Bud, if that's your beer of choice, on a trip and have it taste different because you're in Colorado instead of Oklahoma, right? The science behind malting can't be overstressed, and you cannot have any residues. I mean, if cannabis had the same rules, it could be devastating. And barley, you got to do your own research. It's too hard to explain, but you don't just show up to a malt house, because even the big brewers don't malt their own grain. It's that finite. It's all computer assisted manufacturing, CAM systems. So you don't just show up at a malt house and go, hey, I got a load of barley. You guys want to look at it? You got to grow the exact right strain. All this other stuff. And this is like, I mean, I've heard a lot of silliness, but I mean, these folks are being fed bullshit. Go talk to a home brew store. The big issue is no residue, no spray material. That's why you don't have to buy certified organic. It isn't necessary because that grain has to be untainted. And all malting means is that it was germinated. That's all it means. The seed cracks open, a tiny bit of the taproot begins, and then it's flashed at about 118, and that stops, hopefully, terminates the germination process. Now that's malted barley. If you want a flavor profile, then you roast it. What happens when we roast it? Well, you kill the enzymes. So when you make up a beer recipe, you have to include a raw barley. See what I mean? A malt, because the stuff that's there for the color and the flavor, the caramelized material product, you have to have the enzymes in order to make the beer. All right, and amylase is the big player. So in all that, can you imagine that they're going to go out and strip it and spray it? I mean, honest? This is a religion. I mean, beer is the most important food in the history of the human race. It saved it by neutralizing the
Yeah.
Hops is the same way, basically.
Yes.
Regulation of hops. And they even say
Yes.
it's as close to cannabis.
We grow hops. One of the biggest regions in the United States is down a little town south of me, Mount Angel.
Yep.
It's so big in this little tiny town. It's a railhead because they move carloads up to the port of Portland to go overseas. And then the Yakima on the other side of the Cascades. I don't remember the names, but anybody who's a home brewer would immediately go, yeah, I know that hop, or that, that product line. And see, because it's named sativa, the rumor started using, oh yeah, you can cross a cannabis plant with a hop.
Sorry.
Okay, sure. Well, you guys are real smart, man. Yeah, okay.
Fairness, I grafted a pepper plant that had a
grafting,
on it.
Grafting, yeah.
And got it to live long enough for that pepper to finish off and be fully mature.
Yes.
And
Now grafting,
what I heard was
okay,
my coworker at the Aquaponic source, I was cloning the peppers because I needed more for the showroom, and I really happened to like cooking with that pepper. So I was just trying to propagate the peppers that I wanted to grow for myself. And my coworker, like snootily, was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do? Graft that onto your weed?" Because she was like, "What are you wasting your time doing today?" Like, just giving me shit for whatever I was doing. So I was like, "You know what? Fuck you. Yeah, I am gonna do that." So I went and we grafted it on there. I'll have to dig up the picture, but I have a picture of a pepper grafted onto a Durban poison plant.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah. Grafting, I sing out of the hymn book, but crossing, not so much.
No.
More than one person has claimed that they have done it. Did you know that? Coach?
Okay, that's cool.
They have,
Yeah,
they have,
sure, why not? You know,
they have
here's
taken
one
the-
for you. The neem tree is called, as its botanical name is Azadirachta indica. So I'm going to throw out one. We should use that to cross it so we can get bigger cannabis plants because it's an indica, right? We should be able to, you know. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Oh yeah,
I think-
and alfalfa is what something
no.
sativa. Does that mean that we can cross a Colombian with a? You get the idea. I mean, come on.
Can you guys can see this,
They do
right?
have-
Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go. There's a hops,
Maybe-
and you know what that hops make? So this is why you should grow them. Besides making beer, one of the most effective pesticides you can use. You take those flowers and you chop them up real fine, soak them in water for a day, day and a half, then strain and drain, and then spray. It's a wonderful plant.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was this guy, but somebody got busted. It was a big hoax that they cross pollinated cannabis with hops to make for a CBD rich beverage, I think is what they were saying.
I
But
think the genetics will support it, but I don't know if it's, fully where they can.
and they
reproduce.
tried that way back in like the early 1900s to cross pollinate and vice versa too. They tried crossing hemp with pollen. I mean, hemp with hops and hops with hemp. Male to female, vice versa, but to no luck. But one of them claims that it had like fake seeds, like the pollen registered. I mean, the stigmas registered the pollen, but then never made seed. And they were talking maybe that could be a way to, stop pollination in general. If you could fake out the hairs that they're pollinated, that won't grow seed. And then if any real pollen came along, they would already be dead. But I didn't get too deep into all that reading.
Have you ever seen hops growing in production?
Not in real life, but I've seen, the pictures they have
Yeah,
strings
okay.
that go to telephone poles, right?
Right.
More or less,
And
yeah.
so you're right.
It's a vine.
Yeah. And like I said, the Willamette Valley, one of them's called Cascade hops, I think. And the other one's, I don't know, I'm sorry. But anyway, the other one is up in Yakima, which is in Washington on the east side of the Cascades. And it's perfect weather conditions. They're shipped around the world. That's the quality. To countries that, I mean, every culture makes beer, but not every culture can grow the kind of hops and barley that is grown in the Northwest. So it's a major crop here, like big time. And grain ships get loaded here at the port of Portland with nothing but malted barley going to Asia, China, and India in particular. And then they, sell it to smaller countries. It's a big deal. And hops, is part of it because beer at its very basic is 3 items: water, barley, and hops. So you got to have that if you want other flavor agents. Obviously that's a whole different story, but at its very core, you have to have those 3 commodities. So I figured out how to use the barley in our soils. Little did I know I was going to be wiping out microbes left and right. So
Can you talk about? He's joking when he says that. By the way. Don't know he's being sarcastic. Do you want to talk a little bit about how there's kind of the 2 different types of barley and how they have the 2 different enzymes that are important? Because that was something that was really interesting to me when you first talked about it on Humic show.
Yeah, there's a book. I got to send it to you, and you're not going to want to buy it because it's like $250. It's from Spring Leak. I'm sure you're familiar with that science publication, but it's talking about the enzymes that we want to see in a healthy soil. at the bottom of the summary page, it lists these enzymes, and amylase is the big one. A urease, which is a cofactor for the breaking down urea. Protease, protein. Phosphatase. I mean, come on, what cannabis grower doesn't obsess about phosphorus? See what I mean? And then, but the big one is chitinase. And
That one?
no, wait a minute. Yes. No, I'm not sure now, but it is from that publisher. Let me, I'm going to be gone for a second because I want to get the title for you. And it's from that publisher, so we're on the right track. So hold on. Okay.
It's got that guy, those two authors have 2 books on that particular topic. That's why I was just curious.
No, we're there. Yeah, we're just one step away. I'd look at the other book. It has a different title, but the name is why I had to stop for a second, because I went, wait a minute, I know that name. So you're on the right track. So it's the other book, but I'm sorry, I can't. Wait a minute, I got it on my
That looks
desk.
like it.
On my desk. No, it's on my computer. I'm sorry. I'm working on my, what do you call it? iPad. But I'll get it to you. I'm sure it's a red cover, and it's regarding enzymes in soil. All my point is that on the first page, it is free. The summary, it lists 7 or 8 enzymes that are ones that we want to see in the soil. And guess what? Barley provides each and every one of those.
That one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the book. So, and I was really happy when I found it, that here was hardcore, not hyperbole on a YouTube weed show. Okay, there's something you can sink your teeth into, and backed up by research and peer-reviewed double-blind studies, not anecdotal bullshit, you know. And the other reason is that because it is as effective as it is, of course you're going to draw a lot of fire. You're hurting people in the pocketbook. I mean, you know what a full bag, 50-pound bag of some of the best barley in the world cost? We're in the $40 range. And if you got somebody, somebody in the business, like a brewer, you can, say, can you add 10 bags for, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Coots. How do you don't make seed sprout tea, do you? Just throw it in the mix? How do you use it exactly?
Well, when I first started doing that, that was before I didn't know anything about barley malt, because I'm not a brewer. I was a beer drinker, a consumer, but not an enthusiast. So I read a book on seeds and the changes that happen when the seed germinates, and the switch of enzymes that are converted to new enzymes that ensures the health and viability of the seedling. Because remember, all this bullshit about adding stuff to the soil, the seedling has no root system. I mean, you're spinning your wheels. You want to give it light and water.
Yep.
Until at least the second set of true leaves. I mean, starting to high dose it because you think it's going to grow faster is, that's just stoner science, not based on anything. So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh no! And so anyway, I tried everything I could get my hands on. I did legumes, pinto beans, garbanzo. It doesn't matter. You get the idea. I did everything I could find at Bob's Red Mill, their factory store, where they have it all in self-serve, so I get a quarter cup of each and buy like 10 or 15 different things and take them home and sprout them. And then what I would do is, the question was so then I would take and then puree them in a food processor with water.
Okay.
Until I got it to a consistency that, was appropriate. And then, I've told the story 100 times, but I mean, it's kind of funny, friend of a friend of a friend kind of situation. I was telling him about it and he looks at me, he goes, why don't you just go buy it at a home brew store? And I said, dude, I got this shit already made. He goes, yeah, barley malt, dickhead. So anyway, I never sprouted another seed. That was the end of my career on the seed deal.
We had a question in chat, Coot, for you. He says, Coot, does prayer solve microbial collapse?
Yes. That and wishful thinking, So, but see, here's the other thing that barley. I didn't say anything because I just told people about it and then let them, online at that time. This is before social media was as big as it is now, and forums was the method of communicating with each other. And forums, anyway, it doesn't matter. And other people started reporting it because I was afraid, man, if I say this, I'm going to get laughed off. Icy Mag and Grass City and all the others, but it actually reduced the flower time by as much as 15%. So if you had a strain like I do, that 12 weeks is the minimum on your flower period, you could knock off 15% of that time. Now tell me, forget cannabis for a minute. Any farmer in the world, if you could tell that farmer, if you use this material, you can add a harvest a year. I mean, think about that. And so even in cannabis, it means you could do another cycle, right? By using this barley. So anyway, I didn't say anything, and then other people started, God, I can't believe it. It finished faster, and there was no loss of yield or impact or strength, I guess is the word you're supposed to use.
And this was watering with the pulverized barley malt? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Across the board, that's hundreds of millions of dollars across the board they're going to make and
Right.
save.
So if you were trying to pimp somebody with a bottle of swill or a machine of questionable value, and you're trying to compete with a product that costs 80 cents a pound, you're going to draw a lot of fire because it works too well. But I never cared about big growers. I got into this to help medical growers, people that had been through the system, had been raped and plundered. And, this was their last chance of getting some kind of relief before they went to their reward. And so, I mean, you could take even marginal soil. I don't want to get into that one, but add some barley. And right there, you're going to add microbial colonies up the yin yang. That's guaranteed. I didn't make that up. That's in the science. Go study brewing. Go study how beer is made. Go take a class at a home brew store for free and learn how beer is made and how much microbes are at the core of the whole thing. If it wasn't, then guess what? All beer would taste the same because they all start with the same thing, right? Barley, water, and hops. So if it wasn't manipulating the microbes that would give you the different flavors, see what I'm saying? You don't just go, well, he's a really, well, yeah, that is true too, though. But anyway, you get the idea. We all start with the same thing to make beer. And so I just figured out how we could add it to the soil and achieve the same results, but in a substrate instead of a liquid. Because a lot of the things have nothing to do with brewery, like chitinase. That's really important in the soil. It means nothing in brewing. In brewing, it's all about amylase, amylase, amylase. Now, what makes barley unique among the rice grains, like oh, what do you call it? Rye seeds, wheat, oats, all those others, they only contain the alpha form of amylase, whereas barley is unique in that it has both the alpha and the beta. So it has more of that active amylase that is what's in your mouth, the saliva. So as soon as you eat food, the process of breaking that food down begins.
Already
with,
going down.
yeah, right. Because before you hit your stomach and the acids and all that take over. So what we're trying to do here is provide food for enzymes and food for the microbial colonies to increase. But now I've learned that they die off. You know, it's like they went to an orgy and they had too much sex and they're all laying out by the pool. They've been spent. We wiped out all the microbes or something. I'm not sure how that works. But anyway,
That's why God created cocaine.
yeah. Right. Yeah, and video camera. Yeah, and video camera. But
No, the video cameras for blackmailing the politicians that are there.
even a hardcore, I mean this in a nice way, not a mean way, but okay, even Fumidor, who's kind of committed to, he's more brand oriented than I am. He tried barley and said, wow, you know, you can see the results. You can't argue with the results, right? It's one of those things that, show me a picture of these dead microbes, okay? Show me a plant that got negatively impacted because you added barley to the soil. It doesn't exist. 80 cents a pound, think about it.
There's quite the chat going on about we were joking the other day on Fumi's show, but this thing has kind of taken on a life of its own. A show called Coot's Mix, and you're an owner of a dispensary, and and then you get this bright idea to open up a new store that's just like a pawn shop for grow gear.
Yeah. Actually, you know, after the first,
and you and Dr. Faust go to the BizCon and do like a report.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, and I mean this in the kindest way. When you told me that he was going to be on the seminar, and then he was on Fume's show, and then your show a couple more times. Because you're not part of that paradigm, the organic purist terrorist, that as I call myself and others.
We like to call it the religion of organic on this show.
Yeah, I mean, we're like really obnoxious in our pursuit of soil microbes, and people like Dr. Faust are held in the highest levels of regard. I can't even express it really. It's like, you know, Greek mythology, it came down off Mount Olympus to show humans, here's how you do it, dickhead. You know, here's how you structure plants to accumulate more nutrients. So therefore it's healthier for you. And in that regard, I think I fashion my approach the same way, in that I don't really give a shit about cannabis in that sense. I don't think there's a special way you have to grow it. I don't think there's things, special wands you have to wave over the soil. I don't think you have to. Do we use rabbit shit or cow shit in our worm bins? I don't know. Give it a shot. You know, you go figure it out. I can't imagine a more boring test in my life, but yeah, have at it, you know.
On the topic of manure, I think people often underestimate the importance of getting clean manure. So
Absolutely.
especially horse manure, almost all horse manure has dewormer in it, which is
Right.
killing off nematodes and a bunch of other stuff. So you need to make
Right.
sure that you know what was put into that cow that manure came from. You know, it's one thing that's really not emphasized enough that I really wonder
No,
how
no,
much.
you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
The one manure that we can be the most confident in And that's because they make money for the dairy sector is dairy cattle. They're taken care of from a health standpoint. Their diet is tightly controlled to max, you get the idea. I'm not defending. I don't
Which
want to
doesn't
get
matter what kind of antibiotics is they're injected with and stuff like that.
No.
Because I hear there's a lot of funky.
Okay, but you look this one up and you can find it easily enough. They do give, especially horses. No, they give all livestock. I'm sorry, horses and cattle. The what's the one that people were taking for COVID? The
Ivermectin.
Yes. Okay, it contains that. Now, what that means is that it's going to get transferred to the manure. That's a given.
Right.
So the way that you get rid of it is you have to, you've heard the term aged manure. Well,
Right.
that means is that it's been stacked or, put into a windrow, and you have to turn it a couple times a week with a pitchfork. And it takes 4 to 6 weeks, and the sunlight deconstructs the molecule into its basic component, which is carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. And those dissipate into the atmosphere, but you have to age it. You've got to turn it. The more sunlight so you got to get the inside to the outside to get the sunlight. See what I mean? It's the sunlight that deconstructs these very fragile, think terpenes and terpenes. If you took a bud and threw it out in the grass.
The alkalides, right? The alkalides of the medicine that isn't it breaking it down? Isn't that what it's doing?
Right. So you have to do that regardless of whatever manure you use, or you compost it.
Right, and
Take it up to
thermophilic.
that 140, thermophilic composting, but then the easiest way is just turn it outside and let it neutralize.
Right.
But but dairy, because of, you can imagine the care that they get versus a steer out on the plains. They get so hauled in and to a feedlot. You can imagine what goes on there with steroids and growth enhancers and all kinds of shit. So the other term that's used in the industry is dairy solids. And what that means is that the manure was, anyway, that's what you want to find. And find a small dairy in your area if you can. I know it's, anyway. You know how to find good materials regardless of where you live, even in New York City, is you go to the farmer's market and you talk to the producers and just ask them, where do you get your supplies? I'm serious.
Pat had a good suggestion. Says donkeys like to shit in the same spot over and over. So if you have a donkey, they're really good because they're easy to take care of. I know alpaca and llama poop.
Absolutely. Yes. We have big alpaca and llama because they're used as trail animals for hikers up in the, we got big mountains out here, the Cascades. So there's a lot of llama farms, and you think cannabis people are wacky? Go talk to a llama farmer. Or Jesus. Here's the pedigree, and this was, came out of San Diego. We sent him back to Peru. I don't care.
I know one that does both, Coots.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Soul has an alpaca farm, and he grows, and he breeds marijuana too.
If you could, and you couldn't because you can imagine what it would take. But because of its way that it digests food, probably the best manure you can possibly get, but you'll never get any quantity, is rabbit. And I'm not a animal biologist. I couldn't tell you the reasons why, but there's something about their digestive system. Like a cow has the different stomachs, and it's different than a horse, and so in the same way, when you get down to is that a rodent, a rabbit?
Yeah, so rodents that rely on more lignin heavy foods, so more woodier foods.
Okay.
Rabbits and other things like that, they'll actually eat their own poop over and over again. They'll actually have a den where they poop, and they have to eat it multiple times to fully get all the stuff out of it. And actually, you can hurt rabbits by having them in a plain screen bottom where they can't eat any of it a second time. They'll actually kind of slowly starve to death. or be severely malnutrition
Yeah.
from that. And same thing with the babies. The babies have to eat the poop from the mom in order to get the right microbes to
That
get them
Yeah,
going.
that makes all kinds of sense. Absolutely. But I mean, the great thing about composting worms like red wigglers or the Euros or whatever you choose to go with is their ability to neutralize pathogenic and chemical. God, I hate using this to give credence to it, but heavy metals, I guess, is in everything now. I used to just worry every morning about my CalMag lockout. Now I have to worry about heavy metals. So I don't know what I'm going to do. But anyway, the remediation properties of going through the worm's digestive tract can fix almost every concern that you're not going to have any problems getting your soil certified if that's the situation in your jurisdiction. I don't know all the laws, so I don't pretend to, but I know this much, that great pieces of property around Asia are remediated with composting worms. So from that, you can take whatever you want.
Oh yeah, there was a wonderful art. In fact, Marty and I regularly email each other because we get good laughs out of it. There's a company out of Hawaii that does aquaponics, and they had a whole article about how dangerous it was to put worms in because it introduces E. coli to your system. And it's like, dude, it's like the exact opposite. Like they eliminate E. coli. They have microbes in their digestive tract that eat and kill E. coli. Like,
I know.
couldn't be more further from the truth. There's so much garbage stuff out there as far as information, and a lot of this stuff is just goofy. And where they come up with it, I don't know.
You see why I turned down, like, people want to put on a couple of people that are like completely opposite ends of something, for its comedic value. And the last thing I want to do is stand in front of 3,000 people at a goddamn CannaCon and argue the properties of something they know nothing about, which we all know the name that shall not be repeated. Can you imagine he and I on a stage? All I would do is just give him the finger and walk off. So
if I can make him talk about me for half of his talks twice in a row, shit.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Well,
all I had to do is disagree with him a few times in chat, and he went off on me for hours. I mean, but not beyond that. Like, if anyone's like that level of defensive, like, what does that tell you about how sound their science is?
Well, there is no science.
There is. In fact, Dr. Efron just talked quite extensively about how you can't use a microscope to ID half of the fungal groups.
I know.
And all the rest, it's just goofy.
What they say when you don't have the facts on your,
but hey,
the facts of the science on your side, you make a lot of noise.
This little piece of shit has been pestering me for over 6 years. So I only have 2 comments. I'm really glad that you let me have so much space in your head and I don't have to pay rent. Okay. That's the first thing. And why don't you get a job? Like, become a functioning member of your community, like pick up the trash or, lead a bunch of school children around the neighborhood to pick up paper products.
My thing is that it's going to be really funny about, in another year or 2, we're all going to have DNA analyzers, and we can just scoop up the soil in our garden and see what the hell's in there. We don't have to work about the microscope work and all the rest of this. We can instantly see what the ratios are, what's present, what isn't, and all the rest. Like, we don't need to argue about this stuff anymore. Like,
you don't even have to bother with any of that. Just do what Coot does and grow some killer plants. Yeah. I love this phrase. I just found it. I told you before. They muddy the waters to make them look deeper when it's really only an inch deep. They make everything so difficult to freaking befuddle you and make you buy bullshit. That's basically what it is.
I've been telling people for 15 years, if you do this based on science and not emotion, you're going to have so much free time in your hand, you'll need to get a bike so you can go on a bike ride because you're not going to have anything to do. I mean, one of my close friends, in fact, the guy that gave me my dog, as a thank you for his help, for my help. His Instagram name is Set It and Forget It Organics, because that's really what it is. You dial in your soil and the rest of it's like, yeah. You want to argue about limestone versus oyster shell powder, go do it with somebody that gives a shit. I don't. I put all of my energy into creating the finest compost I can that I know how to. And I've studied all that I could for the last 20 years. And when it comes down to worm, because for example, let's take nitrogen. The nitrogen that is in worm castings is 300 times, 300% more available to the plant than say urea or ammonium. That's just that when you look at all the macronutrients and micro, but again, the quality is determined by what you use to create those castings. You're not going to take a steer manure from Walmart and turn it into, like the kind. You got to start with
flat.
Yeah, I mean, garbage in, like computers, garbage in, garbage out.
Garbage out.
What is your thoughts on like Dr. McMurdy, the early aquaponic guy? Used to do a lot. He worked with Epcot Center, but he never put out any information on nutrient levels, right? Which I thought was really bizarre. He did 30 years of research and never focused on nutrient levels. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, okay. I think where you're going, or he was, not you, but he, if you were to take the finest castings made, like from one of the big Sonoma Valley worm farm, dug up here, get the idea. I mean, the stuff where they've been on CNN, that level of castings, and you were to send it to a lab for a nutrient profile, your NPK and trace elements. As soon as you got the test back, you'd call me on the phone and go, "Are you nuts? This shit can't grow plants." Okay. Because if a person looks at it from a point of chemistry, it doesn't look right on paper because we're so obsessed with that, with NPK, the law of minimums, that whole thing. But it's the microbiology that creates the ability for a plant to maximize its genetic potential. That's the part that's the hardest to convey, that it isn't about your nitrogen level, it isn't about your potassium level. Like you yourself, all the myths that you've had to shoot down about what is or is not acceptable levels to get maximum without killing your, right.
And that was one of the biggest challenges when I started at the aquaponic source. And one of the first things when they were trying to develop new products, we needed to know, okay, well, people are clearly having nutrient issues and they're having pest issues, right? And the next question is, okay, well, what should the nutrient levels be in the system? And then we can adjust it through fish food or biodiversity or whatever, but what the hell should they be? No one knew the answer. There was only a handful of universities that had even done any studies on the different parts per million levels and what bioavailability, what form they're in. Any of that stuff was unknown. There's lots of information on hydro, soil, and planted aquariums, but there was next to nothing on aquaponics. So I spent the better part of 2 years just writing any university that had a program on this and said, hey, can you send me what you got? I'm trying to aggregate all of this and put it into one space so we can start to figure this out. And then we used that aggregated data as our baseline when we were doing side-by-sides. Like I just showed you guys the UV side-by-side. We did tons of nutrient ones to try and figure out what nutrient levels they should be. We did all different types of different inputs to see what was available, what isn't. We did LD50s with things like Mammoth P and other
potent, is it right?
Things.
It's impossible to get get your finger on it because the biology is constantly changing, soil's constantly changing. So with one test, what wasn't available to the plant at that test, you know, even in a different part of the soil could be available, right, to the plant. And then in a week or so, things change and now something else could be made available that wasn't. Like, that's what I was reading about the molder
Well,
chart. That
wait, no.
even with soil tests, it's
No.
only so good with the biology that's working in there. I can't really.
You're exactly right. And here's where the science comes in.
Okay. Yeah.
Plants and the microbes in the soil, all the protozoa, that's what I couldn't think of. Protozoa, fungi, bacteria. That's the nucleus. And even within that, you're talking multiple strains. And to what Steve said about a guest that he had, who basically said, you're not going to be able to identify, he probably said fungal, if I think I got that right.
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to identify, and that's true. And I'm not sure that you would be able to identify the diversity in, say, the bacteria colonies either. But that's, I'm not that's not my area of expertise if I had one. But a living soil is such a complex. Anyway, so the roots will exude and to trigger microbial response to make an element available. Follow me? The microbial colonies themselves will exude enzymes for the most part to trigger specific responses in order to deconstruct this. Remember that this has been going on for 450 million years, so they kind of got this thing down. And I would suggest that the less human interference probably is, an optimum, but that's another story. Yeah, but that's what I'm just trying to say is that the plants themselves, yes, you're right, that it may take a couple of, I don't know about weeks, but some period of time, a day, 3 or 4 days. But yeah, the root itself will exude things that trigger microbial activity to achieve the elements that it's seeking.
And the roots actually change the pH in the soil too, or the plant actually does. But that's where it comes down to, that's why people want to help aid, get it as close to optimal pH as you can for the plant, so that the plant doesn't have to work on it.
Here's the problem with that.
The pH is more important about the microbial species, because if the pH is way off, you're not going to get that fungal colonization. You're not going to get the health of those microbes. That's why it's more important than anything else. In an aquatic environment, it's more important for instant availability, but in soil, it's more important mainly around the fungal
microbes.
But understand that the pH is a snapshot. It's like having the old days, you had a Polaroid camera. You take a picture and but if you were to take, and God knows why you would, if you were to take your pH every hour for 48 hours and plot it on a chart or a spreadsheet or whatever, you'd probably be laughing like, yeah, what time of the day? I mean, to see the rise and fall, which is part of it. It's not, it's a dynamic. It's not a
static. It fluctuates constantly.
Right, it constantly fluctuates.
Yeah,
everything is pH. That's why all these things that they talk about are constant, in my view, is constantly in flux. So like you're saying, Coots, it's all just a snapshot. But and then even when
everything's in a range too, it's within ranges.
Right. Even when they do the SAP analysis and the bricks testing, that's all time of day too. Like, it seems like a lot of hoo-ha. It's like, like I'm saying, they're muddying up the waters.
I only know one test, and one test only. I take a bud that's dry, I tear it into pieces, I put it in a pipe, and I take a hit. I either like it or I don't. You can bring me all the tests you want.
That's the most important one.
I don't give a shit about your terpene profile. I don't want to hear the story about who bred it. I don't give a shit. I've heard every weed story known to God in the last 53 years. You can't possibly impress me. Not impossible. I've smoked a lot of bad weed. That's just, hey, welcome to reality. Ask Charlie here. he and I came out of the same generation. I mean, more of the weed was bad than it was good.
Yeah.
You know, you shouldn't be able to remember the really good ones. I mean, there should have been so much good that would have been like out of the ordinary, but it was. I mean, like to get the bag with like the killer buds, you know, where you know, that thing about praying to God is a religion, God talking back to you is paranoia. It's just schizophrenia, you know.
I never heard that one.
Oh yeah,
When you-
that's a classic. What's the difference between prayer and talking with God? Anyway, you get the idea.
Yeah.
Especially if you have microbial collapse.
Yeah.
Microbial collapse is this mythical, made-up bullshit that
It is.
happens.
It's just God. It's so fucking stupid. Okay, the most diehard critic in the world is my worm guy. He doesn't buy a thing. I mean, nada. He goes and gets up the number 2 produce from the produce distributors, stuff they can't, you know, it's out of date or whatever. And he goes and picks up that. But man, I kept trying to tell him about barley. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Well, he's on the phone list with the Oregon State Police and the Washington State Police if there's an accident with a truck and you got to get the shit off the highway, right? You got to clear the roadway. And so if it's something that the categories that he had on his application that you can take, he's one of the people they call. So I get a call on a Sunday morning at 7:00. What the fuck? And it's Doug. He says, hey, what's that barley you told me about? And I said, what's barley malt? And he says, well, I'm going to send you a picture. So he sends me a picture of the bag with the label on it. It's like one of the premium brands of malt. A Greece or something like that. It has a German name, which doesn't mean much, but so to make a long story short, he now had all the barley in the world he could possibly want. So I asked him for one favor. Could he give me 50 feet, a windrow of compost and not put any vegetables or any of the other materials that he, and just use barley on that. And so we've been friends for several years. He said, yeah, sure. So he did. So a few months later, he calls me and said, I can't believe how fast these worms are reproducing. And, you know, he said, it's incredible. And it's accelerated because more worms, you're processing more material, right? And turning into worm casting. So it sped up the process. So what farmer wouldn't want that? You know, so now he's a diehard enthusiast about adding barley because of what it does. It not only adds more microbes to the soil, but it activates a number of other processes that makes more food available to the worms. And like any organism, you have more food, they reproduce at a faster rate. Yeah, or higher, you know. So, you know, if you do everything right, you can take a pound of worms today and turn it into several hundred pounds in a year, up to 1,000, depending on a whole bunch of factors. But, you know, that's the absolute potential. So,
Hey guys, almost 3:00 here. I got a jet. Thanks for having me, Colton. I really appreciate it, man. And I hope I get invited again. Thanks for putting up with me, everybody. Cool.
good night, Charlie.
Good to see you, Charlie.
Good night.
Peace out.
There's a question from chat. It says, can you talk about using compost tea for IPM, specifically spider mites? No, that doesn't work. It's just a myth. I know where it came from, but we're not going to get into that. But don't believe anything that's as goofy or stupid as that. Now, we've talked before about IPMO using fungal collections. That can work, but that's a wholly different science and not at all like that. We have some other new people in chat as well. Welcome Yellowstone and some other people in chat. Thanks for joining us.
For mites, green lacewings larva is my preferred. I've had the most success. You buy it from companies that sell beneficial insects, and it's a green lacewing is the name of the insect. You want larvae, you buy it in the form of larvae, and so they don't fly away. They stick
The
around,
the one that I like a lot for spider mites in particular, my opening, depending on the infection level, my opening salvo would be Velifer, which is a Bavaria bassiana strain that actually will also attack mites as well.
Yeah.
It's a really good one. And then once you've knocked down the population quite a bit, use that for 3 or 4 applications. And then once you do you hit your second application, go ahead and order some Persimilis mites. Or if it's below 82 degrees Fahrenheit, or 70s or low 80s. And then if you're running a little bit warmer, so you're going to run mid to upper 80s or even low 90s, then I would switch to the Neosuilus californicus, which is the California spider mite predator. They tend to survive a little bit drier, a little bit hotter temperatures, so that they'll do a little bit better and be more active at those higher temperatures, whereas Persimilis will kind of shut down. But Persimilis are better for indoor. Californicus is better for greenhouses, and they'll wipe out anything that survives.
Yeah, there's some really good biological solutions, and breaking the reproduction cycle is the key to any herbivore insect. Finding out how long it takes to go from adult to larva and hatchling, the whole life cycle. And breaking that is the key to disrupting and then eliminating the population. So how you get there, those are options that Steve has far more experience than I do. I use a different one because I just know how to do it, use them. You get them on a card and you hang it on the branch and off they go, and they're like piranha. They're extremely voracious. It's really cool to look through a scope and see all these half-munched eggs and mice laying around like it got hit with a bomb or something. I wept.
Someone else also asked about rove beetles. Rove beetles and aureus are really good for wiping out aphids and larger insects. They don't really feed as much on the mite. The younger ones will, and the larvae will a little bit, but the adults don't really do quite as well.
Right.
For that, but they're also really good. Those two, particularly if you have a larger indoor space, and say I have some plants that are infected over here but not over here, they can fly around the room and travel around the room a lot easier, and you kind of find at your hot spots. I like to use them as kind of my last extermination team if I'm fighting root aphids or regular aphids or leaf hoppers or anything else that's slightly larger.
Well, I would think, and I don't live there, but just I've been in parts of Texas. I don't say that with a lot of pride necessarily, but it would seem to me that in Oklahoma, you must have some really big ass insects to deal with across several varieties or, types and everything. I would think it would be it's agriculture.
Potent's been in Africa. There's like bugs that pick you up over there, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had grasshoppers that were like bigger than this lighter for like just the back half of them, not the whole insect.
Right. Right.
We had really giant spiky ones that were like half the size of my fucking hand. Like
now Coots, the
top of the plant right off.
I'm pretty sure the Persimilis can navigate trichomes. Do you know if the Californicus can?
Yep.
And I'm not even 100% sure, but I know that like the Swarovski and the Andersoni, I think, have problems like getting through trichomes and shit.
Well, Andersoni are a little bit smaller, Swarovski are a little bit bigger. Swarovski are a little bit more roaming hunters as well. So they're the Swarovski you can get in those 6-week release pouches, 6 to 8.
Yeah, I love those things.
A little bit longer.
But they don't have those for the Persimilis or whatever.
No. So Persimilis, the reason is because Persimilis solely feed on 2-spotted spider mites and red spotted mites. So they do not feed on anything other than spider mites. It's the only food. whereas everything else that we just talked about can feed on spider mites and other things. The only other one that's similar to that would be the punctinium, which is the spider mite ladybird, ladybug that you can buy. Those are the other ones where
Specific, huh?
there's hyper specific predators that don't feed on anything else.
I would like to throw one out that almost never gets discussed unless I'm discussing it. So I'll agree. Let's not beat the goddamn neem oil thing again. Let's set that one off the discussion. But there's another oil, horticulture oil, that originated in India, and it's a legume, but it's a tree, but it's a legume, meaning that it fixes nitrogen in the soil. So it's basically, it feeds itself. And it's called, the problem with India, the problem with describing something from India is that there's so many languages. And I think this one is from the Puli district. It's Karanja. Most of India knows it as Pangamia oil. And it's widely used in makeups, very fine, like Paris, Tokyo, New York, that kind of, makeup. It's also, some of the agents are used as birth control for livestock as well as humans. But anyway, it's not related to neem whatsoever, but it does have pesticide and fungicide properties, as well as nematode and the other things in the soil. But if you have a true IPM doesn't mean, well, there's a bunch of mites, what do I do? IPM means that from the time that you get the plant established, you begin a protocol, whatever that is in your part of the world, whether it's weekly or whatever it is. And you do your IPM, integrated pest management, not, oh shit, I got an invasion, what do I do? See what I mean? The difference?
Yep.
Be proactive, not reactive. Excuse me, be proactive and you won't have to be reactive. How's that? And for me, it's applying horticulture oils that have properties that enhance the growth of the plant, that eradicate not through poison, no poison whatsoever. You could drink it. I wouldn't, but you could. That interrupt the reproduction process of an insect. How could that possibly be a bad idea? I don't get it, but whatever. And all the campaigns in the world don't change the science. But anyway, get Karanja oil and do your normal emulsify with some kind of whatever you like using. I don't want to get into that controversy.
Wait,
But
did you spray
anyway,
hydrogen peroxide on that? It's potent. What is that?
what's that?
No, we had woolly aphids on the bottom of an outdoor plant, so we blowtorched them off because we were doing
shit.
jobs outside.
Yeah.
It works 100% of the time.
That's some big ass perlite.
Yep.
Wow.
With we like to use the chunkier stuff for
Yeah.
that's something
Right.
that composting, because what we do is the soil layer, we'll just take that once they're even if we use them in dual root zone pots, we'll just cut the plant down, sit it out long enough to dry out the soil layer. Then we can pull that burlap and soil right off with the root ball, throw that
Right.
into a giant pile, compost it, put some IMO inoculant in there, throw some nematodes on there to make sure we don't transfer anything we don't want to bring over from the last run in case there happens to be bugs that we missed or something. Compost that for 1 to 2 runs, maybe 3 runs, depending on how much soil we have. And then we just reuse it again. So once you have that 3 or 4 runs worth of soil, you're just recycling it over and over. And then for every 10,000 square feet of canopy that we have for aquaponics facilities, and it doesn't matter if it's lettuce or cannabis, we generate around 2,000 pounds of compost every year between the fish waste
Oh, wow.
and the leftover plant material and everything. We combine all that's left over and make compost and worm castings. So we're able
Wow.
to make 2,000
Wow.
pounds per year per 10,000 square feet, which means that
Wow.
we're generating more than enough soil to use whatever the plants soak up. So once we have, that initial batch of soil, we can just we don't ever need to buy anything again because we're generating more soil than we ever use again after that.
I'm convinced that a person had, let's say, this is probably more than you need, but let's use 50,000 square feet, a small commercial building where you could control to a great degree airflow and temperature, ambient conditions. You could produce a lot of revenue just doing worm castings in a facility that size with, doing it right, the whole drill, not just stick them in a plastic tub and cross their fingers and go have a brew.
The other nice thing is because we have all these like wet root balls and
Yep.
like other stuff, when we put that into the worm bin,
Yep.
as long as you have the screened off well, you get tons of worm juice all the time because there's water, like it's you're not getting that anaerobic pockets. And because we do put the extra perlite and stuff in there, it doesn't have a lot of the negative anaerobic stuff. And and also making sure that you get, some good nematodes in there to kill off anything bad. And then also a lot of people even will do what's it called now? It used to be called hypoaspis miles. It's a stradiolate schematis now is the new word for the same mite, the root mites that kill off anything that gets down there. So those are really good as well for your worm bins. They don't really fuck with the worms at all.
What also gets lost in the conversation is that if you study mites, just mites alone, the number of mites in a living soil is pretty staggering. How many different varieties and
I've been called to probably 20 or 30 different grows that had tryphagus mites, which are just the ones that feed on soil fungus. And they're like, scary. And you're like, no, this is good. It might as well be like a springtail or an earthworm. Like it's fine.
I like the ones that get all excited in a bad way. You destroyed my garden. There's like white, what they're talking about is mycelium. The whole surface of my worm bin or my soil is covered in mold. No, that's mycelium. Let's work together here. Let's all sing out of the same hymn book. Jesus Christ. Anyway, so what should I spray on it? Please don't spray anything. Just,
Yeah, immediately want to kill whatever it is.
Yeah, I got to kill it. Yeah, stab it and kill it. And,
oh, I just had a bunch of wheel bugs lay eggs on my thing. Oh, so you have like an army of probably the best predator that you could have for an outdoor grow. Why would you spray that and kill it? You just made your life harder. Like, or here's a great example of one on why it's important to know what eats what. So this was just a quick one on this guy burned down his house a couple of weeks ago, like almost $2 million house to try and get rid of snakes that were underneath the house instead of calling an exterminator. Thought that was great in Maryland. So if you have, for example, if you have thrips attacking your plants and you have spider mites, don't treat the thrips right away. Treat the spider mites first, because thrips will, especially flower thrips and many other thrips, are omnivores. They're not strictly plantivores. And it's much easier for animals to get energy from meat than it is from plants. So they'll happily feed upon your spider mites and help you eliminate them, then treat the thrips. You'll get rid of both of them faster if you use them as an ally, at least for phase one. And people, and again, you don't want, you're still trying to control both of them ideally, but it might behoove you, especially if you're more worried about the spider mites, to focus on them first with a, Persimolis or another one. And also in chat was bringing up, yes, Persimolis do need a higher humidity. You do want 60% plus, ideally for the Persimolis as well. Good point. Yeah, that's one thing. Remember 35% plus minus species of thrips are predators. You have 6 spotted thrips and 8 spotted thrips and stuff like that in the US that actually are native predatory thrips that if I find them in my grow, I'm not going to treat them at all, because they're not going to lay eggs in my plant material and they're going to eat anything that's, mite size that comes into the grow. So.
Well, just, I'm trying to make it a little bit light, but what about the, mites on our skin? And our, mites is a pretty much a catch-all term for an amazingly wide diversity of the organisms that do have functions, probably less than what 8% are damaged.
But if you look, those aren't piling up on the actual roots and trying to suck on them. They're all cruising through the soil,
Yep.
looking, you know what I mean? And also without looking at them better under a tighter zoom, it's hard to tell what they are, but that cruising around like that generally is a sign. So a great way to tell if something's a predator is it fast moving?
Yeah, that was
And does it have?
there was a red orb mites, and that was in my earthworm bin actually. And when I first saw them, I was afraid they were going to be hurting on my earthworms. But yeah, after I Googled it, I don't get all scared like some people do, but I Googled it up, and yeah, they're just red orb mites, they're called, and they're just eat, decaying matter.
Let me put that out there, since we are discussing in part worm castings. I've been going to this gentleman's website for over 20 years, and he's up in Canada. Bentley's his name. Anyway, redwormcomposting.com. Probably one of the best worm, if you want to call it that, worm portals on the internet. His archives of articles is truly stunning. Like how to do it in the snow, with the straw bale, like a straw bale house or barn. Well, you build a straw bale worm, to keep the worms from freezing. So anyway, it covers everything. Different methods of building worm bins, vertical flow through, horizontal flow through. Anyway, the whole windrows working, where it's on the ground kind of thing. Anyway, redwormcomposting.com, and well worth your time if you just want to do research. Like I say, the archives of articles go back 15 or more years. Enjoy.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a great point, and definitely one where I think, it's a great topic because people really do freak out over root mites, especially fungal mites that do not affect their plants at all, and go a long way to doing all kinds of really root drenches.
Okay, I'm going to put it out there. I know, we'll get, oh, fuck, Coot, man, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I use neem. I use Karanja, Pongamia, whatever you want to call it, or both in my soil. Back to this, each cubic foot's 120 cups, and I use 1 cup of either single or a combination of the two. It's actually best to use 2 parts neem to 1 part Karanja. And you won't be dealing with gnats, fungus gnats. You won't be dealing with root aphids. You won't be dealing with anything that's pathogenic in terms of insects, predators, not predators, problematic insects. How's that? It'll take care of business, and whatever. How about it? Here comes incoming.
This is from Noob Memes. He took the idea for the sitcom and made like a little trailer picture.
That's cute.
That's classic.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Noob Memes. He makes tons of fun stuff. He loves to make stuff making fun of me and Fumi and all kinds of stuff. He did a really funny ass one about the Aquaponic conference with Scotty showing up late. Yeah. Here, I'll show this one too, because this one was really good. You're late. The Joker never arrives late. Precisely what I remember. Anyways, he does these good ones, so check out his Instagram. He's fucking hysterical. Anyways.
You're going to be amazed when you see this interview. Because he was, Jeremy was just the guy posting at IC Mag, right? And he started writing down all the sources that I gave, like here's where you buy human food grade aloe vera powder, the 200XX. What that means is 200. If you take 1 gram of the material and you add it to 199 grams of water, it makes 200 grams of pure aloe vera juice. That's how you ship out. You don't ship liquid around anywhere. So it's all concentrated in this powder. And so you can imagine if 1 gram makes 200 grams of aloe vera powder, how much a kilo of aloe vera powder makes. You know, it's like a 55-gallon barrel kind of thing. So, and he started bagging it up with his name on it, you know, Build a Soil. The guy's got branding down. All of his products have his label on it, except for the one that I did. I'm the one that named it. I'm the one that designed the package, Gnarly Barley. So it's got the Hindu deity, well, Hindu and Buddhist deity, Ganesha, the elephant, the son of Shiva and Parvati. The remover of obstacles, Ganesh. So it's a patron of deity of writers, thinkers, artists, you know, not factory workers so much. But.
Someone else asked in chat, has anyone come up with a useful ferment for ash from joints, maybe treat with bacteria like biochar or something? One, it's going to be like super high pH, and two, if you don't, not everything in that is torched, and if it's not properly fermented or broken down, you could transfer viruses or phytoplasmids from whatever grow
really? Wow.
And transfer that directly into your soil, which you would not want to do.
Wow, I didn't know that. I mean, I would never think of using ashes per se. I mean, I've read this, it goes back centuries. That's where the term comes from, potash. And so it's the ash, and people have burned wood. I'm not criticizing it.
I'd be mainly from like the roaches more than it would be like burned up ash, but still, if it's not fully torched or whatever,
right,
it's not worth risking contaminating your soil.
Right. I just, there's so many other good forms of potassium without resorting to.
I got a question for you. Animals can have prions, like misshapen proteins, right? Is there a version of prions in plants? Like something that's like a prion equivalent?
I don't know, but I will find out.
It's kind of a weird question, but there's like a runaway misshapen protein, thing that happens in plants.
I have contacts at Oregon State in the ag department. So
how you doing?
The mutants, maybe in mutant plants or ones that runts that don't make it, maybe have some issue like that, Steve, right?
Yeah, there's all different types of things I think that we still don't understand with the different diseases that can affect cannabis. And I think there's a lot of stuff still we haven't seen that can jump to it. I mean, I feel like every time there's a new state, I see stuff that I haven't seen before. And, I'll send the pictures around to a couple of people that I trust, or, hey, there's people that, hey, sometimes I'll send them corpses of stuff like, I'm not going to out them, but there's two people specifically who I'll regularly send them insects if I don't know what it is in alcohol, right? So I'll take them, I'll put them in alcohol, and then I'll send them to them. This way I can legally transfer them. Otherwise, you can get a lot of trouble if you just send a live insect from state to state. That's a real good way to get on a lot of lists that you don't want to be on.
No kidding.
But that's why I always freeze insects. Great if you're collecting them. I always tell my employees, take a leaf off, put it in a Ziploc. All of that goes into a freezer for at least an hour before we look at it, because then I can pull it out, everything's dead, and then we can look at it under the microscope. It's not going to run away. I can get a good zoomed in image of it, and it makes them simple to work with. And then if I want to take something off, I can take the tweezers or a knife and just scrape it off into the alcohol, and away you go. But we found some new thrip species that we have no fucking idea what they are. In fact, I can show you pictures that we haven't seen on cannabis before, and some other interesting stuff that I think you're going to see especially as we move eastward, because you know, you get different insect populations growing acres of something than you do, you know.
Oh yeah. And there's definitely different ones across the country.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one for you guys. Companion planting. And you want to use true mints, not chocolate mint and cherry mint, you know, but peppermint and spearmint are incredible insect repellers. So you put plants in amongst your other plants, you know, adjust accordingly if you're indoor, outdoor, whatever. But always grow mints. Always grow in a container. You don't even know what invasive means until you just plant mint in the ground anywhere.
And what, all bugs don't like it?
No, the aroma at all. They're true hardcore. It's almost not even pleasant. It's so strong. Spearmint and peppermint are the two, the ones that come to mind. Chocolate mints and all that stuff. I mean, they're great. They taste wonderful, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Right.
But it's the aromas that they release into the atmosphere. And insects are like any other organism. If there's easier ways to make a living, they move on, or in this case, a meal. So making it, as disruptive as possible is helpful. In many cases, and again, it comes down to each situation is different, but maximum airflow. That doesn't mean the plants are getting knocked over. I mean, airflow, air movement, influx of fresh air. So don't give them time to hang out and establish a beachhead kind of thing. That makes sense.
This is that orange thrip that I've found. It's orange colored thrip. They're bright
Wow.
orange. They're easy to see on the live plants because they stick out so damn bad.
Right.
And then
Now,
there's
is that-
also a bean thrip as well. I got
Is that an herbivore?
Yeah, they'll attack the plants.
Okay, thank you.
And are those the new ones that you found, or?
Yeah, those are those new orange ones that we haven't.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen even your regular run-of-the-mill ones can be in some pretty gnarly color genotypes. So like,
Have you ever had to deal with white flies?
oh yeah,
Once.
Of
Those
all
things are evil.
They're beyond evil.
well,
By the time you see them, it's too late.
yeah, the key to them is early detection, and
Yes.
then the other key to them is like if I'm doing any larger commercial greenhouse with cannabis, we'll regularly release at least once every other week. Encarsia formosa, even in low release levels, because they'll pick off those first scouts that get into the grow pretty quickly because they smell them. They hormonally hone in on them. So releasing those and having them hatch, or every week or two, kind of just keeps a small defense force. And just like you're saying, it's so much better to have them kind of flying around the room like that, and then going with your Bavaria bassiana and Isophyma fumoseracea sprays, so you have your broad spectrum fungal stuff on the plants and in the surface of the soil, so that if something does come along, it gets infected, and then now it slowly it helps reduce the population and the initial scouts that come in and start to breed out in the garden. And then if you do have a problem, you can kind of spot treat it or do a heavy release of a heavier predator to kind of wipe them out.
What's the lead term of the first one you said?
For which?
The first ones that you said you would release, I find them scouting by smell.
Oh, the Encarsia fumosa. There's also another Encarsia species they use in Europe and Africa. I can't remember the name of it, but there's another thrip that's an adult.
But yeah, luckily I've only seen the white flies once in my entire life, and that silvery gook they put on the leaves. Those were the nastiest bugs, I think, that I've had so far. I have never had those mealy bugs. I only had thrips once. I only saw them once, but spider mites are a constant comeback over here in my parts of the woods.
I got tons of pictures from people's grows. But when people are having problems, they call me and help them get them straightened out.
This area, as I've mentioned before, we've had nurseries here for 140 years. And one of the realities, if you own a nursery, the way you stay in business year over year is introduce new plants, and they just come from somewhere else. And especially, originally they were coming in by ship from Asia and Africa and other parts of South America. So everybody came along with them. Powdery mildews. We've got 10% of the world's entire array. It's about 4,000 worldwide, and we have 400 here in between the Cascades and the Pacific Ocean, from Canada down to Northern Cal. So if you're going to be whatever, horticulture, agriculture, whatever, you're going to be dealing with powdery mildew, period, in a discussion. There's no magic cure. Some processes are better than others. Some of them make no sense at all.
This was the worst one for outdoor this year in Oklahoma by far, and they haven't been a huge issue in previous years, but this year they were real bad. And they also seem to spread this weird fungal infection that I had never seen before either, that causes this really weird marbling. But this is a type of cucumber beetle, a variety of cucumber beetle. But they are not the easiest thing to deal with.
No, beetles in general. Those that are the bad guys, they're bad. I mean, whether it's trees, orchards, conifers, all kinds of.
So this is the secondary mold infection that they get. And we, haven't quite figured out the exact mold species, but once they gets in the plant, it's, pretty much toast. And the whole plant just gets chlorotic like this and then just melts.
Man.
But,
wow.
Yeah, it's not fun. Hold on, I can show you other pictures of similar plants. Let me dig them up.
I lived in Southern California desert area towards Palm Springs at one point. And because of your proximity to Yuma, that's where all the winter and early spring produce is for California, especially, actually it's nationwide, but it's a big production area for lettuce, especially. And so whiteflies, you can imagine just how invasive they are all over that area of the desert.
This is that same fungal infection, does this weird shit.
Wow.
Yeah, like I said, it's really bizarre. Not something that I've seen before. I did get
That's always encouraging. A new insect. Yeah.
Well, this was cool too. I took this the same day, which was really neat. It was cool to see the butterfly parasites laying eggs in the caterpillar eggs.
Except for the color of the wings, it almost looks like a black soldier fly,
doesn't it? But yeah, I thought that
pretty
was
awesome
cool to randomly observe while I was out in a weed field in Oklahoma this year. Probably my happiest, or my favorite picture I took all year.
It's awesome.
I went to switch. I took a bunch of quick snapshots because I knew getting a still of that would be really important. And then I switched to video and he took off. I was like, God damn it. So here's more of that early infection of that fungal, just to further address that. So you can see it just starting to get chlorotic here. See it just starting, but it's being heavily fed upon these guys. All of the ones that had this had the damage from them. So that's why I'm 98% sure. Plus, cucumber beetles are well known for vectoring a wide range of viruses and funguses. So it would not be unusual if something is just hosting on cannabis that's not really normally on it, you know?
Do you have to deal
Was
with
it treatable?
We lost about a quarter of the plants that had it. We treated everything with lactobacillus and IMO, basically the same regimen that we would treat septoria.
Right.
Because we figured it's got to be some kind of internal fungal infection as well. So, and it worked for about 75% of them, but it's still something that I don't have 100% answer to. And it's definitely something I had never observed before this past year.
Can you IPM that, like with just spray it with bacillus, labs, whatever, and IMO constantly, and would that prevent it or no?
No, because
It goes
it's
on the
not there
inside.
until the insect bites the plant and then
Right.
puts tissue. But again, this is just it's new ground.
do you have to deal with the potato beetle in your part of the world?
I haven't had to deal with them.
Okay, I just wondered. Because in a big potato country like Idaho and Colorado, I understand. So
Maybe an example of like botrytis, early botrytis on the cannabis.
wow.
I got good examples of every way you can fuck up a plant at this point. This is the top of that leaf on that same fungal infection. I took as many pictures as I could because I only saw this at a couple of farms, but they were all ravaged by those cucumber beetles.
Wow.
Where it causes that darker patterning underneath. It's all this weird mosaicing of the chlorophyll is bizarre. I've never seen that patterning on anything else.
Can you capture microbial collapse on digital shot there? I mean, that would be really helpful so that people would be able to see what it looks like and be able to check their plants for it. There you go.
Yeah, it's a really bizarre patterning it does to the leaves. You can see the beetle shit on the bottom of it. From the
God damn. And the entire plant would be infected?
It would be like the bottom, it would start at the bottom half or near the tissue that was fed on, and then it would spread to the rest of the plant over the course of about 2 weeks. But in 2 weeks, it'll kill the plant. Like you would go from first noticing it to like 3 or 4 weeks later, that plant is dead.
Wow.
It's fast.
Is this something that existed before the cannabis scene arrived in Oklahoma in general? I mean, we're home gardeners having to deal with this, growing tomatoes and corn and stuff.
I asked some of the older oaky growers I know out here, and none of them had seen this shit before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it had to be brought in.
I know some old school guys that have been growing out here for a long time that I can ask these kinds of questions to, especially out eastern Oklahoma. There's a lot of guys that have been growing for a long time.
I bet you it was brought in from somewhere else.
Yeah, I was gonna say even different shit shows up. Like even if you have been growing the same spot for 10 years, all of a sudden something new will pop up out of nowhere.
Right.
And this is what they do. This is damage. You can see where they munched through the top of the leaf. Again, those same beetles.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, you see, like that's priceless knowledge to know that kind of shit. If you're
especially in a state with
Oklahoma,
as many growers as there are in Oklahoma. That's really horrible. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, no, I've shown this to a lot of people that have seen a lot of shit with weed, and ain't nobody seen nothing that looks quite like that before.
No.
This is all. No one's been like, oh yeah, no, it's this type of disease. I've seen.
Yeah,
this
right.
Yeah. It's not even that. They're just like, what the fuck? So it's clearly something being vectored. And again, in my opinion, again, I don't have DNA proof, but observationally, I think there's some pathogen, probably fungal, potentially viral, that's being vectored by those cucumber beetles under the right conditions that just races through those plants.
I think that the chance that you're right is approaching 98, if not 99%, that it is either a fungal or viral issue.
I've seen it up by grows by Tulsa, out by OKC, down in like southern eastern Oklahoma. So it's not, it's, you know, environmental clearly, you know, it's not someone with the same cut. They're not the same cuts. They're different plots. One of them's in a greenhouse, but in poorly designed greenhouse. So they're getting beetles in the greenhouse. So, and that's the reason why I think it's some kind of environmental thing. Same thing with the Septoria outbreaks. Like a lot of people out on the West Coast never see Septoria because they don't have the right environment for it. It's never wet enough in the springtime to really bloom it out. But Oklahoma, it grows like crazy because we have perfect conditions for it. Especially if we get a really wet spring, it just explodes here. And if you're not prepared for it, you know, good luck.
Well, here's another factor of consideration. How far are you from Canada?
I'm in Oklahoma, so we're pretty far. A couple, four states away, 3 states away.
Oh, well, it's still, I mean, you have a huge hemp industry up there and have had. It wouldn't take much for those predators. If that, you know, I would check with that just for.
There's a lot of hemp being grown in Texas and other areas as well. I mean, there's a lot of acreage being grown outdoors and all over the place. More than I think people realize.
This has got to be from outside. Otherwise, you'd have the crops in Oklahoma would have been long before cannabis. I mean, they've been growing stuff in Oklahoma for
that, or it's an existing disease that just happens to express differently in cannabis, which is again, totally possible.
Think of that.
It's more infectious in cannabis, and you know there hasn't been that combination. We see this with quite a few different things potentially vectored. You know, the beet leaf curl virus that comes into cannabis from the leafhoppers and the other stuff like that too. Now it's been documented in Oklahoma. In fact, I could show you pictures of that from Oregon.
We got a lot of critters. I'll say that. Especially down south where it's warmer, Southern Oregon, which is like Northern Cal's, you know, same weather patterns. Once you get,
I'm sure having acres of hemp or, you know, having acres of a crop changes the, because there wasn't acres in, you know, New York until last year, or a couple of years ago, actually, a few years ago now, when they passed that hemp bill. There's acres of hemp growing in New York. So it's a whole new feeding territory.
I don't know the exact law, but you can grow some really big ass hemp farms in Oregon. I know it's a very, what's the word? Controversial subject in certain parts of the state, like where the cannabis growers are, but.
Leaf curl also causes this strange chlorosis as well, in combination with it.
Is that a viral?
Yeah, the beet leaf curl virus. Yep.
Yeah. Wow. How did crops? Never mind.
What's that?
I'm just curious. I mean, I've never seen that with any crop here. I don't get it. But is this something that's been pre-existing in a problem in that part of the world?
Leaf curl virus, yes, but that particular expression, no. No, here's another one that a lot of people haven't seen. You and I have, as a fasciation of the flat stalk.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of different. I saw one out in Georgia this year that was kind of neat. I work with a couple people out there. So
But what is that? That's not a virus or a fungal infection. What is that?
It's a genetic mutation. It's a polyploidism.
Right.
Cool. I'm just joking, but let me put it this way. I'm going to be really polite here. Luther Burbank was a geneticist. I'll just leave it at that.
This was pretty cool. So this was on a cherry Sue that I got from Wade Laughter, who, shout out to Wade. He, now he's going through a little bit of health issues right now. It's kind of has these neat tassels on it, which I thought was kind of different.
I have seen something similar to that, but I couldn't. It's deep in recess of memory. I don't remember exactly the situation, but
that was from some cherry Sue seeds I got from Wade.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you think some of this is genetic mutation? The polyhybrid?
That particular mutation, I believe, fasciation. Let me double check, but I think it is.
So is there anything approaching landrace out there anymore?
Certain parts of Africa still, yeah. I mean, shit, where I was
Wow. Okay.
and like, you know, look where there's been war and where there hasn't been the ability to export stuff for resale to the West. And that's where you're going to find what's left.
Gotcha.
That special they did on Hamilton Pharmacopoeia guy did in Congo. I think it was him who went to Congo. I don't know, but one show on Vice went to Congo, and that shit seemed like real deal from the beginning of time, land race that they had there. And it looks like they were growing it the same as when in the 1910 too. Like they weren't giving it nutrients. Things were just wild growing. Like they didn't cultivate it. It was just growing there, it seemed.
The strongest cannabis that I've ever, outside of Thai sticks, all came from Africa. And some of it was like tectonic. You know, the earth moved. Extremely cerebral. Sometimes not necessarily in a good way. But a lot of variety and a lot of methods of post-harvest processing, or curing, if you will.
I might be wrong on the fasciation and flat stock being similar. I'm trying to find the answer right now. Hold on. Either way, they cause similar expression where they end up with reduced branches, reduced buds, and a big one at the top and not much on the rest of the plant.
Are you familiar with the term? It's widely used in the roses dynamic. Basal breaks, BASAL breaks. And that's one of the things that alfalfa, specifically alfalfa meal, and that's a religion in the world of roses. The alfalfa, whichever compound, and I'm not sure which one it is, but anyway, controls the distance between the basal breaks.
I do know that the fasciation and can be caused by stress and viruses as well as genetic mutations. So I don't know if that makes it the same or not. You were talking about that funky basil?
Yeah, Tulsi. Yeah.
Tulsi, yeah.
That's the forerunner, like the wolf is to the domesticated dog. Tulsi basil is the forerunner of all basils, including the Italian, which are sweet and green, versus the Southeast Asia, which have purple, a lot of high level of camphor. You either like it or you don't. when you're talking about Thai and Vietnamese, those countries have mint, basil that is similar to the Indian, the Tulsi, in that it has really high levels of camphor. And, I'm sure you had some Southeast Asian food. Some of you found maybe it was a little too authentic for your palate, maybe. And more often than not, it's the basil that they use in the, well, it tastes like mothballs. Yeah, good. Very good. Okay. So.
Okay, so I want to correct myself. It's not the same. They're similar in growth expression, but they are not. So fasciation is results of hormonal imbalances in the meristem of the plant versus and it can be caused by bacterial infection, viral infection, or by random genetic mutation.
I'm glad you brought that up. The meristem is the brain center above the soil, and then below the soil or in the root zone is the taproot. And in the root zone, the taproot controls the flow of elements, ions, if you will, into the plant. It's the one that controls the exudes that calls up specific ions in the plant. But the meristem on top is the one that controls the terpene and terpenoid production. If it senses an insect landing, they go into action to take existing terpenes and terpenoids and reconfigure them, because they're all made with the same carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, period, just in different, a different formula, but also a different structure. And it takes about 15 minutes to convert terpene A into terpene B type thing. So there's a constant dynamic going on, protecting the plant from herbivore insects, pathogenic fungi, et cetera. And pollinator attractors, insect repellents. It runs the whole gamut. So.
Yeah, I got a question. Where are the terpenes are made in the glands as well?
I'm sorry?
The terpenes are made in the resin glands as well. Oh no, I'm sounding ignorant now, but.
Well, the plant produces them. It's part of the entire defense and procreation system. Like I said, the plant produces aromatics that attract pollinators. It also
they make them in the roots too. Well, I don't know if they make them in the roots. They release them in the roots too. Yeah.
Right. Did you know that roots have trichomes? That one, get into that discussion with a cannabis grower sometime.
Well, you know what? Well, they also, some of them have some pretty powerful chemicals aside from that too. So like most of your nightshades actually have a histamine in them. That's why when I don't know if you've ever dug up fresh tomato plants that are still alive, but it makes your sinuses go crazy. It's because there's a histamine-like compound in them that gets aerosolized when you crack the roots, and it'll make your sinuses and shit go nuts.
Yeah. Same with the eggplant. That's another nightshade, and you get the same dynamic. So. Yeah, plants are really fascinating things. It's really, to me, it's kind of sad how mechanical the relationship in the cannabis world is to these organisms, these very, fairly complex. It's all been reduced down to, back to the law of minimums.
Well, the plant uses a lot of these compounds for many different things. So let's just take anthocyanin, for example. Anthocyanin is a flavonoid. It helps reduce the UV exposure in the plant. It helps work as an antifreeze in the plant. It helps reduce nitrogen toxicity in the plant. So it kind of gets like hard to quantify some of the stuff into saying, oh, is it as simple as this? When they're functioning like 8 different ways simultaneously that benefit the plant. So the plant's regulating its production in a lot of these different compounds based on like we talked about, based on environmental factors. So if it detects more fungi, it's going to produce flavonoids and terpenes and other compounds that are going to help fight that off. Same thing where, like, I don't know if any of you guys have ever smoked cannabis that's been pollinated versus not pollinated. It's going to produce different terpene profiles because it's going to protect that seed and from being fucked up versus protecting that flower structure from being damaged. Two different goals. So it's, again, a lot of these things will going to dramatically change the. That's why it's kind of silly to say that like a certain genetic is going to have an exact same chemovar type, because if I grow it here in Canada, or grow it up in Canada and then grow it down in Zimbabwe and grow it in Jamaica, you're going to get completely different terpene profiles because the sun's different, the soil is different, the air is different, all the things are different.
Spread the word, brother. This silliness that we can control the flavor of cannabis because we use this or that fertilizer or soil or whatever we're trying to pimp is just ludicrous. It's way more complex than that. And I will agree with you. The strongest weed was in the 70s, really, starting in the very beginning of the 70s with Panama Red, and then ending with the explosion of cocaine at the end of the 70s, and we were off on another, adventure. No, this stuff isn't addictive. Oh, yeah? I just watched you do $800, but yeah, go ahead. All of those had seeds. I mean, Thai seeds, Thai sticks, my God. Nothing beat Colombia. That most seeds in I think it was a seed crop, for Christ's sake. But Panama Red had seeds. Thai had seeds. The word sensimilla wasn't even coined until 1975. So the very earliest that there was anything resembling what we call sensimilla today wasn't until 77. Just see what I'm saying? There was a lot of weed smoked prior to 1977, and if it had to be seedless, we would have been in really bad shape. So, and it is very different. Once the plant is, let's say you let a plant pollinate, and you let the seeds go till the plant go until the seeds are rattling in their pods, as the expression goes. To say that cannabis does not have any psychoactive benefit is ludicrous. It's going to taste different because once the seed, like you mentioned, once the plant is pollinated, it goes into defense mode to protect that seed from molds, insect invasion. It's now in defense mode. And have those terpenes or terpenoids ever been studied or even cataloged? I bet you they haven't. And it is a whole different dynamic. The plant tastes completely different, as it should. Just like a ripe tomato tastes different than one you pick green. I'm not making an argument for or against sensimilla. I'm just saying that.
Oh yeah, no, and Rasta Jeff talks about this quite a bit over on Grow From Your Heart podcast. If you don't check out his show, it's another good one if you're looking for good breeder, especially breeder info. He's got a great show over there. But he often talks about how different the pollinated stuff tastes and how much he kind of prefers that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the opportunity, but I was never freaked out about seeds being pollinated in my garden. It wasn't like, this wasn't for commercial. I'm just talking about my own personal use. It wasn't like a deal breaker. How's that?
For instance, we had Mike West came on the show from Embark. He's and was talking about on how CBL was found in much higher levels in plants that tested positive for powdery mildew. And how if you were, suddenly discovered that CBL was the next best thing for X, Y, and Z, that could be a way of, you might want to infect the plants at week 6
I
of
see.
flower to boost the production of that at the right time, to then do separate secondary separation or fractioning and then get it back. So I think that the future of some of this stuff could be either tissue culture or whatever else, and then putting specific microbes at specific times to trigger these enzymatic things that they're not going to always be able to do with yeast. I mean, you see barriers with some of these compounds with the yeast technology, but I think that certainly you're going to see certain stimuli affect dramatically terpene and cannabinoid production, and thus some of these more complicated cannabinoids and triterpenes and other things that are much harder to reproduce with yeasts and things like that. So I think that's kind of an area of bioengineering that is coming, or bioisolation product wise, that's going to be coming down the pipeline for cannabis that people aren't really thinking about right now.
It has to, because as this market expands, and it is expanding and will continue, for the foreseeable future, investors and people on that level, the really big operations, will demand and expect this kind of research to quantify every aspect of the production of these materials. They need to have a roadmap on their return of investment. You're not going to go and say, well, this time we're going to try Mike's soil because we heard it's really groovy. It's not going to work that way. It's like the barley. You're dictating, if you want to be a producer for the brewing sector, here's the strains that are in your area that are approved. And here's the list of fertilizers that are, and here's the list that it's not. And when it gets there, it undergoes analysis like you wouldn't believe. Ash content, water content, you get, the whole analysis, not just, it looks pretty good, that kind of thing. And before it even goes into the floors, that's what it's a little hard to explain, but anyway, into the actual process of germinating these seeds. And it's all tightly controlled. Well, cannabis is going to be the same way, because it's too big a market to, this isn't, growing sunflowers in Kansas.
I saw a investor pitch with the yeast guys, and they claim they can make any cannabinoid known. Plus, they can make, they called it new to nature cannabinoids with the technology they have, because they have basically they GMO the yeast, and depending on what they input into the mix is what the yeast will put out. So if you put in a certain chemicals, it'll make THC. If you put in different chemicals, it'll create CBD. And they claim that, yeah, they already made like funky ones, but I don't think there's anything that's
right.
better than the actual plant.
Look, the return on investment for these folks is so massive. Out of just sheer practicality, they will demand that this thing get controlled.
No, but it doesn't work that way. So yes, they can do any of these individual ones, but as anyone here that has ever tried to make carts from terpenes and cannabinoid distillate, it's a mess. So when you start combining and mixing and matching those terpenes, unless you know the exact ratios, they'll precipitate, they'll crystallize, they'll emulsify, they'll do all kinds of annoying shit that will make you want to pull your fucking hair out. And it takes a little bit of experimentation and quite a bit of screwing around to do, large batches of it, because if it's off by a certain percentage, it'll suddenly crystallize and precipitate and do this other bullshit and becomes a huge pain in the ass. Not to say that you can't, but it certainly makes it much more expensive. And it's for certain, some of the ratios of the stuff that the plant's producing are created in ratio the whole time and are able to be, captured back and reused, or even just taken directly from things like rosins and stuff like that are a little less processed.
When they can show me a greenhouse tomato that tastes like a tomato, I'll be a cheerleader for this science. In the meantime, we're dying out, so it doesn't matter. I mean, shit, another 10 years, we'll all be in some.
There's someone making the argument about natural DMT versus synthetic. Having allegedly taken both, I don't think there's any difference. At least not with that compound. I really don't.
That's a whole different.
I don't think there's any.
That's a whole not even related.
Plant isolated versus amphibian isolated. I don't. I think it's all set and setting, and
it really depends what you're expecting out of cannabis. And for some of us, we expect complex flavors without some weird invasive procedure to achieve some kind of a profile as far as terpenes and terpenoids. I'd rather go for the most diversity in a plant. But I'm not trying to sell it that's the thing. I'm not trying to sell it in a dispensary. I'm not trying to convince people that this is a better weed. I just want to grow good plants, whether it's cannabis or tomatoes. And I understand soil biology pretty well. And I certainly don't have a need to mislead people because I'm not trying to sell them anything. I'm just trying to explain that here's the science. This is how it works. Now you can muck it up with all the silliness about whatever it is we're doing this week. And like I said, I've been through any number of, this is going to change cannabis forever. Oh shit, I missed the train last week. Well, here, maybe I'll get on your, that kind of thing. We've always got a new, improved, better, and we'll see. All I know is that when people grow tomatoes, they want to grow heirlooms, right? They're ugly, they're lumpy, they're not smooth skinned, they don't look like the ones in the grocery store, do they? So which one do you want to grow? Which one do you want to eat? Well, if you're a gardener, you want to eat the one that tastes the best. And that's the one that hasn't been fucked with. So I'm not criticizing any of the breeders. I mean, they had their goals and I wish them well, but I'll stick with old school, and it served me well. So
saying that again, more on the frog stuff, people usually do much larger doses from the frog versus plant-based when they take it. So also it tends to be thinner and like a thin film versus onto some
what frog call them?
A Bufo alvarius is the frog that produces.
Oh, they're the one they lick?
It does. So the licking part is actually totally a myth. You don't lick them.
Oh,
that doesn't do anything. Now there is a frog in South America, a tree frog, that you can lick, or they'll do drops into their eyes, and that will give you like hyper awareness. But that I actually witnessed people doing when I was down in Peru. But it's a wholly different. That's an entirely different species and genus and all this. One of my dogs is being annoying. I apologize about the background noise, but yeah. So that's again. I don't, chemistry wise, there's no difference why those compounds should be any different. They're exactly the same structure. Anyways, that's a whole separate thing. I'm very passionate on other chemistry aside from cannabis. We just don't normally talk about it on this show.
Well, the thing is that you're well versed in terpenes and terpenoids, unlike some others in that camp. I've seen numbers from Chenoweth and others that have done extensive research at the University of Tel Aviv, author of What a Plant Knows.
that he estimates up to 300 terpenes and terpenoids and ketones in a fine specimen of cannabis. And I think that's a lot more accurate than the 5 or 6 that get hounded to death on cannabis forums and Instagram. You'd think that this was it, linalool and pinene and limonene and what else? I mean,
I will say that a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 CBD to THC ratio with 0.2% total cannabinoid mass being linalool is a really, really good suppressant for seizures.
I'm not arguing that at all. I'm just saying that, well, I guess where we part company is I have my doubts that people growing commercially have that much control over the plant. So I'm skeptical. How's that? I'm skeptical.
Oh yeah, hopefully. One thing I will say that's kind of good that I guess we see so much bad going on right now in the industry as far as as a whole, but look at like how much big corporations are now trying to be regenerative and sustainable and organic.
Right.
They weren't trying to do that 5 years ago. Like we totally dragged them in that direction, kicking and screaming. But we did accomplish that.
and I'm proud of that. I moved the conversation for a lot of people to at least look at some alternatives that turn the clock back even further than maybe you might, have thought. I mean, I'm going back to the basics of agriculture and started from there and moved forward until I reached a place where it made sense and I could grow good plants. It was never about cannabis per se, it was more about plants. And I tell that people all the time, this is not a cannabis program. It's a plant program. Do your tomatoes in it. Or whatever you enjoy, growing. I've never tried on rutabagas and I probably won't, or turnips, but let me know.
I want to get some of the seeds. I've tried to get him on the show once or twice. The guy that grows the giant rutabagas, the giant onions, and I'm talking about the British guy.
I know that, like the giant pumpkin thing. What cracks me up on that is this. Okay, so yes, they do grow some enormous size fruit. All right, I agree with that. No argument. Now the next question is it edible? Well, no. So okay, gee, what did we accomplish here? I mean, you got a big tomato or a pumpkin that takes a forklift to move and you can't eat it. I guess you could feed it to your livestock. Probably pigs or even cattle would eat it. But I don't know. I mean, it's cool, but I guess I don't get it. What are we doing here? Well, yeah, there's no flavor in it, but goddamn, look how big it is. You walk around. I see them at the state fair. They bring them in on pallets because that's the easiest way to move them around. If the gentleman's pick them up truck.
Kelly from Dragonfly had one that she had that was some kind of butternut squash crossed with like some kind of cucumber or other thing, but it was the size of a giant marrow. And she says it was sweet and it tasted like a butternut squash. It was like edible and like something that they would want to grow again. So I was super excited.
Well, the pumpkin thing, see, it became a cult fad. And so now it's invaded like state fairs. And these folks all summer, spring and summer, baby these things. And they got really heavy into the mycorrhizal deal. And oh yeah, there you go. The top left picture. There you go.
I'm all over this shit. I love this stuff. The long gourds, people are getting crazy with the long gourds. The giant marrows, the giant peppers. The tomatoes. Like
now, look at those tomatoes. You don't find those in a grocery store.
Yeah, this is the giant rutabagas. That's the guy I want to get on the show. I can't remember his name.
Well, could you ask him a question?
Yeah.
Of all the produce items, why rutabagas?
Just, curious.
Where is it? There we go. So they have, so you can, this is cool because it's like, it's just supports the breeders that have them. So you can buy
Yeah.
directly, but like,
Yeah.
look at the size of this thing. Like, look
Yeah.
at that.
Look at that tomato. That's a real
Look at that
tomato.
kid's head.
Yeah. Look at that.
Bigger than the kid.
Oh, wait, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that guy, Wallace, right?
Yeah, Wallace. Wow. Yeah.
He preaches the mycorrhizal for the huge pumpkins and stuff. See?
Yeah, like,
That's a
from
real
the
tomato.
Iowa state record. You can get seeds for $20 or $25.
There you
And
go.
these guys are pretty hardcore about tracking the lineage, so you can get like lineage information on there and stuff, and how
Cool.
much the mom
Very
weighed and the
cool.
dad weighed.
No, that's really neat.
But yeah, this is something I like to do. So when I was working at some different aquaponic places, we'd often order seeds from some of these guys to use for the showroom. Here you go, it's an 8-pound tomato.
Wow. Look at that. I don't know after the pandemic, but at one time I would order seeds from Italy on Italian, obviously Italian varieties. And that was pretty cool. The aromas and San Marzanos and yeah, some really nice tomatoes that you can imagine. So
Look at the size of that.
Damn, like what kind of soil was that? Like,
So he grows those in cocoa.
because it has to be able to push the dirt away. It's so huge.
have you ever seen an oilseed radish? It looks like a daikon, but bigger. And they used to bust up clay soils. And
There you go. 47-pound radish
yeah.
or beet, 47-pound beet.
Yeah, that's when sugar beet, right?
Yeah, apparently there's a strain that gets to 150 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyways, it's just cool. And this is like one of many sites that's like this, but this is one of the more popular ones.
Sure.
If you're trying to get into some of the actual super hardcore dudes.
People are starving in other countries.
Well, we need to send them some 250-pound watermelon seeds.
That's it. That's what they need.
Right? Like, shit. But a lot, especially with the pumpkins and the watermelons, they'll bury the vines and they'll prune off like every other leaf and bury the vines and make them root. So they have huge root bases. But
Wow.
316,
Feeding one
315, 318. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Only pollinating one of them and stripping all the rest of the fruit off is another way to do it. But anyway, something else I enjoy doing. We did a competition there's one of the kids of the employees that worked at the aquaponic source when we worked there. Hold on, I'll find the picture of it. So they had a competition where the kids got given a giant lettuce or giant cabbage at the beginning of the end of the school year, and then they had to turn it in at the beginning of the fall, in August when they come back to school. And hold on, I'll show you. So the next biggest cabbage in the whole school wasn't even as big as one of the leaves off of ours. We just slaughtered it. Hold on, I'll find it here. Hold on a second. But it was just another one of those fun things to do when you're working in the lab. 1 second, I'll find it.
Here's one that would help your friends in Oklahoma outdoors.
Sure.
They're trying to get, and you're talking about soil remediation, what have you. Look up, if you could, oilseed radish. And the oilseed is one word.
1 second here. I just want to pull this. I'm close. What is it? There we go. Somewhere right here. Sorry. Tell us more about the oil radish. There it is. I found it.
Okay, you see the picture of it?
This is that cabbage in a little test bottle.
Damn.
So she won a $5,000 scholarship with that, which is fucking awesome.
Wow, beautiful.
All right. So what was the radish?
Oilseed radish, and oilseed is one word.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like a giant daikon. And you plant that to bust up soil, compacted soils, what have you. There you go. And then you leave it in place and let it decompose. And so you're adding humus to your tilt, increase the tilt of your soil, right? And also sometimes more commercial, they'll run hogs on it and their hooves bust up, you know why you do that. And anyway, then they eat, but you don't have to. You can leave it in place and let it decompose. But that's a great way to start working soil to build it so it's agrible. Whereas before you started, it was not, maybe. Anyway, just I wanted you to be aware of it because it's used by real hardcore organic farmers for range management and what have you. They're not very, you don't want to eat them. They're not, I mean, they're edible, but you wouldn't want to eat them.
Feed the greens and not the roots.
Yeah, right. It's not nice like a daikon or something.
Well, any other, I guess we'll wrap up the show here in about 10 minutes. Do you guys have any other questions or American One, you have anything else that you wanted to ask myself or Coot or anything? Oh, we had one question I wanted to answer from chat. I copied and pasted and forgot about real quick. It says, Coot and Potent, any thoughts on stable genetics self-flowering after flowering too long? So that's a great point. So the reason why cannabis actually is does hermaphrodite is it's a self-preservation mechanism. So if you have a population of seeds that all ended up being female, they had nothing to pollinate it, and then the plants have been flowering and flowering and flowering. They still haven't been pollinated. Well, winter's going to come around pretty soon and kill them off. So it's a way for them to kind of self-preserve the genetics in that area locally to try and get pollinated maybe again next year. And that's the reason why the plant actually produces female pollen. And same reason why if the plant's severely stressed out through water or heat or UV exposure or insect attack, even sometimes heavy enough can cause the same kind of thing, or heavy hailstorms even can do it depending on the genetics. That severe trauma, it just thinks it's going to die soon, so it's just trying to pollinate and get the fuck out of there.
I would say this, that the need to reproduce is one of the strongest driving forces on Earth, whether we're talking about plants or animals or even fungi. And plants can and do go through some extraordinary changes in that desire to continue the species, thankfully. That's how forests reappear years after a fire, the whole dynamic. So now to do that intentionally, I don't know. That's way above my pay grade. As far as whether that would be something that you'd want to do. I have to be honest with you, mine takes at least 12 weeks and I've taken as long as 18. And when the damn cycle's done, I'm like thankful, I've kind of had it with that group of plants. Does that make sense? This is an 8-weeker and we'll flip it again. It's like goes on for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. So
The other thing, or what do you mean it's not ready yet? It's I gotta get the next round of plants in here. Well, you need at least another week until the thing's done, or you're gonna really fuck your yield up. People
Yeah.
just cannot comprehend that.
Well, this was a classic. Some people that were posed, this was in the first year of the recreational laws here in Oregon. And they were really well connected. They had the most exotic greenhouse I've ever seen. And so I gave them one of my genetics, and I told them, and not seeds, I mean, cuts. And I said, this is a 12-week plant, period. Okay, gotcha. I said, once again, that's a 12-week plant. Okay, gotcha. So long about 8 weeks, the colas were huge. And there's a lot of, and nothing to do with ruderalis or garbage like that. I mean, legitimate genetics. And they told me, well, we're going to harvest. And I said, but you got 4 more weeks. And he looks me right in the eye like some dumb old man. He says, I think I know when it's done. I said, well, whatever, man, have at it. Not my garden. So after it dried and cured, and then we go off to analysis, right? I get this really nasty fucking email. It only came in at 18%. Yeah, imagine what it would have been if you'd have gone 12 weeks. I mean, you make the decision to override my sage advice, and then you want to hold me responsible?
Oh yeah. Welcome to the world of cannabis consulting.
Fuck them.
Anything they do is your fault. Anything you do.
Yeah.
Anything the last consultant did is also your fault.
Right. Consultant. Give me a break. So anyway, I guess you heard about my GoFundMe thing. I want to get going so I can buy a computer.
I think we need to do a GoFundMe for the sitcom idea. I think
really, that'd be
got another season already written.
Well, I was wondering, like they have the story, I think they call it on Instagram and YouTube, and your shorts, you only do them like a minute or something.
Right.
Does that make sense? Or what you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Well, I was thinking that I could do that like crap of the week and hold up a bottle of whatever and just go, you got to be nuts to buy this car. Just do that whole thing. And
we used to do a bit on this show in the beginning called "Can I Use This Product from the Hydro Store?" And we would grab like random shit and just be like, "What will this do if I put it in your aquaponic system?" And that used to be a whole thing we did. Probably the first 50 episodes, maybe.
I just one of these days I just got to put a period on it. Hey, it was a nice life. It was good.
We're gonna write it into the annals. Bill calls random bum number 3 on the sitcom for casting.
Yeah. I lived too long to see. This stuff gets regurgitated over and over and over and over. It's just under a new banner. First we had CalMag Lockout. Now we just got CalMag. Well, what is it? Well, I don't know. But we got to have, okay, cool. Never mind. Sometimes it's frustrating because it's so insane.
You should go to one of these conventions as Captain CalMag and get like Superman or CM instead of an S.
Yeah.
And then see Coot's Mix or CalMag.
Yeah. With Coot's Newts. I had that idea one time that see, I'm really good at idea stuff. I don't want to actually work at it. Somebody asked me if I was jealous of Jeremy Silva, the success that he's had at Build a Soil, which he acknowledges was based on everything I ever wrote, and he just took it and ran with it. And my answer is, no, I'm not jealous. I didn't want it. I didn't want anything to do with it. For me, it was a lark. I'd already had a career. that I had done, served, made America great, or whatever I did, so I wasn't looking for honorariums that, oh, you're like a really good cannabis grower. I was just showing people how to make a soil, for Christ's sake, with all the garbage that goes on, and doesn't matter, Miracle Grow is just as bad as Ocean Forest or whatever the latest one is. It's
So
just peat moss and perlite, man. Get used to it.
Captain Calmag is the official mascot of Coot Clackamas.
I like that. Actually, I like that.
The Coot's Mix Hydro Store.
Yeah, I like that. Like with Deputy Dog, but in tights, like the Superman thing. Yeah, that's cool.
Like Underdog.
I could do
Have
that.
we could have like a different fan that gets hired to wear the Captain Calmag suit and stand outside with this flip in the sign for each episode. This way we can include.
Oh, and with
new cameo.
a t-shirt that says $2 for pre-rolls, just to keep things. I mean, never mind.
Yeah,
There was a time when, that some people, and myself included probably, youthful hubris and all that thing, but that, cannabis was really going to make a big change in society, and that we were going to get, enlightenment or something, right? And
it's vice versa. Society dumbed down the cannabis scene in my eyes.
oh yeah, I mean, never mind. If I'd started out and if the pot was the quality that it is today, it would have been like a 6-month deal, and I moved on.
Happy 420.
Yeah, happy 420.
Yeah.
This is the second longest episode we've ever done on the show.
Well, you and I always, talk.
We always chop. As soon as you and I get going, man, it's like we have a hard time stopping. It's fun.
I got invited by Peter over at Future Cannabis Project a week or two ago, and he had a woman who's was one of the key people in the research done at Cornell on vermicompost and its effect on what goes on in the soil as far as the production of compounds that protect the plant against fungi, pathogenic fungi, and nematodes and what have you. And it was so refreshing because she just earned her PhD, so she got her ticket punched. She worked, buy the ticket, take the ride kind of thing, And instead of this usual, well, we have a question that somebody wants to know, can you transfer viruses because of E. coli in the worm castings? Yes, all the time. In fact, that's what we live for, is spreading viruses, decimating plants. It's one of our goals. Yeah, sure. Jesus Christ, man.
We should have like a company called like Thorn Haw, like the opposite of Hawthorn, and that'll be like their whole MO. What you just said.
Yeah, I just it's so comical, that phrase came out of left field because somebody sent me a link, but it was a blind link. It didn't blow up and show you a picture of what you're actually going to go look at. And that stupid phrase that when I'm on the gurney and they're rolling me down to the corner, right, I'm going to have microbial collapse on my brain. Like, who thinks this shit up, man? Who, in their wildest imagination, who could come up with something that stupid? I mean, really.
So we had a question from chat, which I think is a more serious question. Any tips on making FICO with ethanol? My advice would be don't make FICO. Take whatever material you're going to take. I would do a sunflower oil extract on it. Mix 50% sunflower oil, equal parts sunflower oil and sunflower lecithin to equal weight of your expected yield of your cannabis thing. So How can I make that simple? So I would do 2 to 3 times the weight of the oil in flour, ground up, and then put in there in order to do your extract, and then cook that down. You'll have a much better extraction a method in doing that. Sunflower oil and sunflower lecithin is really nice because especially for people that are fragile, because if you have a concomitant allergy and you're already fragile, you're going to be in really bad shape. About 8% of the population has some type of issue with MCT oil or a medication issue with MCT oil. That tends to be less of an issue with the sunflower lecithin. So yeah, that's my advice. Now, if you have to do FICO, go get the highest proof alcohol that you can purchase in your state, and then just use a double boiler like you would for cooking chocolate or something like that on your stove. And then the other trick I found, if you're going to do it with alcohol, is go to your grocery store or a nicer kitchen store and get a metal coffee filters, and then put it in the metal coffee filter and just cook it in that, and then just pull it all out at the end, and you already have your oil, your material separated. It just functions like a big metal tea bag.
On the subject of sunflowers, as you, I know all the different sizes and colors and varieties there are.
Yeah, so you want the high oleic content. Sunflower oil is the right fat content, well, ideally, but any of them will work.
I was talking about the plant itself as it relates to soil biology, that the benefits from sunflower plants can't be overstated. The other thing is that by providing the seeds, you keep your birds with something to eat, and hopefully it's away from your tomatoes and corn and what have you. It's not a cure-all, but it attracts pollinators. So there's so many benefits to adding some, and the garden isn't a garden without a sunflower plant. And so they come in all kind of heights. I mean, some of them are as short as 18 inches, and then you get the mothers that, they're 10, 12 feet. So, but yeah, plant all the sunflowers you can. It really, really improves as companion plants in your, probably not in the brassicas, but they're always special, that whole deal with brassica roots and exudes and what have you. So anyway, and also the taller ones, if you take the stalks and let them dry completely, thoroughly, and then in the spring when you want to build a compost pile, you use that on the bottom, and it allows aeration. Because it's full of lignin and cellulose, it's not going to be affected by the composting process. That takes fungi. But anyway, it gives you, that platform gives you airflow in and around your compost pile, which is how you increase the microbial colonies in your compost. Anyway, end of Sunflower 101. So there you go.
The other good one, if you're looking for other options, avocado oil is also a really good one that'll transfer a higher amount of cannabinoids compared to other ones. But you can use dairy products. But one of the reasons why I don't particularly work with them much is butter in particular is I can't legally use that in the United States for THC products because it's technically regulated as a dairy product. And that gets, if I'm making an infused dairy product, I can't do that. Meat and dairy, I'm still regulated basically because of Schedule 1 and the inspectors being federal employees. That's a whole problem in and of itself. So
what about ghee?
So you could do, I guess in theory, ghee. I have seen ghee for sale in stores. I don't know if it was legal or not, but you can absolutely do cheese that's vegan cheese. So you can do lentil-based
paneer,
lactose separation. Basically, you can make a lactobacillus curd from the lentils, and then from that you can make your cheese.
Okay. Wow. Yeah.
And then you can infuse that with your whatever, and it tastes the same. I mean, you can put a blindfold on, you won't taste the difference.
Huh. Interesting.
But, both of it's from that lactic acid structure, so it's not like there's really any difference.
Very cool.
All right. Well, I think we'll
Well, if I
round
don't
it
talk
up.
to you, you guys have a great Christmas, man, and
You too, man.
with your
Thanks for
family,
coming on.
and yeah, it was great. I always enjoyed
Yes.
talking. With you, so
Potent, thanks for the invite and the hospitality. Coot, it's always good listening to you. And yeah, kelp is amazing. The more I learn about kelp, it's like the one ingredient has it all, just about.
it does.
Yeah,
It's a
so
plant. It's a plant,
unbelievable.
and all the elements in there have been chelated, so the bioavailability is unrivaled.
Right, and then you throw it in the worm bin
Yep.
and let them have at it, and then it's even
Yep.
more.
Yes.
So
It's like
thanks for
value added. Yeah.
thanks for
To
spilling
use
out
the-
the brain, Coots. I really enjoy it.
Oh,
And,
you're welcome. Yeah.
Have a great Christmas and Happy New Year if I don't see you all before then.
Yes.
You
How
too.
to, well, Coot, we know you don't have much on the
No.
way of social media these days, but American One, how do people find you?
Okay, yeah, you can find me as the American One on YouTube. I don't have too many videos, but on IG, I'm the American One _with _Keens. And if you just search the American One, and there's a little guy with a little top hat, American top hat, that's me. And yeah, you can DM me if you're interested. And yeah, I got a couple beans that I am not afraid to take money for, especially that Amy Ace's plant. I just I kind of feel bad that I haven't pushed it because it is an awesome specimen, if I don't say so myself, and everybody who has grown it out enjoys it. So I'll just throw that out.
As Steve can vouch, I have
I want the one, Coots. How does one acquire beans of the one?
there are no beans. It's been a clone only since 1984. So yeah, so much for the genetic drift and other stoner myths, you know. Think about this, the Haas avocado, which is the good one, the primo one, came from a tree in La Habra, California, where I grew up. And from 1920 until it died about 15 years ago, they were taking cuts off that. So every Haas tree around the world came from that tree. And can you imagine over 80 years and no issues with genetic drift? My goodness. Maybe genetic drift is an excuse because you have no idea what you're doing. What do you
I
think,
think
Steve?
that's what happened.
What do you think,
I
Steve?
definitely think that, especially for outdoor plants, people taking the same cut and running it and running it and running it, outdoors could be infected with viruses or other things.
Oh, well, yeah.
That way,
I don't argue that, but
and that
just
could
the
cause
active,
other factors causing the degradation for sure.
right.
Right, but it's not genetic drift though. Still,
I know what it is. It's CalMag lockout.
Well, my other question would be, what about genetic expression? So if something is never experiencing much exposure to molds, why should it go ahead and put a bunch of energy towards anti-mold production? So that's going to change the gene expression after enough time if it's not exposed to X, Y, or Z. I could see that, but
this was my tagline for years on the old cannabis forums, that construct. And so my sign off thing on the bottom was, once you devolve the wolf down to a chihuahua, you can't bring it back. And that's my view on plant genetics. Once you fixed it so many times, right? Because somebody told you, you read it on the internet, or, it came through a cosmic enlightenment, you drank 5 cups of coffee in 30 minutes or whatever it was, right? You can't take it back.
That's why I have wolf dogs and not chihuahuas.
Right. I mean, it's basic, inheritance, right?
Yeah. Well, plus they're just healthier,
Well, there's so many, it's not always, it's never one issue. It's always a compendium of things, to be considered instead of the immediate one. Well, it's a CalMag lockout, or I don't know, boron and calcium, or whatever that we're doing these days.
I wonder how much viruses are going to be found once we're able to do a little bit more understanding on the pathogen side of stuff here, which is not too far off. You know,
No.
how much of the population of seeds out
I
there
think
really
that's
is
where
affected.
I didn't express myself correctly. What I was trying to say earlier is that because of the expansion of this market, that you are going to have legitimate research on viruses. That's what I was trying to say, not necessarily the manipulation of the genetics to achieve. But you know, it can't go on the way it is with just opinions and anecdotes and hopey dopey BS.
Yeah.
So
Well, you guys can check out if you guys want to check out the class that Marty and I teaches. We do have a full online class at aquaponic-cannabis.teachable.com or apmjclass.com, ap420.com. It's all the same website. And we have a ton of hours of different, over 600 different individual talks and new content twice a month, as well as live sessions twice a month as well. So definitely check that out. It's an ever expanding database of education. We have commercial farm tours, microscope work, how-to videos, hands-on videos, videos of some of the students' grows that they've shown that, taken information from the class and then shown what they could do with it. So it's a really kind of cool experience if you're looking for education on aquaponic cannabis, for sure.
all right, gentlemen, talk to you later.
Cheers, man. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Peace out.
And you can find the show in audio format on your favorite podcast platform, SoundCloud, iTunes, all the things, Spotify, and I might upload this into 2 separate videos. We'll see. It's pretty long, and a lot of the algorithms don't like stuff over about 3 hours, 4 hours. So this might be 2 episodes when we edit it up. So sorry about the squeaky dog in the back. They're very much wanting attention after this long. So thanks for sticking through it if you're still with us in the episode. And we will see you guys again next week. We have the infamous Sungrown Mids who's going to be with us talking to us about genetics, as well as the wonderful events that happened at Emerald Cup. So we will see you guys again next week. Cheers. Oh, one other note, we do have an episode that's going to be coming up that's out of the normal time frame. We will be recording live at 11:30 a.m. on January 20th with Mila Jensen, the hash queen. She'll be live with us from Amsterdam. So we had to do a little bit of a different time change to make sure that we could get her. But we would just, I guess, a little note on an unusual episode that we're going to have up, but one I think you guys are definitely going to be excited about.